The Billionaires' Christmas Sun, Christmas with the Elkin Billionaires. Book 3, by Leslie North. Chapter 1. Jonas. The Christmas Day photo session with the family had been excruciating. Jonas hoped that the rest of his family hadn't noticed how unbelievably tense he was, how sweat prickled at his hairline, how he couldn't stop looking at the photographer he'd hired. She was utterly professional and charming, and everyone loved her. The problem was that Jonas had loved her too. Well, he'd made love to her almost 3 years ago. An unforgettable one-night stand, showing up today as his last-minute photographer. How did something like this happen? He knew the broad outlines of how. The man he'd hired bowed out because of a family emergency, and he'd suggested Rachel Alexander. Someone local enough to make the trip to the resort at the last minute. Jonas had been relieved when a replacement was found, so much so that he'd asked her to stay through the new year to photograph the family events over what could end up being his grandmother's last Christmas. He hadn't recognized her name, but he would never forget her face, or her eyes, or her body. They'd never told each other their names, which was something so out of character for Jonas that he'd been delighted at the idea of it. Elk Resort had been through a precarious year, and the primary reason they pulled through was due to sheer force of will and a heavy influx of his own money, neither of which he shared with the rest of his family. His brothers were off living their best lives, and he didn't want to stress out his grandmother. Jonas needed one night for himself, when he wasn't Jonas Elkin, hotelier. They'd shared one night of bliss, and the next morning, she was gone. He'd thought of her. Often, he'd even checked reservations in the hope of learning her name, but she'd only been there for the New Year's Eve party. He told himself that chasing down one-night stands wasn't his role as the oldest Elkin brother and the one in charge of the resort. Until now, the rest of his family was ensconced in the living room of his grandmother's apartment, a fire crackling merrily in the fireplace, and the room staged to perfection by the interior decorators they hired every year to assist with the holiday decorating when Jonas reached the end of his patience. Rachel, her name was Rachel, stood quietly at the side of the room, capturing the memories of this Christmas day. He approached her in what he hoped looked like a relaxed manner, but the muscles across his shoulders were tight as could be. "Mr. Elkin," she said, shifting to put space between them and looking down at her camera. "Was there another photo you wanted?" "I can..." "Stop pretending," he said in a low voice. Her head snapped up to look at him, her smile faltered, and her eyes widened. "You never told me your name," Jonas ground out. Rachel blushed a deep scarlet and pulled her camera close to her body. "And you never told me yours," she said quietly. "I thought you wouldn't recognize me. It was a few years ago." Her glance cut down to the side. "Maybe it's best if I leave. Can we talk about this? Because I didn't know it was you when I agreed to take this job." She waved him off. "You don't have to worry. Your family is lovely, and the photos will be wonderful. I'll have them to you as soon as I can." She gathered up her camera bag, waved at his family, and hurried for the door, only stopping briefly to glance back at him. "Thank you for hiring me for the job." The front door of his grandmother's apartment opened and shut, hiding her from him again. Jonas's heart wouldn't settle down. This was how the one-night stand had ended, with the door opening and closing and Rachel disappearing. Wait, had she just ended the job? He'd hired her through the new year. "Do you like the new sweater?" Chase's hand came down on Jonas's arm, causing him to jump. "Wow, tense much?" his brother asked, frowning. "The sweater is great," Jonas said. "I can't wait to wear it." Chase looked him in the eye. "Is something wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. You know what? No. No, I can't let her walk out of here. Not again, and not like this. There were other photos I wanted. I'll talk to the photographer about it before she calls it quits for the day." "It's Christmas," chided Chase. "Aren't you going to let her have a little time with her son?" He'd forgotten about her son. Rachel had needed to bring him along for the job since it would be over the holiday, and Jonas had agreed, not thinking twice about it. Well, he'd catch her before she and the boy took off. There was plenty for a kid to do at Elk Lodge. "Of course I am," Jonas said. "I'll be back in a minute." He felt Chase's eyes on his back as he went out into the hall. The expanse of plush carpet was empty, the elevator humming at one end, and he stabbed at the button impatiently. It was too slow. He couldn't bear the wait. After 15 seconds, he hustled for the stairwell, taking them down 2 at a time. There was a separate elevator for the guest rooms, and she was more than likely headed there. He burst into the vaulted lobby a few moments later, into the swirl of elegant Christmas decorations and soft music. Glancing around, he caught sight of Rachel by the enormous Christmas tree, tucking a length of jet-black hair behind her ear. She was grinning down at something he couldn't see because of a huge leather sofa blocking his view. Another woman stood close by, her red hair piled on top of her head in a loose bun. Lisa, the resort's in-house nanny, who was on call for any family who needed childcare. He blinked, moving closer without thinking. And then he came to an abrupt halt. The little boy had come into view, and he was a miniature version of Jonas. Rachel had black hair and blue eyes, but this little boy had Jonas's dark blonde hair and his chin, too. Her son. The little boy couldn't have been much more than 2, and he pulled gently at Lisa's hand as they stood, swaying toward the tree and back again. Oh, no wonder she wanted to leave. If what he suspected was true, if this was his son. "Rachel," he called out, before he'd thought about what to say. She straightened, turning to meet his gaze. "Mr. Elkin." Lisa gave him a nod and said something he couldn't hear to Rachel, and then turned to leave. "Merry Christmas," she told them all, waving until she was out of sight around the corridor. Jonas had wanted to talk to Rachel about the one-night stand, but that seemed insignificant now. Laughably so. He went to where she stood with the little boy, irresistibly drawn to them both. It was an awkward moment, and he stuck his hands in his pockets to cover any sign of nervousness. Rachel bit her lip. The little boy stared up at them, small lips pursed. Outside, the Colorado snow came down in gentle flakes, the cool light tempering the golden glow from the hundreds of lights inside the lobby. It was as though time stood still. "I was going to tell you." Jonas racked his brain for what he'd come to tell her. "I was going to say that I didn't want you to leave on account of what happened between us." Before he dragged his eyes from the boys and back to Rachel's, which were a lighter blue than his own. "But I think there's something else we need to talk about. Something more important." The rest of the room disappeared. It was only the 3 of them and the Christmas tree. Everything else, the music and the chatter of the other people in the lobby, they were gone, and Jonas braced for the words that would change his life. One way or the other, things would be different. "He's yours," Rachel said, her voice calm and matter-of-fact. "Yours." The word echoed in his mind until it was big enough to fill the entire lobby of Elk Lodge, bouncing around in 1,000 echoes of itself. "Mine." "Yes." Rachel was at ease with her son, letting him step from side to side, but her shoulders were tensed up to her ears. Her cheeks went a deeper red. "When I met you at the party, I thought you were another guest. I didn't know you were Jonas Elkin, and I never told you. It had seemed like such a good idea at the time." The night had lifted the weight from his shoulders long enough for him to catch his breath. Jonas wasn't in the habit of asking. He was used to telling people what to do as part of his job as CEO. Nobody wanted a CEO without leadership ability. But Rachel didn't technically work for him, not for Elk Lodge anyway. You don't need to leave. She raised her eyebrows. Are you sure? Because this is a huge thing to find out, and I'm sure you're... Her voice softened, the sentence petering out. I'd understand if you didn't want me here at a time like this, given your grandmother's health. His emotions were so huge, he thought he might burst. Guilt, a flash of anger, a lightning bolt of fear. Over it all, a layer of shock. He had a son, and the son was this boy, and his mother was Rachel. What's his name? Scott, Rachel offered. Scott Alexander. There was too much to decide at that moment. He hadn't been there to take care of his own child, neglected his responsibility. It didn't matter that there was no way he could have known. Jonas felt like he was falling. It was a terrifying sensation. But he wasn't going to let her walk away. No way. At the same time, the photography job she was working on was his gift to his grandmother and his brothers. The last time they'd had photos taken of the whole family, his grandfather had been alive, and this could be the last time they'd all be together. He swallowed hard, attempting to squash the continual grief and worry over Elkin's cancer diagnosis, and took control of his emotions. If he sent Rachel away now, there would be no replacement photographer. And then he'd have to explain to his grandmother why she left, and he wasn't prepared to make that announcement yet. Decide. Let me take you back to your suite. Are you sure you don't want us to leave? I'm sure. There. Decision made. Let's walk together. He could almost feel time ticking by. Up in his grandmother's apartment, his family would be wondering where he'd gone. They might try to call down to the front desk to see if something happened at the resort that demanded his attention. They might try any number of things if he didn't return to the Christmas celebration soon. In the elevator, Rachel lifted Scott up to push the buttons, guiding his small finger with her hand. Floor number 3, she told him. Tree, Scott repeated, his son's baby voice striking straight to Jonas's heart. They rode the elevator up, questions crowding Jonas's mind. How was he going to fix this situation? Scott looked happy, oblivious to the fact that he was seeing his father for the first time. It didn't change the problem they faced. Rachel slipped the key card into her door, and the lock clicked, driving home the reality of the situation. What had he been thinking? That he'd go back to her room with her, and they'd hash everything out while his family waited upstairs. It would have to wait a little longer. He didn't want his family to come looking for him, and he didn't want his son to disappear while his back was turned. Before they did anything, he needed to get his thoughts in order. There were so many variables in this situation, so many people to consider, so many factors. He'd always been proud of the way he could make decisions, keep things moving. Now Jonas felt like he was treading water in the middle of the ocean. Scott toddled into the suite, and Rachel turned back. Thank you for letting us stay. It sounded hopeful, like a question, one last chance for him to change his mind. I'm glad you're staying, he cleared his throat. I have to head back upstairs. My family will have wondered why I disappeared. But will you meet me in my office later to talk? It's on the 4th floor. She was willowy and gorgeous, and he felt a certain desperation rise in him. Don't let her get away. And a competing pull. Don't let this holiday become a disaster. Rachel took a deep breath. If you're sure. I'm very sure, Jonas said. Meet me there in an hour. She searched his eyes one more time, then gave a small nod. We will.
Chapter 2. Rachel. Rachel pressed her forehead to the picture window in the guest suite and tried to cool down her feverish skin. It had been an endless morning of holding it together. She had been so close to getting away, too, and then, no. The awkwardness had descended. The father of her child hadn't been just another guest. He owned the place. Rachel had fallen in love with Elk Lodge as a little girl when she came here with her parents. The glittering snow on the hills, the hot cocoa and cider they kept in ready supply for guests, along with the most amazing sweet treats. There was a certain magic to it, and for a child, Eager to enjoy the Christmas holidays, walking into the lodge felt like stepping into a winter wonderland. Her most recent trip had been 3 years ago, right after she caught her fiancé cheating on her. Her best friend, Annabeth, had invited her to come to the party with her, and Rachel had readily accepted. She'd never anticipated meeting anyone, much less sleeping with them. But her night with Jonas had been amazing. He'd been an incredible lover and made her feel cherished, something she could never say about Daniel. They'd fallen asleep wrapped around each other, but when she'd woken to a text from Annabeth asking where she was, she'd skulked out of his suite as if she'd done something wrong instead of having experienced a few hours of absolute bliss. 6 weeks later, she was staring at a positive pregnancy test, having no idea who the father was or how to reach him. Then, 8 months later, her greatest joy was placed into her arms. When she was offered the chance to come back here to stay for a week, she jumped on the job offer. The room rates were too high for a photographer with a business one couldn't describe as successful by any stretch of the imagination. The opportunity to work here was like a Christmas gift for her and Scott, and with what Jonas was paying for the job, the money would see them through the first quarter of the following year, and there was no way she could turn that down, especially with a toddler who was continually outgrowing his clothes. Now there was Jonas to contend with. Rachel had never expected to come across the father of her child again, and why would she have? He could have been from anywhere. Instead, he was an hour away from the town she'd made her home and lived at the resort she'd fallen in love with as a child. Okay. She straightened up and checked her watch. They were set to meet in 15 minutes, and Rachel always left extra time. Those were the rules when you had a 2-year-old. Scott was busily tugging at the blankets on the king-size bed. "Come on, buddy. Let's ride the elevator, evader," he squealed, rushing to pull on his shoes. Rachel tucked a toy truck under her arm and helped him with his shoes, one after the other. They headed down the hall toward the elevator. The Alpine theme was understated here, with polished trim that gleamed and snow-white walls. Plush blue carpet boasted a silvery pattern that reminded her of winter, but that would look equally good in the summer. Less than a minute later, she passed through the lobby area and headed to the private elevator that would give her access to the family suites and offices, something off-limits to guests. Elk Lodge was a massive building, and it had space for 2 family suites, one for Elin, their grandmother, and one for visiting family when they preferred to use the penthouse rather than their own homes situated around the property. Jonas's offices were on the same floor next to his grandmother's suite. He opened the door before she could knock, ushering them in and shutting it tightly behind them. Scott's nonstop chatter had more than likely alerted him to their arrival. "Hi," Scott said, using one of the few words he'd learned early on. "Hi there." Jonas's face softened. He pushed a hand through his hair and blew out a breath, meeting Rachel's eyes. "I was hoping we could talk about our situation." "Okay, do you have a room that's safe for Scott to play in where we can keep an eye on him?" "The sitting room should be good. We'll both be in there with him, and I don't think there's anything dangerous. The fireplace has a grate on it." Jonas led the way from the reception area to the sitting room attached to his actual office. Rachel loved the panoramic view of the ski hills, the afternoon light golden on the snow. Her hands itched for a camera, except now wasn't the time for photographs. "How's this?" "It's good." She let go of Scott's hand, and he made a beeline for a leather sofa, squeezing one of the arms to test it before crawling up to investigate. Jonas hadn't acted this flustered the first time she'd met him. He'd been in control in a way that soothed her. Rachel's life had felt very out of control at the time, what with the called-off wedding and her mother's response to everything. That party at Elk Lodge was supposed to help her get out of her head and have some fun, and it had worked. Rachel edged closer, sitting down on the sofa so she could be close to Scott. She also wanted to be close to Jonas. It was hard keeping her eyes off his tall, muscular frame, dressed impeccably in charcoal pants and a button-down with the neck open enough for her to see a hint of flesh. A shiver of desire moved down her spine as she remembered more than the hint. With his breathtaking blue eyes and model-handsome face, no wonder she was still attracted to him. No wonder she still felt like she might catch fire. Rachel hadn't been with anyone since Jonas, not out of a sense of obligation, but more because no one could compare to the memory of a time she considered perfection. More deep breaths. Now wasn't the time to develop a massive crush on the father of her child, or admit that the crush had existed all this time, in an abstract way. She'd thought about him often at night, but that didn't mean this visit changed anything. Scott was her priority in life, and she wasn't going to get distracted by a relationship. Period. No one has said anything about a relationship, a small voice warned. So, she said, doing her best to bat the thoughts away, let's talk. Jonas sat down on a love seat across from her. There was plenty of open carpet space, and Rachel bent to put the toy truck she'd brought with her on the floor. It would hopefully keep Scott occupied as soon as he was bored with the creases on the sofa. We have to make some decisions. Jonas leaned forward, elbows balanced on his knees. This will come as a shock to my family, and it will be best if we can contain the damage. Defensiveness roared to life in her. You're talking about my son, she said, more sharply than she intended. He's not damage, whatever your relatives might think of him. And I won't let you refer to him that way. She should stop, but she couldn't. I won't let anyone talk about him like that, especially his father. Jonas cleared his throat. That's not what I meant. I think it would be best if we made any further decisions together. Heat skimmed along her back, and she couldn't tell if it was from anger or desire or both. Why did it have to feel so complicated? Nobody makes decisions for me. If you're worried about people finding out, I'm not worried about people finding out, he insisted, an edge in his voice. I don't think he's a mistake. Jonas's eyes dropped to his son, who had crouched down to play with the truck on the carpet. I feel terrible that I didn't know. He looked into her eyes again, and she saw confirmation of all the guilt that must be twisting him up inside. She hadn't known who he was, but now she wondered if she should have worked harder to find out. It was only that having Scott felt like a joyous miracle, and she hadn't wanted to bring the real world crashing in to tarnish it. I didn't tell you because I didn't know who you were. Her throat went tight. But now we do, and we can go forward from here. She swiped at her eyes, wiping away the press of feelings in her chest. I'm assuming your family won't be happy? It's not that, he said. Scott made zooming sounds with the truck, rolling it back and forth on the rug, Jonas following the action. My grandmother is quite ill. His eyes landed back on her, and Rachel saw the pain. Something raw and real. That's why I was so insistent on getting the photos this year. She might not have another Christmas. Our grandparents raised us after our parents died and, well, to say we had a rigid upbringing is an understatement. My grandmother has high expectations for all of us, and given her condition, I don't want to upset her, or give her reason not to trust that the lodge is in excellent hands, responsible hands, and having a child destroys that trust? Because of the accident part, and the not knowing part, and for letting you struggle by yourself without any help from me. How old is he? He turned 2 in October. She had the urge to go and fold herself into Jonas's lap, wanting to be held. But that was out of the question. They weren't together. He was the sexiest man she'd ever seen, yes, and he was the father of her child. But none of that changed anything. He was more off-limits now than ever before. I'm worried about my grandmother, Jonas said. It was clear from his expression that he was struggling to find the way forward. Her heart squeezed for him. You don't have to tell me what's wrong, but cancer. The word sounded insidious, which of course it was. Aggressive. He rubbed both hands over his face. I wasn't prepared. Rachel got the feeling he wasn't only talking about cancer. My only concern is that the shock would create a physical reaction for her. That is my only concern, Jonas said, a hint of authority returning to his voice. It was one of the things she'd admired about him the first time they met. I have to protect her, but I don't want you to go. You don't have to protect me, you know. I've done a surprisingly good job of that myself the past couple of years. It wasn't always true, but she got an A for effort. He looked at her, gaze steady. Don't I? No. Jonas nodded slowly. I'm making a mess of this. Life is a mess. She shrugged. The defensiveness had fallen away. And now she saw Jonas exactly as he was, a man in charge of everything who couldn't take charge of this. Not yet. It's always a mess. You don't make it look that way in your photos. Always so neat and clean. A smile flickered onto his face and disappeared. It's my talent. Rachel took a deep breath. She felt a pull toward him, the same pull as before, only this time she wanted to kiss him, not just be held. Would the same spark ignite between them as it had once before? Energy already thrummed beneath her skin, making her heart beat fast. Even looking at Jonas was an adrenaline rush. I have a proposal. His eyebrows shot up, a questioning expression on his face. Not that kind of proposal. She laughed, her cheeks heating. Scott stopped pushing the truck and grinned up at her, giggling too. It was infectious, irresistible, and Jonas joined in the laughter. I'm being serious. Jonas put on a straight face. Tell me what's on your mind. Rachel wanted to tell him everything. Absolutely everything that had happened over the last 2 years, but it was Christmas Day, and they'd lose the light soon. That wouldn't make for the best pictures, and now she knew the stakes were high for them both. You can't afford to miss any more of Christmas Day with your family, she said briskly, and neither can I if you want more lifestyle shots, which you know you do, so I'm going to get to work. Jonas stood, and she followed him to his feet. He was so tall, almost imposing, and Rachel was torn. She didn't feel on guard exactly, but not relaxed either. It was a delicious tension. Why did she like it so much? And the rest? We'll figure out what we need to do when it's not the biggest holiday season of the year, she told him. There's time. There's not much time, he countered. Enough to make a plan. You hired me to do a job, and that's what I'm going to do. Jonas nodded. Consider me out of your way. Yeah, right. He'd be in her way with every step she took at the resort, and Rachel didn't hate the thought. She stepped forward and reached for Scott, scooping him up into her arms. Jonas walked the two of them to the door and opened it. Rachel crossed in front of him, her arm brushing the front of his shirt, and she paused, her face mere inches from his. Blue eyes heated her from the inside out, and her breath hitched. He was close enough to kiss. Scott wriggled his legs, kicking against her. Go, Mama. He reached out one chubby hand and pointed into the hallway. Go, go, go. Her exit cue. Chapter 3. Rachel. The sunlight was perfect, filtering down through the trees at the ski resort, and Rachel snapped photo after photo, trying to make magic. Jonas didn't just want her to capture the family at Christmas. He wanted a time capsule of the entire resort and all their favorite places in it. That included the trees and the ski hills and the buildings, all of which resembled a compact alpine village in the heart of Cardinal Mountain. Mama! Scott barreled into her legs, knocking her off balance. Her lens cap fell out of her pocket, disappearing into the snow. Mama! Pue! Oh, buddy! She hissed under her breath, pulling off a glove to dig in the snow, hoping to retrieve the lens cap. This job was only slightly impossible. Why she ever thought it was a clever idea to take a toddler with her for landscape shots was beyond her. It would be so much easier to quit, aside from the complications with Jonas. She tipped her face to the sky and let the winter air cool her cheeks. The problem was the text message she'd received this morning. Her next big gig had been a wedding in February, and the couple had to cancel their wedding plans in order to fly to India to be with a sick relative and didn't know when they would return. They apologized, and when Rachel offered to return their deposit, they declined. Sit, Scott said, tugging on her jacket. Her heart ached for them. It did, but it also ached for herself. Losing the money from the wedding made it impossible to leave Elk Lodge and give up her income from this job. She couldn't quit no matter how awkward things got between her and Jonas. Rachel was kicking her past self for not asking more questions about Jonas, the man she'd slept with, and her present self for thinking she could just waltz back into Elk Lodge as if nothing had ever happened. She should have at least recognized his voice on the phone. She lifted the camera to her face and snapped a few more photos. Scott suddenly started to cry, and she turned to find he'd fallen in the snow on his side. perfectly capable of getting up but unwilling to do it, not without Mama's help. She scooped him up, tickling his chin to make him laugh. A 2-year-old did not make a photography gig easy, but they'd have to make the best of it. It wasn't like any of her problems were Scott's fault. They made their way back down to the main lodge, where Rachel half managed to get some exterior shots. Scott ran toward every flake of falling snow, this way and that, and though no cars were driving on the road, it made her nervous. Holding his hand and shooting photos was impossible, and she didn't want to take the risk of the chairlift. She managed to get photos of the ski shed, the bottom of the chairlift, and the hill from the only vantage point she had. Stopping every few minutes to take deep breaths, she tried to find a way to quell her frustration. It wasn't working. "Buddy?" Scott ran around in a tight circle at her feet, making it less and less possible to get any shots. She tried for a few more, then looked down to find her son burying his hat in the snow. "Scott, it goes on your head." He looked up at her and shook his head. "No." "And where's your other glove?" "No," he said, then delicately put several fistfuls of snow on top of the hat. "Okay." Rachel snapped her lens cap back into place and dug his hat out, which made Scott royally furious. His screams echoed over the ski hill, attracting the attention of other guests. Perfect. This could not be going any better. "Maybe we should go back inside and try for some photos there, buddy," he wailed, letting himself become a wet noodle at the end of her hand, and finally Rachel picked him up and took him into the lobby. Jonas wanted photos of the lodge with its holiday decorations too, but once they were inside, Rachel saw it for the minefield that it was. Scott wouldn't be able to leave the decorative gifts under the tree alone, and as they walked past the enormous Christmas tree, he writhed in her arms until she put him down on the floor. "Please, buddy, we'll go back to the room. We'll do something fun in just a bit, I promise," she said, whispering in his ear. Scott lay there on the floor. "Just perfect," Rachel said to no one. The last thing she needed was for him to go into a full-fledged temper tantrum, not in here. She stood close by, using the attentive but calm expression she'd learned from one of her prenatal parenting classes, and waited. "What's going on?" Jonas's voice broke into her attentive waiting, and she wanted to sink down onto the floor next to her son. Everything was already fraught with tension, and the last thing she needed was Jonas, wearing a worried expression on his face and slightly out of breath. "Are you having trouble with the landscape photos?" "No," she lied, then thought better of it. "Yes." It was always a fine balancing act, talking about her son with people who hired her. Usually things weren't so last minute. Usually she didn't take jobs that required overnight stays, let alone a week. And usually she wasn't trying to wade through the supreme awkwardness of having just revealed her son's parentage to his father and sticking around to deal with the emotional aftermath. Jonas's eyebrows knitted together. "You are?" "I am," she admitted, glancing down at Scott to make sure he was all right. Looking like a snow-suited starfish lying in the middle of the carpet in the lobby, he made her wish she was anywhere but here. "Lisa was an absolute godsend yesterday, but she wasn't available this morning, and it's too hard to keep Scott entertained while I get the shots. I don't feel like I've gotten more than a couple that do this place justice." Rachel braced for his response, fully expecting him to fire her. Instead, Jonas stepped around so that the two of them were forming a protective barrier around Scott. "I can help," he said, his words surprising her speechless.
"Jonas." The frustration was clear on her face, obvious to him from all the way across the lobby. Jonas hadn't been able to see Scott lying on the floor until he was closer, but it made perfect sense. She looked as tense as he felt. When he woke this morning, he'd every intention of speaking with his grandmother about Rachel and Scott, until he saw the text from Gabe, letting him know that she was overtired from the Christmas Day festivities and needed to rest. So, he decided to wait, which wasn't helping his own stress level. In a way, it was perfect that Rachel hadn't been able to get the shots. It would give them more time to figure things out. "Let me take you on a tour," he said, registering her surprised expression. Was this the first time she'd asked a client for help? I'll go with you to help keep Scott entertained, and you can get some good photos. And we can spend some time together with Scott. If you're sure, Rachel said, leaning down to brush a lock of hair off Scott's forehead. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I'm completely sure. I can go right now if you still want to do the photos. She straightened up, fire in her eyes. Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? Jonas waved at Helen, who was at the check-in desk, signaling for her to bring his coat out from the back room. He kept coats in several places around the resort in case he needed them. His brothers called it overkill. They were both wrong. You really don't have to do the photos, he offered in a quiet voice. He was trying to do the right thing by her. Rachel lifted her chin. No, I do need to do the photos, she said, her voice tight. I signed a contract, and I need the money. I'll pay you anyway. Name the amount. It's no object, Rachel. She blinked, and Scott stood up from the floor, crouched down, stood up again. He toddled toward the tree and plopped himself down in front of one of the wrapped boxes, patting gently at the gold ribbon wrapped around it. Rachel moved toward him, taking her eyes off Jonas at the last moment. She bent down close to Scott, not touching him, just ready, he realized, to stop the boy from ripping open the gift. Jonas wouldn't mind if he did. At this moment, he wouldn't mind if the little boy opened every one of the remaining gifts under the tree. Rachel's shoulders were tense, but it couldn't be because of Scott. She was used to this. She was prepared. It could only be because of him. Maybe she thought his offer was a bribe. It might have come off as an offer to keep her quiet about Scott, and once he thought that, he knew it was true by the set of her jaw and the thin line of her lips. Forget I said that. You're right, Jonas said, trying to backtrack a bit. Rachel's eyes met his, wary still. She put one hand down on Scott's chubby one, guiding him away from the edges of the wrapping paper. Am I? I hired you to do a job. Let's focus on getting it done right, which means I'll help entertain Scott while you take the pictures. Deal? She let out a visible breath. Deal. She scooped Scott up into her arms, and he put his arms around her neck, burying his face in her shoulder. About that tour. How about a sleigh ride? With horses? Scott perked up at that. Jonas got a thrill from his excitement, something he'd never experienced before. Some of the tension in the air dissipated as Rachel smiled, sending a wave of heat through his body and his heart racing. Jonas tried to ignore it as he put his coat on and told Scott about the horses, leading them both outside to a spot near the ski shed. While Jonas held Scott in his lap for the ride, the sleigh took them down the trails near the resort. Rachel marveled at the decorations on the trees and leaned forward to get photo after photo. Jonas found himself at the opposite end of the lens more than once, and the thought of the photos squeezed at his heart. His first memories with his son. By the time they returned to the lodge, Rachel was breathless and pink-cheeked, excited about her photos, and Scott was more than ready for a nap. But Jonas didn't want to watch them walk away. He escorted them up to her suite and held Scott while Rachel put away her gear and got herself settled. Are you comfortable here? He kept his voice low, because at some point between the lobby and here, Scott had fallen asleep on his shoulder. Do you have everything you need? He added. She put a hand on his elbow. I do. I know your restaurant meals are part of your contract, but if you need anything else, Jonas said. Room service, supplies, a spa service, anything. It's all on the house. Don't hesitate. Rachel cracked a smile, and he felt like punching a fist in the air and cheering. I love room service fries. Our chef has a great selection of dipping sauces to go with our steak fries, and don't forget to try our chocolate cake. It's fantastic. Now that does sound decadent. Scott made a small snuffling noise against his shoulder. I think this guy might be out for a while. He transferred Scott over to her arms, managing the fine art of not waking the child. enjoy your dinner, and ask me to stay, and then, get some time to yourself. I'll do that." Rachel leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. "We'll see you tomorrow for the candid shots, right?" Tomorrow seemed like 1,000 years away. "Of course." Jonas left, closing the door behind him, wishing he could stay. Tomorrow. He would do better tomorrow. No mistakes, no tension. Only family photos in his grandmother's apartment. He laughed to himself on the way back to his office. A man could dream. Chapter 4. Jonas. Jonas fell asleep with high hopes that the next day would go well, and he'd figure out a way to share the news about Scott, but his night was plagued with one bad dream after another. His grandmother disappointed with him over having unprotected sex. Her anger over shirking his parental responsibilities, even though he'd only just found out about Scott. His grandmother's health taking a disastrous turn after being hit with this emotional bombshell after everything else that had happened with his brothers. When he finally dragged himself out of bed, there was a pit in his stomach and a weight across his shoulders he couldn't shake off. An hour in the gym didn't alleviate it. The fact was, the longer Rachel stayed at the lodge and near his family, the more opportunities there would be for them to find out about Scott in a way, and at a time he couldn't control. As CEO of Elk Lodge, Jonas had always prided himself on his ability to create a lifetime of memories for all their guests, and he was determined to do that for his grandmother and brothers. They needed to get through another day, and then they'd be in a better position to sit down and figure out what to do. Right? Decision made, he showered and changed. With several hours available before the designated meeting time for portraits, he planned to take advantage of the time by working in his office. The short distance to the lodge from his private residence didn't make up for the cold, crisp air chilling him as he made his way to his office, choosing to use the stairs for the exercise. Once there, he pulled up the file on Blue Diamond Ski Resort. When they first found out that Colin Forrest had signed a contract to buy the nearby resort, Jonas knew that the potential impact on Elk Lodge could be devastating. He was relieved when the McIntyre family began proceedings to terminate the contract, and his grandmother immediately offered to buy the resort. It would be weeks before they had any news about the contract, but Jonas had already started drawing up plans to integrate the two resorts, which had been a dream of his grandparents long before Jonas was born. His phone rang, and when he saw who was calling, he grinned. Answering the phone, he tried to sound gruff. "We're still not selling, no matter how much you offer," he told his old friend Mitch Denton. Mitch laughed, which turned into a wheezing cough. "You okay?" "Fine. Getting over a cold." "Hey, Josh told me about Elin. How is everyone doing?" Jonas sat back in his chair, the tension in his shoulders pulling tight. "I don't know. We're all still in shock and treating this holiday as if it may be our last with her." His phone alerted him to a new text. "Gabe. Gran's feeling a bit better this morning and wants photos in the fireplace lounge. Did you call for a reason? I hired a photographer to take family photos, and Gabe just texted me about a change in venue." Mitch chuckled. "Uh-oh. Are they messing with your carefully constructed plans?" His phone pinged again with another text. "Gabe, we're waiting on you. You don't know the half of it, and I don't have time to get into it now. Can I call you later and we can talk about why you called?" "Absolutely. How about after the new year?" "Done." Disconnecting the call, Jonas gritted his teeth when a third text came in. "Chase. Dude, where are you?" Pushing his chair back with more force than necessary, he grabbed the armrest before it tipped over. He had to hurry so Rachel wouldn't have to face the rest of the Elkin family alone. Walking into the lounge, he realized his grandmother had a good instinct for what would look good for the photo shoot. The fireplace lounge had 2 walls of windows, and the mid-morning light cast the room in a pretty glow. It gave the whole scene a magazine layout vibe, something he needed to consider for future advertising campaigns. He made a note to talk to Anna about it, since she'd already approached him with ideas to enhance the resort's offerings for day visitors. He found Rachel standing in one corner, adjusting the settings on her camera. Scott was nowhere to be seen, more than likely with Lisa, which was the best possible solution given how rambunctious he was yesterday. Time to get started. "Brothers first," Jonas announced, loud enough for Rachel to hear. Her head snapped up, her gaze seeking him out. Her surprise quickly turned into a smile, making his heart beat faster. One by one, they each took turns in separate groups, sitting by the window and pretending to have conversations. Jonas laughed at Chase's jokes, the knot in his chest loosening with every moment that passed. Maybe it would all be fine. No sooner had he started to relax than two figures appeared in the doorway. No one else noticed the new additions as the family worked on rearranging themselves, his grandmother sitting down and everyone falling in beside her. Except for Jonas. He noticed Lisa had arrived, Scott in her arms. The moment he saw his mother, his son brightened, pushing away from the nanny and trying to get down. Rachel went over and had a hushed conversation with her. The words, "no big deal," drifted his way as he listened intently. Except it was a big deal. Lisa put Scott down, and he clung to Rachel's leg. Tana, Lindsay, and Anna made an awe noise at the side of the room, finding Scott's antic cute. Rachel shook her head and laughed, waving them into the next group shot. "If you all sit down," she said, "we'll get a few more shots, and then we'll move to more group standing poses. Remember, this is what I call planned candid, so ignore me and be as comfortable as you can. You could tell a funny story from the boy's childhood, Mrs. Elkin." His grandmother's smile lit up the room, and she reminded Rachel to call her Elin before launching into a story about the time Chase belly flopped off the high dive at a campground they'd gone to out east and had ended up with a belly burn to rival any sunburn. It was the first vacation they'd taken after their parents died, and it had served as their first step in working through their grief. Granted, to hear his grandmother speak of the trip, the brothers had been in some sort of competition to see who would end up with the most injuries. Chase had won, hands down. Jonas wanted to lose himself in the story, wanted to focus on the past, when things had been less complicated, but he couldn't. They were going to notice. Any second now, they were going to notice that the little boy in the room looked exactly like him. Or they were going to notice that Jonas couldn't stop stealing glances at Rachel. Rachel, on the other hand, showed no sign of nervousness, no fear of discovery. It was up to him to keep them distracted. So he did what he normally would do. He started directing the photos and making suggestions on sitting arrangements. When Scott started walking toward them, Jonas jumped up again. "What about some photos with just the women?" he said, dragging his brothers with him to the side of the room. He felt Rachel's eyes on him all the way. "You don't have to worry," she called out. "I'll get all the shots you need." "Don't worry." Well, he was worried. Scott made his way over to them, and Jonas met the boy halfway across the floor, waving at his brothers to make their way to the windows. "I'll join you all in a second." He took Scott by the hand and led him back toward Rachel. "Hey, kiddo, let's go over here, by your mom." "Rachel, why don't we move on to portraits of—" "Let's take 5, Rachel called. "Everybody get comfortable, and I'll be back in a few. Jonas, come with me. I need your help." The tone of her voice didn't bode well.
Rachel. Rachel snapped her lens cap back into place and took Scott from Jonas. He glanced back, the lines of tension on his face deepening as he noticed his family watching them with an unbelievable amount of suspicion. "Now would be good," she told him, keeping her smile in place. Jonas followed her out to the hall. She set Scott down, letting him wander over to a nearby alcove he was intent on exploring. After double-checking to make sure everything was safe, she turned to Jonas, taking a deep, cleansing breath. His eyes met hers but then slipped away, glancing back toward the door. How could he look so strong, so powerful, and so worried at the same time? "You're driving me insane," she declared. Shock filled his blue eyes, causing her heart to thump harder despite her irritation. "I'm trying to help." "There's a lot on the line right now." "Okay, but—" She tempered her response, realizing Jonas was nervous. For that matter, she was nervous too. This was obviously a big deal for him, his son, mingling with his family. But he had to let go and trust her if it was going to work, both the photography gig and any kind of relationship between them. It didn't necessarily have to be romantic, and he seemed like he wanted to get to know his son, but she wasn't backing down. He had to let her do her job. "I hate being micromanaged, and you're micromanaging. I've got this, Jonas. Everybody in there is having a fun time, but you're too focused on where Scott is in the room to enjoy yourself. It's coming across in every picture with you in it." Jonas let out a short breath, then ran his hands over his face. For a split second, it looked as though he was going to argue, but then the look vanished. "I'm sorry. I know I was over the top in there." She let out a burst of laughter, her own tension untwisting. "Yeah, you totally were. Is it just their reaction you're afraid of?" "I'm not afraid of it." His eyes focused on a point far away, then came back to hers. "Not exactly. I wasn't planning to tell them the news while we're taking photos. If they're not happy about it, then do you really want to be snapping pictures of that?" "Yeesh," she grimaced. Fine. He did have half of a point. Rachel didn't necessarily want to be the one capturing the moment when he told his family that he'd had a child he hadn't known about, that the child was hers, and that the child was in the room. There had to be a better way. "I missed you," Jonas's admission startled her. "What?" she asked, sure she'd heard him wrong. "I missed you after you were gone." "My job can be stressful on a good day, and we'd had such a rough year. You were totally unexpected and amazing, and then you were gone and I had no idea who you were or how to reach you. So I pretended it was no big deal and went back to work. But it was a big deal, and I never forgot you." Heat sprinted up to her cheeks. Red wasn't her best look. "I was only here for the party." It was one of Rachel's deep, secret fears, that he would never be interested in her, not that way, because they'd only spent a few hours together. She'd been trying not to have feelings for him, trying not to think about him. Surely a man like Jonas Elkin would never give a one-night stand a second thought, but his words said differently. "I remembered you for a lot longer than that." His voice was low, genuine. He leaned toward her a little and put his hands in his pockets. She'd like to think it was to restrain himself from touching her, not because she didn't want him to, because she did. More from the standpoint of a man trying to resist the attraction, to do the right thing. "I've been fixated on things at the resort. I'm used to being in control, and with you, I seem to be out of control." Rachel was used to being in control too, but hearing it come from Jonas's mouth made it seem unbearably sexy. 3 years later, and she'd make the same choice and give him control behind closed doors, let him take her to the stars once again, just not now, not when there were people watching and she had a job to do. She shoved down her desire and her irritation, which had become confusingly close to one another, placing her hands on the camera to help ground her. "Okay, here's the plan. Take me back to your place. If you want to be helpful, and you want to keep Scott a little farther from your family while I do the portraits of your grandmother and some of the others, then you can take him somewhere else and watch him. 1 blink, then 2. Really? Yes. Let him explore while I work, and then I can get your portrait when we're done or another day. I'm sure we can get a similar light if you want them to match. How does that sound?" "Candid portraits," Jonas reminded her, eyes searching hers. It was like he wanted an excuse to keep talking to her. She knew him well enough to know he wouldn't keep the others waiting for long, even if he wanted to. She laughed. "You know that's not really a thing, right? Everybody knows I'm taking the photos." "I just want to have a photo of her laughing," he admitted. It squeezed at her heart. Oh, this family, this man, They were trying so hard to hold on to their grandmother. "Got it. Hey, Scott," she called out. Her son perked up, eyes delighted. "I've got a surprise for you. Jonas is going to take you exploring." The smile on her son's face matched the one on Jonas exactly.
Chapter 5. Jonas. Today was another first for Jonas. Babysitting. His son. Talk about weird and wonderful at the same time. He wished he had someone he could share this moment with instead of hiding. Scott held his fingertips while they walked down the hall together, stopping to check out the thousands of small details that only a 2-year-old would notice. He wanted to see the trim on the doorways, touch the hinges, pick at something invisible on the carpet. It took them several minutes to make it to the elevator, and once they were inside, Scott didn't want to get off. He just wanted to push the buttons. Jonas's one advantage was that he could scoop him up and make him laugh, and then the buttons were forgotten. What were they going to do? "Door," Scott pointed out as they left the elevator. "Nuffer door." Doors fascinated him. "Hi," Scott said, clear as day, catching Jonas's attention with a devilish grin. Scott giggled, and the sound made Jonas's heart swell. Rachel had done a wonderful job. He was obviously happy and smart, not to mention curious and active. "Hi," Jonas repeated, earning him a leg hug. They made their way to the lobby, where a fire burned and Christmas music drifted down from hidden speakers. Yesterday, Scott had wanted to play with the presents by the tree, but they were real gifts meant for the staff who hadn't come in for their next shift. The gift shop would be a much better place to take his son. He scooped Scott up just to be on the safe side. "Mr. Elkin." His front desk clerk's voice held a note of panic, and he turned to see what was wrong. "What can I do for you, Elsie?" She was one of their newer employees. He was excruciatingly aware of Scott on his hip as he made his way to the desk. "Problem with reservations?" he asked. "Well, yeah." There is Elsie clicked around on her computer, going through window after window. "It's one of the VIP reservations. They just called and wanted to change their booking dates to 5 days later in February. I said they could, but another VIP party has the presidential suite on one of those days," she said, her voice rising. "I don't know why it let me do that. Something in the system didn't work right, and now..." Poor woman was close to tears. "It's all right." He watched over her shoulder. Now the calendar was blinking red, telling her that 2 reservations conflicted. "Tell you what, get them on the phone for me." She let out an audible sigh of relief and picked up her handset, dialing the number from the reservation record. Jonas personally apologized to the guest for the confusion and offered them some extra perks while he explained that they'd have to stay in the Alpine luxury suite. It was the same as the presidential, but with a corner view rather than a head-on view of the ski hills, and was a 1.5 bath instead of 2. Smoothed over in less than 5 minutes. He hung up the phone. "All done. Change them to Alpine luxury, and I'll let Gabe know that the system did something weird and ask him to check it out before he leaves." "Thank you." A smile crept back over her face. He couldn't remember where she'd worked before, but it had obviously been somewhere that made it harder to recover from mistakes like that. Jonas didn't want to run that kind of business. He brought Scott out from behind the counter, and as he rounded the corner, Jonas spotted his grandmother. She was standing at the foot of the Christmas tree, the light gently reflected on her face. They'd have to cross in front of her to get to the gift shop. Jonas took a deep breath and reminded himself not to hunch his shoulders. He wasn't hiding. As they approached, he noticed her eyes were closed, as if deep in thought. She must have sensed his presence, her eyes opening and going wide when she noticed Scott in his arms. "Well, hello, you two," she said, her eyes flicking back and forth between his face and Scott's. She smiled, but her expression was one of confusion. "Is this where you snuck off to?" Who is this sweet boy? What? Didn't she recognize him as the boy from the room upstairs? Clearly not. And in the next moment, he registered the dark circles under her eyes. His grandmother looked tired, more tired than she'd looked in recent weeks. His mother is staying at the hotel. A technical truth, though it felt wrong to say it. She wanted to take some photos, so I offered to look after him for a while. He was hedging. The question was, why? It would have been the perfect opportunity to admit the truth. They were alone, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. His grandmother laughed. "You'll do anything for the resort." She patted Scott's arm. "What's your name, honey?" "Caught," he answered, looking up at Jonas for approval. "Great job, Scott," he said, both correcting the name for his grandmother and sending a stamp of approval to his son. "His mother will be back soon." "Lovely," his grandmother murmured absently. "I just came downstairs to see the tree for a few minutes. It's been a long few days with the holiday and everyone here. Not that I mind. But your brothers do enjoy riling each other up. Perhaps it's a good thing you aren't up there too. Do you need to take a break? We could reschedule the rest of the photos for later, if you want to rest." Jonas looked around to see who wasn't busy and caught Helen's attention. The older woman had worked at the resort for years and often helped out when his grandmother required additional assistance. "How can I help you, Mr. Elkin?" Before he could answer, his grandmother spoke. "Oh, Helen, would you be a dear and walk with me back to the fireplace lounge, and then I would love a cup of tea and some of those cookies I know the chef is backing. I can smell them upstairs. Of course, Mrs. Elkin." Helen offered her arm to her. "Thank you, dear. Are you sure you wouldn't rather postpone the photos?" "No, dear," she told him, and rose on tiptoe to kiss his cheek. "You're too good to me, Jonas." "I am not. You've always been there for me. Always." The conversation had turned heavy, but then Scott made a burbling sound. They all laughed, lightening the mood all around. Leaning on Helen for support, his grandmother walked away, stopping to look at the decorations as she went. When she was out of sight, Jonas let out a deep breath. "Okay, kiddo, I think we're done here. No more run-ins for now." "Okay," Scott mimicked. "Okay, okay." The kid had a new word, and Jonas couldn't wait for Rachel to hear him say it. Chasing after Scott in a place this size was daunting. He sent a quick text message to Rachel to let her know he was taking Scott to his place and directions on how to find it, and then sent a message to the manager of the gift shop. Toys were definitely on the agenda and not something he'd have at his house. By the time they arrived, Reuben was waiting with an armload of toys and a stuffed elk that was as big as Scott. Jonas went inside, pointing out where to put everything in the living room. He dropped the diaper bag on the floor, setting Scott down on his feet. "Okay, kiddo. It's playtime." Scott crouched down among the toys, content with the plan. "Okay, okay, okay." Maybe novel words weren't so great. A few of the toys were wrapped in crinkly cellophane, which attracted Scott's attention. "Score. You see that? It's called cellophane," Jonas explained. It had been awkward out in the lobby, without a doubt, but now he felt 1,000 times more awkward. Out of his depth. What was he supposed to do with a 2-year-old? Jonas settled in on the carpet next to the things from the gift shop to watch his son play. An odd feeling settled in his chest, a sense of satisfaction. Scott seemed content, especially after Jonas discovered a cookie sealed in a plastic bag in the side pouch of the diaper bag. His son ate it contentedly, leaving half of it in the form of crumbs on the carpet. Once finished, he started running around the room in circles. Scott stopped running around the room and burst into tears, throwing his upper body onto the sofa. Instinct drove Jonas to pick him up, and Scott dropped his head onto Jonas's shoulder, his hand up by his face. Jonas decided he liked having him around. It was the unpredictability that made him nervous. Scott fidgeted a little, then relaxed, his little body melting into Jonas's chest. One thing he hadn't thought of was a crib, and by the looks of things, he needed one. And he didn't want to call over to the lodge and have one delivered, afraid it might wake Scott when they arrived to set it up. Jonas stood by the window, swaying back and forth while Scott's breathing evened out and got deeper, his hand dropping away from his face. Jonas briefly wished he'd thought to change out of his shirt and tie, but he hadn't expected him to fall asleep so readily. His arms started to go numb. Jonas eased himself toward the sofa, still swaying. Was Scott deeply asleep enough to stay sleeping if he laid him on the sofa? He had no way of knowing what to expect with his zero experience with children. The one thing he did know was that his son was safe in his arms, and that it would have to do for now, numb arms or not. Scott stayed sleeping as he lowered himself onto the sofa, shifting his body a little to readjust to Jonas's new position. Sitting there, Jonas started to drift off. He was tired, had been for weeks, months, maybe years. It was all catching up to him now. Jonas put his legs up on the sofa, trying to stretch out a bit without waking his son. He couldn't keep his eyes open. It was peaceful here, with the faint sound of air moving through his heater and the rest of the resort blocked out by the walls. In his own home, nobody was calling him for help with reservations, no fires to put out. There might be work that needed doing in his office, but it would have to wait because he was busy holding a sleeping toddler. Surely that was the most important job he could do right now. Just a few minutes, he'd rest his eyes. Then he'd wait for Scott to wake or Rachel to show up. The sunlight on his face told him it was late afternoon. Perhaps if Rachel finished the day, they could take another tour of the property, and she could get more photos. It sounded nice, just the three of them. He pictured her laughing, stretching out on the bed beneath him, whispering something in his ear that didn't quite make sense. The image was from the past, and Jonas let himself drift into it. It was a warm and welcome memory as he drifted off to sleep, unable to fight the urge to give in any longer.
Chapter 6. Rachel. The candid photo shoot earlier today had slipped in and out of a posed session, with Rachel backing away as much as she could to capture the small moments between the family members. Portraits of Elin seemed especially important to everyone, and she understood why. After Elin had taken a break, they'd spent the next 2 hours visiting her favorite parts of the resort, and Rachel let her be in the places she loved. They would be priceless photos. She knew it already. Plus, anything she didn't get today, she'd be able to get at the more formal session tomorrow. Traditional portraits, one of Rachel's favorites. The Elkin family had gradually gotten used to Rachel's quiet presence at the edge of the room and settled in to enjoy each other's company. She thanked her lucky stars that she'd invested early in her career in good camera lenses. It also helped that Elk Lodge was full of natural light, and the blue skies provided the rest. Eventually, Ellen had excused herself to rest, and they'd called it quits for the day. After putting away her equipment, she couldn't resist scrolling through the photos. Glancing at her watch, she realized another hour had slipped away, and so had the day. There were still landscape shots that needed to be taken. Jonas hadn't returned or called, and Rachel took it as a good sign. She tamped down the temptation to go find him, knowing if he needed her, he'd find her. It gave her a sense of fulfillment to think of Jonas and Scott spending time together. She headed outside, taking advantage of her freedom. Not surprisingly, she missed having Scott with her, watching and listening to him play in the snow. She made her way through the woods and up one of the trails next to the ski hills. At the top, she turned back to take a photo of the lodge, lovely in the afternoon light, making it look like something from a vacation brochure. She hoped her photos would end up on their advertising and possibly even souvenir postcards, even if people wouldn't pay much attention to the photographer's name. Don't fall in love with the place, it's just a job. She snapped a few more frames. Don't fall in love with him either. It was one thing to let Jonas develop a relationship with Scott. It was another to let her feelings get away from her and start expecting life to suddenly go the happily ever after route. The holidays were always an emotional time. They reminded her of Christmases with her family before her parents' arguing bled into what was supposed to be their happier moments. Given the circumstances, it wouldn't do them any good to get into an entanglement, especially now when Jonas's family was going through their own intense time. Except Rachel wanted to be near him. She took a deep breath and then let it out before putting her lens cap back in place. Their relationship needed to remain professional. It was the only way. She followed the instructions Jonas had texted earlier and made her way to his place. The brothers' private residences looked like something out of a magazine layout, with snow on the peaked roof and large windows that she was sure brought in incredible natural light and provided amazing views of the mountainside. Rachel patted her camera at her side, and as she climbed the steps, her heart lightened. An oversized wreath graced the front door, and Rachel paused to take in the pine scent. Time to get her son, go back to the lodge, and grab some dinner. Then the evening would be hers to look through the photos more closely and get the photo album planned and assembled. She didn't often get orders that included full albums like this one, and she loved creating physical memories that families could cherish. A peal of laughter met her at the door. Rachel stopped, her hand poised to knock as she listened. "Giddy up," she heard Jonas call out. "Want to keep riding?" Scott laughed again, and it lit her up from the inside out. She tried the door and found it unlocked. With a burst of courage, she entered in search of the fun and laughter just as they disappeared around the corner. Jonas's modern bachelor living room had been transformed. Toys were scattered from one end to the other, and the two of them were playing together on the cream-colored rug. Was that a stuffed elk? It was big enough for Scott to ride, and Jonas was at the helm, supplying the power as he pulled him around, complete with sound effects. A pang shot through her like an arrow, so strong she put a hand over her heart. This wasn't Jonas, the perfect businessman she'd met years before and met again when they first arrived at the resort. There was no buttoned shirt, no crisp slacks. He wore jeans and a heather gray t-shirt, both of which set off his mussed hair, and he was crawling on the floor, playing with Scott, their son. It took him a minute to notice her, and when he did, his face changed, brightened. "Hey," he said. "How did it go today?" It was perfect. Rachel had the strangest feeling of déjà vu, only they had never been together like this. It felt shockingly natural, like a family. "I got so many impressive shots. The album should turn out really well." Rachel searched for the perfect casual way to ask Jonas to help pack up Scott's things so they could head out. There was no uncomplicated way to end the scene she'd walked into. "One more time?" Jonas grinned down at Scott. Her son reached up to touch Jonas's face, then whipped around and grabbed the neck of the elk. Jonas swept them both up in his arms and trotted the pair around the rug, Scott squealing the whole time. When they'd completed the round, Jonas looked up at her, a laugh on his lips. "Stay for dinner?"
Jonas wanted to spend more time with his son. He wanted it despite feeling exhausted. Even the luxury of an afternoon nap hadn't washed away his weariness, but still, he wanted his son to stay, and he wanted Rachel right there with them. It seemed like the natural progression of their day together. It would give him a chance to start over with her after they'd gotten off on the wrong foot earlier that morning. She hesitated, and Jonas could practically see the thoughts whirling in her head. Rachel obviously had a plan that didn't involve dinner with him, but she was already inside, looking like she belonged. "Please," he added, "I'd love it if you would stay." It felt odd to be so vulnerable. Admitting that he wanted her to stay, that wasn't something he was in the habit of doing. Maybe he should have been, earlier on, or made an effort to find her after their night together. Well, he could only start with the present. Jonas stood and picked Scott up in his arms. If Rachel didn't want to join him for dinner, he wouldn't press the issue, but if she did, I'd like that too. Her shoulders relaxed, and a pleasant pink flush worked over her cheeks. Rachel laid her camera on the table nearby, shrugged out of her jacket and removed her boots, carrying them to the foyer. She returned seconds later, looking right at home. "What are we having?" "Well," he went through his mental list of what he had in the fridge. He'd been spending a lot of extra time at the lodge for the holidays, so it wasn't much, but there was enough to make a decent meal. "I've got pasta sauce and ground beef for meatballs." "Does Scott like spaghetti?" "He does." Rachel smiled, huge and genuine. "You have to see him covered in spaghetti. It's priceless." He laughed. "Sounds like a winner. Come here, Snugglebug." Rachel reached for Scott, and he went to her happily, cuddling down on her shoulder. The three of them headed for the kitchen. For the first time in a long time, Jonas felt relaxed. He knew his way around the kitchen, unlike the unfamiliar territory of fatherhood. He was good at cooking too. Rachel and Scott looked over his shoulder as he rolled out the meatballs and coated them in breading, then stuck a tray's worth in the oven while the noodles boiled. "Who knew?" Rachel said, leaning in to place a kiss on Scott's cheek. "Who knew what?" "Who knew that men like you could cook?" Jonas huffed a laugh. "I admit to being spoiled. Our resort chef is amazing, but I like to go through the motions, as sometimes it's the only release I get from lodge business." "I know about that." She gestured toward her camera. "There are times when I'm out there, and the rest of the world falls away." Rachel met his eyes, and he saw a determination there that spoke to something at the core of him. She was tougher now than she had been when they first met. Every part of him was in tune with Rachel, and with a curl of shock at the back of his neck, he registered how deeply attracted he was to her. It felt like fire, like lightning. This latest version of Rachel, this independent, mature, tough Rachel, was intoxicating. He shook his head, reminding himself that he was stirring the spaghetti. "What was that?" Rachel swayed back and forth, Scott on her hip. "Did something cross your mind?" "You crossed my mind," he admitted, "just in a general way." She laughed, flicking her eyes to the ceiling. Jonas focused on the food, trying to push away his desirous thoughts. He couldn't ask her to move in with him, and he couldn't suggest that they explore this new configuration of their relationship. They didn't really have a relationship, for one thing, and for another, she was still on the defensive. And a few plates of spaghetti weren't going to get them past that. He had to take it slow, like cooking. Food preparation couldn't be rushed. Neither could trust between two people. The timer rang for the meatballs, and he grabbed an oven mitt, pulling them out. Jonas tipped them into a pot of sauce and stirred. Rachel leaned in and took a deep breath. "It smells so good. Where did you learn to make meatballs like this?" "The chef." "Well, a chef. Just not ours. Don't suppose you've heard of Chef Chris?" Rachel's eyebrows shot up. "Who hasn't? He's the hottest chef on TV right now. Don't tell me you binge-watch his shows." Jonas laughed at that. "Oh, he'd love it if I ever told him that." "No, he used to come here with his family, and we all became friends. That friendship has continued through the years. His cousins are also in the hotel business, so it's good to have someone else to talk to at times." "Wait. The Dentons." Jonas nodded, and she shook her head, laughing. "Of course, you know them." "That's great. I stayed at their Seattle location. We had a suite that overlooked Puget Sound. It was gorgeous. I've been to that one too, and I agree." "So these meatballs are one of his recipes?" "Well..." Jonas paused and gave her what he hoped was a conspiratorial look. "It started out that way, but a couple times I didn't have all the ingredients, so I just winged it and decided I liked my way better. We'll be dining on a modified version of his recipe, and if you ask me, it's better than his." She tipped her head back and laughed. Their eyes caught and held, and he wanted to breathe her in. She looked beautiful standing there in his kitchen, and he wanted to remember this moment forever. "All right, Scott." Rachel looked away, breaking the spell. "Let's set the table for Daddy." Daddy. One word that managed to hook his heart, tugging him as close as he could get to the two of them. Jonas cleared his throat. "Plates are next to the fridge," he said, trying to regain composure. Rachel reached the cupboard as easily as if she'd lived there for months or years. Silverware down below. And cups. "Found them," Rachel sang out, holding one up. She and Scott went back and forth to the table until there were 3 place settings, one nudged closer to Rachel's so she could feed Scott from her lap. A high chair and a crib would be the next items on his shopping list. But for tonight, they could take turns helping Scott so they could both eat. It would be their first meal together, just the 3 of them. Sauce is ready. Jonas was firmly resolved to live in this moment instead of fantasizing about the future. Rachel had agreed to stay for dinner, giving him a few extra hours with his son and her. And for this moment, he'd make it enough.
Chapter 7. Rachel. The dinner lasted longer than she expected, and Rachel loved it. Scott had eaten so much that he'd been covered in sauce, in his hair and in his ears and everywhere. She'd given him a bath in Jonas's huge tub and put him in PJs from the diaper bag. Not long after, he'd fallen asleep on the sofa. The two of them stood over his sleeping form, watching the rise and fall of his chest as he took even breaths. "I hate to move him," Rachel said in a low voice. It was cold outside, and she didn't love the thought of waking him so soon after he'd fallen asleep. "Don't then," Jonas said. "Have a glass of wine with me." "I shouldn't," she whispered. "But you want to." "Admit it." Jonas kept his voice low, mindful of Scott. "If it's a matter of getting back to the lodge, I'll drive you when you're ready." "After wine?" She reached out and pushed him lightly on the shoulder with her fingertips. "It's a stone's throw away, but I'll wait until it's safe. Come choose your preference." "Okay, give me a second." She grabbed a couple of pillows and laid them on the floor just in case Scott rolled. "Good idea." Jonas nodded and took her by the hand. He led her into a large pantry behind his kitchen, which had shelves full of baking supplies and shelf-stable items and a big wine rack. "Oh, there's a good red," Rachel pointed, and just like that, Jonas took the bottle, opened it, and poured 2 glasses. Back in the living room, they each took a seat on either side of the sleeping toddler. An awkward silence fell. "What do you think of the holidays?" she asked. It was the first thing that came to mind. Jonas laughed and took a sip of wine. "What do you mean?" "Do you like them?" She was full of spaghetti, deliciously relaxed and ready for some not-so-serious conversation. There would be plenty of the serious kind between them. "Given how heavily decorated the resort is, your place is decidedly Spartan." Jonas looked around, as if noticing his place for the first time. "My grandparents were always intent on providing a magical experience for the guests here, especially during the holidays. Every holiday required thematic decorations, music, changes to the menu. It would get overwhelming, so I limited the decorations allowed in my office and residences, and well," he waved at the room. "I might have gone a bit too far to the opposite extreme," he finished, still chuckling. "What about you?" "Me? I'm 50-50. I like the traditions, but I don't like the pressure. When my parents divorced, Christmas lost that magical appeal, and it became all about one-upping each other." "What about Scott?" Rachel looked down at her son. "We had a tree last year. A small one. Not that he'd remember that, and this year I'd been so busy I didn't have time to set one up. Then you called about this job, and I didn't see the point of setting up a tree in my apartment when we were going to be here." Her phone rang and vibrated from the depths of her purse. Rachel jumped up, wine sloshing against the rim of the glass. "Oh, nobody calls me this late, so it's probably—" She rushed to the foyer table and grabbed her phone. Her mother's name flashed on the screen. Rachel's stomach sank as she answered the call. "Hello, Mother. Is everything okay?" "Of course it is," her mother said in clipped tones. "Why aren't you here, Rachel?" "Christmas came and went, and you never bothered to show up." Rachel blinked, one hand tight around her wine glass. "We weren't there last Christmas either, and you already know why." A pause. "I don't see how that's relevant to this year's celebration." "It's relevant, Mother. It's all relevant." Anger flared, bright and hot. When Rachel had announced her pregnancy, her mother had launched into a high-pressure campaign to convince her daughter to get married to a suitable candidate, or really anyone in the vicinity of acceptable. The last thing her senator mother wanted was for her daughter to have a baby out of wedlock. When Rachel refused, she'd been banned from the house. Nothing had changed since then. Her mother sighed as if it were Rachel who was being pushy. "It's in your best interests to at least visit for a few days." Rachel let out a bitter laugh. "I don't think it is." "It is," her mother insisted. "It's time for you to get over our past disagreements and look to the future. I know of some nice young men who would overlook the baby issue, and you could enter a stable relationship." The criticism still cut, even though Rachel tried to steel herself against it. "You could have more children in time, and you could have a more serious job than that photography studio of yours." Her mother paused, seeming to muse over something. She was more than likely thinking of her political campaigns, during which she ran on family values. Rachel being a stay-at-home mom would work well as a photo op for that, too. She was surprised her mother hadn't thought of it before. "Thanks for sharing your thoughts," Rachel said, struggling to keep her voice even. "But I'm perfectly happy with my studio." "Don't be naive, Rachel. Photography isn't enough to sustain a family, and how are you supposed to care for Scott on such an unpredictable schedule? You can't juggle it all. Parts of your life will start to slip through the cracks," she'd heard the lecture before. "I'm not marrying somebody you've handpicked just to be respectable, and so that I can come back into the family fold and stop being an embarrassment to your senatorial campaign." It was an old argument, and Rachel was tired of it. Too tired. She pushed away all her arguments and hurt feelings and the old cycles she found herself trapped in so often. "Merry Christmas, Mother." She ended the call and tossed the phone back in her purse, her hand trembling on her wine glass. "Are you okay?" Rachel turned to find Jonas standing behind her. How long had he been so close? From the expression on his face, he'd heard the entire conversation.
Jonas. Rachel flushed red as she looked down into her glass to avoid eye contact, her shoulders slumped. Jonas's heart raced at the sight of her this way, almost resigned. What had she meant about marrying someone respectable? She drew in a deep breath and gazed up at him, forcing a smile to her lips. "I'll be okay. Your mother seems to have some strong opinions." "Huh, you could say that." She shook her head, glancing over at the sofa to check on Scott, but not before he'd noticed the hurt reflected in her eyes. "I don't know why I let her upset me so much. She's been saying the same things for years. About getting married?" He frowned, gesturing for her to move back into the living room. "About everything." This time she sat on the love seat, and Jonas used the opportunity to sit next to her. He relished the heat of her body so close to his. It would be infinitely better if she wasn't upset, but then again, he wanted to comfort her, somehow. "She didn't like my major in college. She didn't like the one guy I dated in high school. Everything has always been about her ambitions." It was easy, Jonas knew, to go along with what your family wanted. The thought of her marrying someone else made his stomach churn, which was ridiculous. He didn't have any claim on her. It was only that he'd lost her once already. Tension soaked into his skin. Jonas could lose her again before he even had a chance to try. That was reality. Rachel stared straight ahead. He watched as tears gathered at the corners of her eyes. She took in a deep, shuddering breath, then blinked them away. "I can't believe I let her get to me. I only answered because I thought there might be some kind of emergency," she said, agonizing over the decision. "And there wasn't? The emergency was that I'm not married yet." She let her head fall against the back of the sofa. "She wanted me home for Christmas to meet men. And more of the same. The photography studio isn't good enough. It's not enough for Scott. And we both know what she means by that. I don't, he admitted. She means that I'm not good enough for Scott. He put his fingertips on her chin and turned her face toward his. You are good enough for Scott. You are such a good mom. It took the breath out of him to say it, but it was true. You're amazing and strong and resilient, and I believe in you. Rachel searched his eyes as if she could find proof there. That means a lot to me. Her voice was thick with emotion. It's just that I know how quickly people can go from saying they believe in you to saying that they don't think you can handle a situation, until they want to make the decisions for you. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, there was no sign of her tears. You're astonishing, he said, blown away by her self-control. This earned him a slow smile. I am? Yes. In 100 different ways. He'd seen it before, but only a glimpse of it, and now regret drilled into him. How had he let her walk away from that hotel room? What an incredible oversight. The both of you are. This swung their attention back to Scott, who slept peacefully on his belly on the sofa, a light blanket curling around his waist. He had one fist tucked up by his face, and his chest rose and fell in a gentle rhythm that calmed Jonas. He'd missed a lot of moments like this with Scott, just watching him be in the world. 2 years' worth. He is amazing, Rachel agreed. Something shimmered in the air between them. Was it all the lost time, or a glimpse of a potential future? Jonas felt blinded by it, overtaken, and he took a deep breath to clear his mind. More wine? Rachel glanced over to him at the offer, pressing her lips together in a hint of a smile. I want more wine, but I think I might want something more, she said, pink gracing her cheeks. Oh, what would that be? He suddenly felt like a teen on his first date, and he didn't want to screw this up. She set her wine glass on the table and then reached for his, setting it down next to hers before turning to face him and placing her hand on his chest. Is it bad that I've been thinking about kissing you again from the moment I realized you were you? Jonas took her hand, lifting it to his lips to kiss the tips of her fingers. I've had the same thoughts. Before he could finish, Rachel was leaning into him, and they were kissing. He groaned quietly, not wanting to wake Scott, and wrapped his arms around her, holding her tightly against his side. She parted her lips, and he deepened the kiss, pulling a moan from her. This was better than he remembered, and even though a part of him knew they'd have to stop, he didn't want it to end. Rachel pressed her palm against his chest, and he was sure she could feel how fast his heart was racing. He wanted her to straddle his lap, to ride him, and just as he was about to suggest it, there was a small noise coming from the other sofa, making them both freeze. Looking over at Scott, they could see he was fast asleep, but the mood had shifted. Rachel pressed her head against his shoulder, chuckling. Maybe it's time we called it a night. The little guy needs to go back to my suite and his own bed. Kissing the top of her head, he gave her a quick hug. I'll start the car.
Chapter 8. Rachel. Rachel looked up as Jonas entered the suite, the late-morning chill still clinging to his jacket as he drew near. She tried not to think about what they almost did last night, except that it had been on her mind. Constantly. What would have happened if they hadn't stopped? She pushed the thoughts away as Jonas chuckled. The print shop is getting tired of me, he joked, putting the bag down on the sofa. Scott was sleeping in the bedroom, his daily nap a good opportunity for her to work on the album. Hopefully, they won't have to deal with you too many more times. I'm leaving room at the back for the rest of the photos, and we can be smarter about choosing them before they get printed for the next round. Jonas had already been by 3 times this morning for more photos they'd decided to add to the book. Elk Lodge had a printer, of course, but the photo paper wasn't archival quality. Once Rachel had pointed that out, Jonas had volunteered to go into town. He wasn't going to give his grandmother anything less than the best. What do you think? She held up the spread she'd been working on. Rachel had tapped into her years on her high school's yearbook staff as she heard her instructor's advice for page layouts in her head. As part of the present Jonas was masterminding, she would provide them with a printed book after the holidays, 2 versions, one handmade and one bound. The shipping times on the coffee table photo book were too long to have it here by New Year's. Part of her was glad for the chance to have one final interaction with Jonas and his family, but right now, she didn't want to think about this project ending. Jonas kicked off his boots and moved to stand beside her at the desk where she was working. His hand came down on her shoulder, gentle and strong, and it took everything she had not to lean into it and lean into him. It must be the holidays getting to her head. Everyone wanted closeness and warmth this time of year, so it was only natural. It had nothing to do with how ridiculously attractive he was, or the hard fall of his muscles beneath his gray sweater that brought out his blue eyes, or how good the man could kiss. She cleared her throat, thankful he couldn't hear what she was thinking. "It looks great," he commented, after a long look at the pages. "She's going to love it." It seemed like Jonas wasn't saying everything he wanted to say. He went over to the sofa and sank down into it, and Rachel swiveled to face him. "What's on your mind?" "There's been a change of plans for the photos tonight," he said lightly, but the way he watched her left her thinking it wasn't such an easy decision. "I thought we'd have the portraits taken at dinner instead of in the lounge." "At dinner?" Her nerves fired up. Rachel had taken many pictures at formal meals before. So why the prickling sensation at the back of her neck? "I'm happy to take the photos wherever you want." Jonas pushed a hand through his hair. "I'd actually like you to come to dinner with the family." "Oh, how will I take photos if I'm eating?" This wasn't at all what she expected. "We can take them beforehand or after. Probably before, so everyone doesn't feel overfull while we're arranging ourselves for portraits." A smile flashed across his face, so intensely beautiful that Rachel's knees went weak even though she was sitting. She had to get a grip. They hadn't spoken about the kiss, and he'd been nothing but a gentleman all morning. She didn't want to spoil their time together if it turned out that he regretted it. "Scott might have a tough time sitting through dinner," she pointed out. "And I thought you didn't want them to see much of him?" "I thought he could stay with Lisa. There's no need to make a big announcement about Scott or us just yet, don't you think?" Rachel swallowed hard, emotion coming to grip her throat. But which emotion? Part of her was reassured. There wouldn't be any awkward discussions while she was working, and part of her was disappointed. The way things had gone last night had been wonderful. She loved spending time with him in his house. After she'd put Scott in his crib and crawled into bed, she'd been filled with a warmth she hadn't felt in a long time. "We could do that," she agreed. "You don't seem convinced." Jonas's eyes swept over hers. "If this plan doesn't work for you, then tell me, I'll change it." That made her breath catch. Jonas was a client, but obviously he was more than that. And obviously it was complicated. Way more complicated. "There's nothing you need to change," she insisted. "Whatever works best for your family is what we'll do. You're my family too, in a way." Rachel's heart stopped, then stuttered to a start again. Of all the things she'd expected when she signed on for a rush holiday job like this, an intense conversation of this nature hadn't been one of them. Jonas looked away. Maybe that was going too far. "What I meant is that I want what's comfortable for you too. And Scott. We're still working on this project together and it won't be finished for a few days, right?" He was trying to back out of the unexpected admission. "That's right. We still haven't taken all the photos. This is supposed to go through New Year's. You wanted those too, if I remember correctly." "Yes," he said firmly. "I want all of them." "Okay," she said, trying to regain some equilibrium. It was as if he were saying one thing and thinking another. "Okay, photos at dinner tonight. More photos tomorrow, and I'll keep working on the book until New Year's." Those words were tougher than others. "You'll have the whole holiday season captured and in the album by the time I leave." "Perfect," Jonas said. "Perfect," she echoed. "And we won't mention that kiss again," but she didn't voice that out loud. "Da-da-da-da," Scott called out from the bedroom, letting the grown-ups know he was awake. "Oh," Jonas started upright, joy bright in his eyes. I know he's not calling me, but it sure sounds like it. Maybe he is, she said, smiling. Go and get him. She waved Jonas off and turned back to the photos she was working on, her heart beating fast. If she wanted Jonas to make some announcement about Scott, would he do it? That was what it sounded like. But the last thing she wanted was to put fractures in the middle of what could be their last family holiday together. She closed her eyes against the sunlight streaming through the windows and took another deep breath, then another. Nothing had to be decided right now. They still had time. Mama, Scott said when they came into the room. Rachel opened her eyes. Jonas stood there, cradling his son in his arms. Scott had his fists in Jonas's shirt and was playing with his collar, looking as relaxed as she'd ever seen him. Comfortable. Could their lives really go on without him after all was said and done? Rachel wasn't so sure. Mama, he said again, and father and son grinned at her, looking so much alike that it took her breath away. Come here, buddy. She held out her arms to her son, and Jonas bent down, putting Scott carefully on the floor and helping him keep his balance. Within seconds, her son started across the carpet toward her. Rachel swept him up in her arms for a hug. He still had his baby sweetness about him, his body warm from the nap, and after a moment, he popped his head up from her shoulder and put his hands on her face. Love you, he said. It wasn't the first time Scott had said the words to her, but it had been a while, and it delighted her down to the core. I love you too, Rachel said, catching Jonas's eyes over Scott's head. A thrum went through her, a shimmering, lifted feeling. Oh no, she couldn't be falling for him now. Not again. 3 years ago, she'd tumbled into bed with him, intoxicated by the sight, scent, and sound of his very essence, and after one kiss, brief at best, she was doing it again. Jonas crossed the room and stood in front of the window, sunlight spilling down on his carved features. What do you say, Rachel? Should we go for a walk? Her first instinct was to refuse. She still had a job to do, and she was starting to worry about her growing feelings for Jonas. Yep, Scott said, clapping his hands as he squirmed down from her lap and ran to his father. Jonas caught the little boy's hand in his. Or Scott and I could go for a walk, he added. If you wanted more time by yourself, that is. No. She stood up and grabbed her camera. The lighting is beautiful outside. Let's go. I'll get some shots and combine a little fun with work. The three of them bundled up and went out into the snow. Scott's feet sank into it, and he laughed, trying to run ahead and falling. Jonas followed closely, picking him up whenever he needed a lift, and holding his son's hand as they went down a trail at the side of the ski hill. The way the sunlight filtered through the trees and landed on the pair called out to Rachel. She lifted the camera to her face and took photo after photo of Jonas and Scott. She knew by instinct they would turn out gorgeous, and that they would be priceless memories of things that could have been. Her throat tightened at the thought that she might not have another chance to get pictures of them together so easily. It never occurred to her before, not really. All throughout her pregnancy, she had assumed there was no way to get in touch with her baby's father. It had been upsetting and sad, sure, but she'd put those feelings away when Scott was born. With a newborn, there was no time to mope around thinking about the family they didn't have. Only long nights and long days that were still filled with moments of such deep joy. And wasn't joy better when it was shared? Jonas picked Scott up, holding him up in the sun. It was a classic parent-child pose. She used it all the time at family shoots, and she knew that Jonas would treasure this. Rachel could already see it in a frame on the mantel in his living room. What else, though? What about the three of them? She shook her head, clearing the thoughts away. One spaghetti dinner and an unforgettable kiss wasn't a pact to remain together. Jonas looked back at her. What about you? What about me? She asked. Don't you want some photos? He put Scott on his hip like he'd done it 100 times, completely at ease. Come on, be in the pictures. Rachel held the camera close to her chest. I don't know about that. Jonas grinned at her from underneath the winter hat he wore, a blue and white cabled pattern with a puff on the top. This might surprise you, but I know my way around a camera enough to take some photos. Are the settings where you want them? Yes. Scott leaned toward her. Rachel handed Jonas the camera and took her son in her arms. She moved off, her heart beating hard in her throat. It was strange, hearing the shudder of her own camera and not being behind it. Rachel didn't want to think about it, preferring to be in the moment, to enjoy the fall of light on her son's hair and the laughter in his blue eyes. She rubbed her nose against his, the sound of the shutter clicking barely registering. It would be an incredible picture, and one she'd treasure. She put Scott back on his feet and held his mitten-covered hands in hers, turning them around to face Jonas. He had the camera up to his face, but it didn't hide Jonas's wide smile. "The two of you look great," he called out. "Absolutely beautiful."
Chapter 9. Jonas. Jonas had gone to bed feeling positive about the evening. The dinner went well, with her taking formal portraits of the family together. They'd been a good team. He'd taken nice photos of her with Scott, and she hadn't seemed uncomfortable while taking the family portraits. The only problem had been that he'd missed Scott. Jonas half regretted not inviting him to the dinner, but he was positive it was for the best. With everyone there, including his brother's girlfriends and Lindsay, his grandmother had been exhausted by the time they'd called it a night. He'd been the last to leave, and Jonas had half hoped that Rachel had waited for him, but she was already gone. So rather than go to her suite and risk disturbing them, he headed home. Their kiss the other night still weighed heavily on him, especially since they hadn't talked about it. Even though Rachel had been the one to initiate it, he worried that he'd gone too far, or maybe not far enough. He couldn't stand not knowing. Today was a new day and another photo shoot. One that started with a holiday lunch for no other reason than it was winter, and they were all living in limbo between Christmas and New Year's. Nobody had plans, and everyone was on board with the lunch he suggested. He'd also let it slip that the photographer and her son would be invited just to pave the way. Rachel could take more photos, and he felt like he needed to make up for not inviting Scott to dinner. Jonas knocked lightly before entering Rachel's suite 15 minutes before they were due at his grandmother's apartment. "Hi," she said, looking flustered and beautiful as she patted at her hair, which was in an elegant knot at the back of her neck. "Are you sure about this? Come in a minute. I'm almost ready." He stepped farther inside, taking in the scene, the photo album neatly perched on the desk, and Scott playing with a set of blocks in the center of the rug in the living area. The door swung shut behind them. "Am I sure about what?" "Having us at lunch. Scott stayed with Lisa last night, and it worked out well." "What changed?" Jonas took a deep breath. "What changed is that I think you should both be there. You've been taking photos for days now, and you'll be taking them through the new year, and there's no use pretending that you don't have Scott with you." Rachel narrowed her eyes, searching his. "They're going to ask questions." "Nobody's going to ask questions," he insisted, wanting so much to take her in his arms that it hurt. "They already know he's here. The formal portraits are done. Do you have other plans to eat?" "No," she admitted, smiling a little. "I just want to be sure." "I'm sure." He caught her hand in his and tugged her closer before pulling her into a hug. He could feel her tense shoulders relax slightly before she stepped back. Rachel's gaze snapped up to his, her cheeks flushing. A beat passed. Then she stepped back close to him, her lips lightly brushing his. "Okay," she said, before whirling around. "Scott, look who's here." He twisted around from his blocks, saw Jonas, and came running so quickly he stumbled over a stray toy and tumbled onto the carpet. Scott popped right back up, a grin in place. "Hi, kiddo," Jonas said. "Hi." Hi, Scott was a bundle of energy, jumping into his arms with such force, it surprised Jonas. "Want to go have some lunch?" Jonas loved watching the different faces his son made, some serious and some comical, but they all made him laugh. "Yep." Scott pointed to the door. Rachel stepped to his side, patting her son warmly on the elbow. "Let's go, buddy." "Yay," Scott squealed, but stayed put in Jonas's arms, something that made his heart swell with love. 15 minutes later, they stepped inside his grandmother's apartment, which was teeming with activity. The rest of the family were already gathered around the big table in the dining room. The tension went out of Jonas's shoulders. Oddly, he liked these kinds of meals, the ones that happened in the space between planned events. There was something more relaxing about them, not so much pressure. And as much as his brothers frustrated him at times, he really did miss having them around and hoped they'd both agree to stay. He introduced Scott to the group, and then the three of them sat at one end of the table near Tana and Lindsay. Tana immediately struck up a conversation with Rachel, hoping she'd get some action shots of Lindsay on the hills. "I could try," Rachel laughed. "I haven't done much sports photography, but if we get a chance, I'll take some photos. I'm sure we can get a few decent ones." The conversation flowed smoothly through the lunch. His brothers reminisced about Christmases past. Gabe told a story about the year he got his first game system and stayed up all night playing it, only to feel so sick from lack of sleep the next morning that he didn't play again for 2 weeks. Chase talked about sneaking out early to ski before it was light and falling over a divot in the snow. Through it all, Jonas caught a few thoughtful looks from his brothers, and his grandmother propped her chin on her hand, watching Scott with interest as he ate. Rachel held Scott on her lap and listened, a soft smile on her face, not seeming to notice any of the interest she was garnering. "What do you normally do for Christmas when you're not on last-minute jobs?" he asked her in a low voice, while the others chattered on about favorite gifts and Christmas-time treats. "Oh," Rachel snuggled Scott in close. "We keep it pretty low-key. This year Scott opened a gift early, and then we headed here." "Really?" "Yeah," she said lightly. "I don't visit my parents at Christmas anymore, and the friend group was celebrating on the evening of Christmas, so we missed it. But we'll go next year." Scott picked up a crouton from his plate and chewed it. "No, that's not good enough." She whipped her head around, eyebrows raised. "What's not good enough?" "You need a real Christmas." Jonas had never been sure of anything in his life. This coming from the guy who has no decorations in his house? He could tell she was teasing, but he didn't have a chance to respond. "I hate to cut this short," his grandmother said, regret lacing her voice. "But I'm tired. It's been a busy few days, and I need to rest." They all got up in a chorus of reassurances. Rachel thanked everyone for the meal and the company. She headed for the door with graceful speed, but Jonas caught her by the elbow. "Meet me at my place in 2 hours?" A curious light came to her eyes, and she glanced behind him to where the rest of his family was beginning to filter out. "All right," she said. "See you then." It was the busiest 2 hours of his life. Starting with a quick inventory of any unused holiday decorations that were easily accessible, and then a quick meeting with some of his staff to coordinate the details for the crazy idea he wanted to put into action. He rushed back to his house to prepare things on his end. Jonas barely made it. Rachel knocked just as he put the star on the top of the tree he'd found in storage. "Come in," he hollered. "It's unlocked." Rachel came in on a stiff breeze, Scott in her arms, his cheeks pink from the cold. "I'm dying to know. What did you—" Oh, she'd come into the living room, and all the decorations he'd set out reflected back to him in her eyes, the twinkling lights and shimmering ornaments on the tree, the little pile of gifts underneath, the soft Christmas music playing from his sound system. "It's a few days late." He held out a hand to her, ushering her farther into the room. "But I hope this will do." "Jonas," she said in hushed tones, "you didn't have to do this. Our Christmas was completely fine. It was—" "Down," Scott demanded. "Down." He struggled out of Rachel's arms and went to the tree, his little face shining with awe. He cupped one of the lights on the branches in both hands, then crouched down to look at the wrapped gifts. Scott reached out with one hand to push at the paper, then spun to look questioningly at Jonas. "Go ahead, kiddo." He dropped to the carpet next to Scott, and Rachel followed. The three of them were sitting in the glow of the tree while Scott tore into the gift that Jonas handed him. He ripped the paper away, piece by piece, then hugged the cardboard box to his chest. "Can I help you open that up?" Jonas asked, laughing, but Scott wouldn't let him have it. "It's a ball," he told Rachel. "I have something for you, too." "Jonas, you really don't—" He reached across Scott and pulled a package from underneath the tree. "Open it." She bit her lip and ripped open the paper, revealing a cozy sweater with an elk across the front. Rachel threw her head back and laughed, gorgeous in the twinkling light. "I'm putting this on right now." "Thank you." Her eyes met his with incredible warmth, and then she was pulling it on, tugging it down over her shirt. "Give me a second." Jonas stood up and reached for the sweater he left on the chair and quickly pulled it on before he changed his mind. Turning back around, the look of absolute delight on her face made his day. "We need a picture," Jonas announced. She pulled Scott into her lap and grinned, and he turned to sit next to them. He knew in that instant that he would always remember the sound of Rachel's laughter as he took the photo. "Oh, it's good," she said, leaning close as they looked at the photo on his phone. "We look happy." Nobody was happier than Scott, who marveled at the two other gifts. The paper held a certain fascination for him, probably the sound of it ripping, and he demolished the gifts down to their wrapping. One was a teddy bear that sang when you pushed its foot, and it was still in its cardboard packaging. Scott wouldn't let Jonas have it long enough to cut it free of the plastic ties. Instead, he tucked it under his arm and carried it around, cardboard and all, while he ran in circles around the living room. Every second or third pass, he stopped again by the tree to lean in and see the lights. Joy. It was pure joy, and Jonas leaned back on his hands, marveling at the sight. Every heartbeat pulled him closer until he felt overwhelmed with emotion. The lightness in his chest, it had to be love. There was no other explanation. It was as piercing and as true as anything he'd ever felt. He took Rachel's hand and brushed his lips across her knuckles. "Thank you." He looked into her eyes as he said it. It was as if all the electricity in the universe had centered between the two of them. "Thank you so much for coming over." She blinked, cheeks flushing. "You're welcome." She squeezed his hand. "I didn't know you felt so strongly about Christmas, considering you didn't decorate." "I feel strongly about you," he said. "About both of you having a good Christmas." "This is lovely," she whispered, then cleared her throat. He couldn't let them leave. Or he couldn't let them leave without at least offering them space in his home. They belonged here. "Please stay the night," he asked, losing all the cool that usually accompanied him to his job and through his life. "Where would Scott sleep?" Her teeth gnawed at her lower lip. "I don't know if there's a safe space for him here, and I don't want you to have to rearrange your entire life just to fit us in." "My entire life," he laughed. "I had a crib brought over from the lodge. It's already in my spare bedroom." Scott stopped by the tree and rubbed at his eyes, a good indication they needed to fix dinner. It wouldn't be long before he'd be ready for bed. Rachel rubbed his back in small circles, then gathered him in. Okay. At her nod, he leaned down to kiss the top of Scott's head and squeezed her hand. "Dinner is already prepped. I just need to heat it in the oven." "Oh, is this another Chef Chris specialty?" Jonas laughed. "It is, but I didn't put it together. I asked the chef to take care of it, so we know it'll taste great." After dinner, Scott was more than ready for bed. "Time to lie down," Rachel said softly as she carried him to the bedroom. Jonas hung back, watching as she pulled his PJs from the diaper bag, changed him, and then helped him brush his teeth. He dropped a kiss on Scott's forehead, letting Rachel lay him down in the crib. When she started to sing him a lullaby, Jonas stepped down the hall and took a seat at the edge of his bed. A few minutes later, Rachel appeared in the doorway, looking as luscious as he'd ever seen her, a fire in her eyes. She came in confidently, pushing his knees apart to stand in the space between his legs. "Thank you for all the gifts," she said, heat in her voice. "But Jonas..." His breath stopped. "Yeah? There's something else I want to unwrap." He put his hands on her waist. "What is it?" "You."
Chapter 10. Rachel. The fact was, Rachel wanted him. She'd wanted him from the moment she first saw him 3 years ago. She wanted him the other night when she kissed him, and she definitely wanted him now. This man had created a late Christmas for her just because she hadn't had time to do it herself. Jonas's hands tightened on her waist as she leaned down, letting her fingers graze across his shoulders as she kissed him. He tasted good, like mint and hope and something slightly forbidden. Should she have agreed to spend the night? Maybe not, but her desire was too powerful to be ignored. Jonas groaned into her mouth. "You have no idea how much I've wanted to do this," he said against her lips. "I have some idea," she answered. He pulled her close then, and she was lost. Lost in the stubble at his chin, and the strength of his muscles, and the way his clothes fit against his skin so effortlessly. She was jealous of those clothes. The next time they came up for air, she tugged his sweater off, then his shirt. She ran her fingertips down his abs, a memory surfacing of another time she'd done this. "Wow," she breathed. "Wow." Jonas looked down at her fingertips against his skin. "We're not even," he said, moving in to pull Rachel onto the bed as he started to strip off her clothes hungrily. Jonas leaned down and kissed her collarbone, then the hollow of her neck, then worked his way down her torso. It was only sex, she thought hazily. Only sex, and nothing else. The huge feelings that rolled through her like thunder were momentary impulses. No, that was a lie. She knew it was a lie more with every touch of his hands against her skin. She'd never stopped thinking about Jonas, or dreaming about him, of what this moment would be like. That made him dangerous. He was a beautiful threat to her independence. What if he turned out to be controlling, like her mother, or a jerk like her ex? It was hard to focus on any of that with Jonas turning her inside out. It had been so long since she'd felt him like this, but it came back to her like it was yesterday. How had she ever been able to live without this? Without him? With another kiss, all her conflicted emotions fell away, and a kind of electric peace came over her. A laugh bubbled up. Why did it feel so intense, yet so right? More. She wanted more. Nothing could be better than the way they fit together. He held her tightly, kissing her senseless. If she didn't get more, she would combust. When they finished, Jonas took her in his arms, breathing fast. After a minute, he got up and went to the bathroom, returning a few minutes later with a wet washcloth. He dipped it between her legs, then patted her dry with a towel. Rachel nuzzled into him, and he held her close as he crawled back into bed under the covers. They lay like that in silence, basking in the afterglow of what they'd just shared. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you who I was," Jonas said, tracing his thumb across her jawline. She swam back up out of the sea of hazy pleasure. "I know who you are now. I didn't tell you because I thought this lodge would be my entire life. My parents died when I was young, and my grandparents raised us, which you know. Since I was in high school, there was always the expectation that I would take over. My grandmother..." His mouth quirked in a smile. "I thought she'd want all of us to focus on the family more than anything. But now that my brothers have found love, and I've found that I have a family..." His hand stroked down her arm. "I didn't tell you because I thought I could never feel anything like I feel right now." His vulnerability crashed into her, unlocking something at the center of her chest. "There are things I didn't tell you too," she admitted softly. Tell me now." There was no judgment in his voice, only warmth. Rachel took a deep breath. "I was engaged to get married. His name was Daniel. My mother had picked him out for me, and I let her talk me into it. Into him. A week before our wedding, I caught him cheating, and he acted like it was no big deal. So I called it off. My best friend had been invited to a party here at Elk Lodge, and she brought me as her +1. It came back to her in jarring memories, ones Rachel had worked hard to forget. Daniel was a jerk. He was like my mother. He wanted to control everything I did while still doing whatever he wanted. Oh, Rachel, I almost didn't come here that night. Annabeth arrived at my place, and I was dressed for bed. She grinned at the memory of her friend tearing through her closet to find an outfit for her to wear. My mother was furious with me. She'd been the mayor of our hometown for years and was in the middle of a senatorial run. Rachel laughed. She's in the middle of one now, too. A weight had lifted from her shoulders. The more she spoke, the lighter it got. Anyway, when I was at Elk Lodge, I saw you, and you looked like a safe place. The same way you do now, she felt, in a way, like she was putting her heart in her hands and showing it to Jonas in all its beauty and imperfection. But that's why I didn't get your number afterward. I didn't want to ruin anything. I didn't want the perfect fantasy to be ruined for us. Jonas made a noise in the back of his throat. And then you got here and I ruined it. Not completely. He laughed, the sound a rumble against her skin. I didn't love it when you took charge and wanted to hide Scott and all those things. It reminded me of my ex. But now that I know you a little more and know about your family, I can see why you did. Was she too forgiving? Too vulnerable? It just felt so good to trust him, so peaceful. I'm sorry, Jonas said, pulling her closer and kissing her temple. Truly. I'm sorry about that. He offered no excuses and didn't run from the confession. I'm sorry for something else, too. What is it? She asked. He stared up toward the ceiling, blowing out a quick breath. That I want you so much. Rachel trailed a hand down the front of his body and found him already hard, though they'd just finished their first round of sex a few minutes ago. I'm not sorry, she said. She swung one of her legs over him and straddled his body. He ran his hands up the sides of her waist, grinning at her. I'm not sorry at all, she repeated, rocking back against his length. It was like Christmas all over. The lights coming on, the fire starting. Don't be sorry, Jonas. If you're sure, he said, his eyes locked on hers. Such a gorgeous man, such a gorgeous room, such a gorgeous place. Was it so bad to let herself live in the moment? It was too much, too trusting. But when Jonas entered her again, all her fears melted, taken over by desire, and Rachel let go.
Chapter 11. Jonas. A knock at the front door woke Jonas from a sound sleep. He rolled over onto a cooler part of the mattress and rubbed his face. Did he imagine the knock? It came again. Rachel didn't stir. He listened hard for any sound from the spare bedroom down the hall. Nothing. Scott was still fast asleep. Jonas crept out of bed at top speed, throwing on a pair of sweats and a long-sleeved shirt, the first available from the dresser. The cold hallway floor against his feet made him wish he'd taken enough time to put on socks. He pulled open the door. Good morning. We need to talk. Chase stood there in his oversized parka, the hood pulled up over his head. Jonas stared at him. Right now? A high, cheerful peep from the spare bedroom alerted him that Scott had awakened. Jonas's stomach plummeted. You'll have to come in. He ignored Chase's wide-eyed expression and ushered him inside. I'll be right back. Before Chase could answer, he headed up the stairs to the second floor 2 at a time. There was no sound coming from his bedroom, a good indication Rachel was still asleep. Jonas found Scott standing in the crib, grinning at him. He swept his son up into his arms, emotion tightening his chest. It was a first-of-its-kind moment, and the last thing he wanted to interrupt the moment was having to deal with whatever it was his brother found important at this hour of the morning. Jonas noted Chase had taken off his parka and seated himself on the sofa and was staring at the new Christmas decorations. He didn't stop to answer the questioning look on his brother's face, but headed for the kitchen to get Scott a sippy cup full of milk. Jonas settled into the love seat opposite where Chase sat, his brother watching them closely. Gradually, his expression turned to a dawning recognition. He knew the truth. "That little boy has your eyes," Chase commented casually. "Yeah," Jonas said. His heart burned in his chest. This was the conversation he'd been trying to avoid since Christmas Day, and in all that time, he still hadn't settled on exactly what he was going to say. "I thought you were just sleeping with Rachel." Chase cocked his head to the side. "The way you've been looking at her is a dead giveaway. But now it looks like—" He gestured to Scott. "What's the deal?" "It's really none of your business." No matter how much he didn't want to be talking about this, Jonas forced his body to stay relaxed. It was as if he had some instinct to stay calm, to protect Scott from any agitation. "What's happened in my life belongs to me, not the rest of you." Chase put both hands through his hair. He'd come back to Elk Lodge not long ago, after his ski career collapsed, and he was rudderless, his leg hurting him and his heart bleak. "I don't understand how this could have happened." "Well, when two people come together and— Yeah, you know what I mean. I'm talking about you, Mr. Straight-Laced, and by the book, life happened." Anger pricked at the back of his neck. Things happened, like Chase's relationship with Tana, which had happened fast and which Jonas hadn't been thrilled about. Not that he didn't like Tana, because he did. She was a great ski instructor. But Chase had become a bit of a player when he started competing professionally, and Jonas didn't want to deal with the aftermath when his brother eventually screwed things up with her. And yet, Chase was here, confronting him about Rachel. "It's not like you," Chase said, keeping his voice even, confusion written on his face. "You don't keep secrets like this." "Why now?" Jonas swallowed another flash of irritation. He'd needed them to look up to him over the years, to listen to him, for the good of the family and the good of the resort. That had been hard enough to maintain, especially with Gabe. His brother had left as soon as humanly possible, and only showed up this year because of their grandmother's diagnosis. "I'm disappointed, honestly," Chase said, his hands open on his lap. "You've been pushy with us for years about how our behavior reflects on the family and Elk Lodge, but now you want us to turn a blind eye to your own indiscretions." "First of all," Jonas struggled for control. Scott readjusted in his arms, still drinking from the sippy cup, unaware of the thick tension in the room. "Scott is not an indiscretion, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't bring this up with grandmother." "What? You can't have it both ways, Jonas. Either he's a secret, or he's not. When do you plan on letting her know?" Chase narrowed his eyes. "Or are you planning on waiting until she passes away to bring your son's existence to light?" "I don't know," Jonas snapped. "Is that what you want to hear?" "I don't know what I'm going to do or say, or when I'm going to say it. If I recall, you also kept us in the dark about someone close to you until the time was right. Maybe in this situation, the time will never be right." "Good morning," Rachel's soft voice cut through his soul, and a chill ran down his spine. How long had she been standing there? She padded across the living room and held out her arms to Scott, who beamed at her and leaned forward to scramble into her arms. "We'll get out of your way." "No," Chase stood up. "I'll get out of your way. I shouldn't have come." Jonas stood too, at a loss for what to say or who to follow. Rachel was heading back up the stairs, and Chase was making a hasty exit, pulling his coat on as he went. "Stop," he said, calling after his brother. "Wait." "We'll talk later," Chase said. "That's what you want, isn't it?" He opened the door and stepped out into the morning light. and then he was gone. Jonas stood for a heartbeat in the middle of the living room. The meeting between brothers hadn't gone well. And now, he was left to face Rachel. He climbed the stairs after her and found them in the spare bedroom, Scott playing on the bed while Rachel tugged a shirt over his head. "Go soon, buddy," she was saying. "Go, go, go," Scott repeated. Jonas's mind was a storm. Don't go. He didn't want her to leave, not even a little. The closeness from the night before had been shut off, hidden behind a closed door. But that couldn't be the end of it. His brothers couldn't be allowed to dictate the relationship. He could not let them take this chance from him. "Talk to me," Jonas said. She looked over her shoulder at him, her eyes bright with hurt. Rachel gave him a brave smile anyway. "You know, if you don't want your grandmother to find out about us, then we shouldn't risk the gossip. I don't think it's a good idea for us to stay any longer. What I said down there," he was at loose ends. "What I meant was that I need a better plan when it comes to telling my grandmother about us. And the way I said it came out wrong. I didn't expect Chase to come over here. I didn't expect them to know about Scott or us." "It's okay." Her answer wasn't convincing. "I know how hard this is for you. The timing. But I know what's good for me too. I know I can't stay here while you struggle to keep me hidden and fight with your brothers." Rachel's eyes glistened. "Really, Jonas, I think we have enough photos to make a wonderful album. You can take some of your own photos on New Year's, and I'll be happy to add them in. It's just, I don't think we should stay." "We can't stay," she said more firmly. It reminded him of every anxiety he'd had as a child, as powerfully as if he were experiencing them all over again. It had started with the car accident. His parents had both died, and everything after that was a whirlwind of trying to get any sense of stability. If their car could go off the road, then anything could happen at the resort. Jonas hadn't expected that this specific scenario, the one in which his one-night stand reappeared in his life with his child, would happen, and now it was all coming apart at the seams. His heart beat frantically. Chase's questions, and his sorry responses, couldn't be the reason they left. But he had no reasonable way to explain what had happened, other than what he'd already said. And he couldn't stop casting about for the magic words that would take them back to before Chase had shown up on his doorstep, to before Rachel had overheard the conversation. Except there weren't any. She took a pair of small pants out of the diaper bag and helped Scott into them. It was like standing on the train tracks, watching the train come, and being powerless to stop the collision. "We could figure this out." "Not now, we can't." When Rachel looked up at him again, there were no more tears in her eyes. "If you're so intent on keeping this from your grandmother until the very last moment, then all we can do is focus on the work we have to do and duck out early. That will free you up to say whatever you need to say, and then you can—" She shrugged, picking up Scott and nuzzling his cheek with her nose. "We can always talk later." It hurt him to the core, that small sentence. Jonas, better than anyone, knew that you couldn't always talk later. Sometimes, later never came. A car went off the road. A plane crashed. A heart stopped. There were 100 ways to lose out on possible futures. Rachel picked up the diaper bag and put it over her shoulder. No. Time was going too fast, streaming around him in a way that made him slightly dizzy. "I'll let you know if we need anything else for the album," she said. Jonas wanted to block the door. He had the intense desire to stand in front of her, and the equally intense desire to let her be free. Rachel didn't belong to him. They weren't together. He wouldn't stop her from leaving if she wanted to go. They headed down the stairs, and he helped Scott into his little coat, the hat from the gift shop, and his small mittens. Rachel put on her coat and brushed the black waves of her hair over her shoulders. He had the wrenching vision of having another child with Rachel, a child with her hair, but his nose and his chin. and he found he couldn't let her walk out without saying something. "Are you sure?" He bounced Scott on his hip, taking a deep breath of his warm scent. "Are you sure this is the best plan?" "It might not be the best for you," Rachel admitted, "but I know it's the best for me. I can't be here anymore. You understand that it wasn't a question, more of a wish." She wanted him to understand it. But the ground was shifting under his feet, the planet tilting off its axis, and he had to get it back on track. "No," he said finally. "You're right. This is the best for both of us. It was the only way to protect his brothers. The only way he could protect Rachel and Scott from any criticism from the family drama that would ensue. The choice was out of his hands, and one he'd make for Rachel and his son before it got any more out of his control." Rachel held her hands out for Scott, and he let his son go to her, knowing with a pang that if she left, she might never come back. "Let me drive you back to the resort." "No," she said quickly, a faint smile on her face. "We need a little walk, don't we, buddy?" "Walk," Scott repeated, rubbing at her cheek with one of his mitten-covered hands. He was so cute. It was unbearable to watch him go, this little boy he'd only just met. "Walk, walk." "Goodbye," Rachel said, and he felt the word down to his bones. Jonas opened the door for her, the cold sharp on his skin, and she went out, the scent of her lingering in the foyer as a painful reminder of everything he was losing.
Chapter 12. Rachel. Rachel knew Jonas was floundering with his new reality. There had been friction between the two brothers as they sat in Jonas's living room, and she'd heard it in his voice. "I don't know," echoed in her mind over and over. He didn't know what to do about her and Scott, or his plan of action, or any of it. She shook her head and focused on the self-service machine at the print shop. This was the last of the photos, and she shifted Scott on her hip as she pressed the buttons on the screen. The sooner she could get these photos in hand, the sooner she could finish the album and they could leave. Leave Jonas, leave his family, and leave Elk Lodge. "Just a few more minutes, buddy," she murmured. "Then Mommy will figure things out." "Mama," he said, "walk." Scott loved the outdoors, and she used every opportunity to make sure they spent time outside. This place had been idyllic for him. "We can't right now, but soon." Rachel finished the last of the printing and walked out of the shop. The snow was falling prettily all around. Her son's face lit with joy as he tried to catch the flakes. She set the bag of photos into the front seat of her car before slipping off Scott's jacket, making it easier to buckle him into his car seat. She tested the straps. Rachel tucked his jacket over his legs and handed him the ball Jonas had given him for Christmas, hoping to keep him occupied. She slid into the front seat and let out a deep breath. Suddenly, the clouds broke apart, and the sun shone down on the quaint main street of the small town she'd fallen in love with. If she lived with Jonas... She did not live with Jonas. Elk Lodge wasn't her home, though at times she hadn't been able to keep from wishing it was a place she could always return to. She could only attribute her fondness for the place to the fact that her son had been conceived there, but it wasn't what she needed, not at this moment. Annabeth. Her best friend since the 4th grade would be able to give her the perspective she needed, one that wasn't centered on the Elkin family. Scott played happily in the back seat while she dug her phone out of her pocket and dialed. "Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays," Annabeth answered merrily the instant she picked up the phone. "Are you home? Did your mother talk you into going to Montana?" Rachel laughed, part of the knot in her gut unclenching. "I'm not home, actually. I'm at Elk Lodge." A beat of silence passed. "What? Why? Remember when I texted you about that job?" She rushed through the preliminary details, the last-minute hire, the drive to the lodge, and then dropped the news. "So it turns out Jonas Elkin, part owner of Elk Lodge, happens to be Scott's dad." "What?" Annabeth shrieked. "He is? How? Explain. Now." "He was the one-night stand." Rachel put a hand to her forehead. I thought he was a guest, but I was way off apparently. It's been a roller coaster ride since the minute we recognized each other and he found out about Scott. Bad, then good, then trying to be professional. She spilled the whole story to her friend. The portraits. The hiding from his family. The make-up Christmas in his house once Jonas had discovered that she'd cut her own holiday short for the job. The growing bond between father and son. All of it, up to this morning and what she'd overheard, and how she'd left. Her throat went tight with emotion. I can't avoid him forever, and I won't prevent a man from seeing his son, but I can't stay here. I'm leaving early. Yeah, said Annabeth. I can see why you'd want to do that. I want my own space, Rachel burst out. I want to be able to negotiate with him from a position of strength. Not from the middle of his family's resort. A place he controls, I might add. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do, pointed out Annabeth. Is he being... Rachel, be honest? Is he threatening? Too pushy? Rachel closed her eyes, thinking back over the past few days. He'd been nervous, yes. Shocked, yes. Thrown off balance, yes. He's been high-handed at times, she said slowly. He's used to managing things, but no, never domineering, threatening, or insulting. He loves Scott. The truth dropped from her lips so easily that it shocked her. She opened her eyes and looked in the rearview mirror at her son, who was still playing with the ball from Jonas, utterly content. Does he? Annabeth asked softly. He really does, Rachel admitted. How do you feel about that? Good, she said slowly. I feel good about it. They've spent more time together these past few days than I would have expected, and Scott loves him too. They have a connection. It's amazing to see Annabeth's side, and it was like the two of them were back in her hometown bedroom, sharing secrets about the school day. Rachel, you know I love you. I know you do, she said. And that's why I feel compelled to say that you can't punish everyone for the way your mother behaves or for Daniel's mistakes. Rachel scoffed. Those weren't mistakes. He was a jerk. I'd argue that being a jerk is a long-term mistake, Annabeth countered. Don't leave out his cheating. I haven't. Look, I know you've been burned, but from everything you've said, Jonas sounds different. If you never give anyone a chance because they might be like him or your mother, then it'll be a self-fulfilling prophecy. Ugh. Rachel didn't like how right Annabeth was at that moment. Maybe you're right. I guess the only way to find out is to trust Jonas to do the right thing, at least a little bit. Haven't you already trusted him a little bit? Wheedled Annabeth. Just a little? I'm ending this conversation now, Rachel said, laughing. I have to get some work done. Do the right thing, Annabeth said, getting in the last word before she ended the call.
Jonas. Jonas had to see her. Couldn't let her leave this way. He'd gone to his office and pretended to work, walked the halls of Elk Lodge looking for anything that needed his attention, and walked the trails around the property. Nothing helped. The more he pictured them driving away without a final goodbye, the more his gut twisted into knots. And yes, it would call attention to their situation if the two of them stayed at his house, but he couldn't let them leave without asking. Not now. He went up to her suite and stood outside the door, trying to calm himself. Rushing into this like a desperate fool wouldn't help matters, even if he was a desperate fool. Jonas knocked. There was no sound coming from inside, and he worried for one heart-stopping moment that he was too late. The door swung open, and Rachel answered with a finger to her lips. He's finishing up his nap, she whispered. Jonas stepped into the room and shut the door with care. His need for the both of them rose again in the quiet. He could take her hand right now, and the three of them could go up to his grandmother's apartment and tell her the truth. Jonas's eyes landed on the album that lay open to a half-finished page. Do you think you could take a break from work? She raised her eyebrows. A break? Don't leave quite yet. He motioned to the windows. It's a beautiful day. I thought we could take Scott sledding. He has snow clothes, and I have sleds. Mama called Scott from the bedroom. Rachel left the room to get him. Jonas's heart had never beat so fast or hard in his life. He knew what he was asking for, more time, and the wait for her answer was crushing him. But he'd survive it. What he wouldn't survive was Rachel and his son leaving him. She returned in a moment, and once again he was struck by how gorgeous she was. Black hair in a low bun, willowy frame draped in comfortable jeans and a soft shirt, stunning blue eyes. And Scott. Scott was the blond boy Jonas had been when he was a toddler, down to the point of his chin. "Dada," Scott said, pointing a chubby baby finger at him. It melted Jonas's heart. He didn't move, not wanting to break the moment. But Rachel crossed the room toward him, and Scott leaned out. Rachel let out a deep breath, as if coming to a decision. "We could go sledding," she offered. Jonas saw the gift in her eyes. Time, something infinitely more precious than he'd realized. 30 minutes later, after a snack for Scott and 10 minutes of bundling up, they were outside in the snow. Jonas buckled Scott into one of the children's sleds from the ski shed. His son laughed, pointing at everything that caught his attention as Jonas pulled him along, Rachel close by his side. Like a family. They took the same trail he'd taken earlier, up next to the ski hill. Skiers whizzed past on the other side of the trees, the sun catching on the tops of the skis. The path split in two directions toward the top, one going to the peak of the ski run, and the other to the quieter woods. Rachel went left, and Jonas followed. The only sound in this part of the forest was the sled pressing on fresh snow and the fall of their footsteps. They curved down the side of the hill, gentle twists and turns that made it easy to feel like Jonas had transported them somewhere else entirely. Somewhere far from Elk Lodge, away from the pressures of his family and the singing tension between him and Rachel. "Stop," she said suddenly, pausing at a rise in the snow that formed a natural landing. From here, they could look out over the untouched part of the resort that was kept intentionally undeveloped. A place where visitors could appreciate a taste of the calm serenity of the wilderness. Rachel turned her blue eyes on him as the sled came to a stop. She leaned in, rising on tiptoe, and kissed Jonas on the lips. The warmth of her was a pleasant shock out here in the cold, and he kissed her back, relishing her sweetness and her passion, and the way she didn't seem to hold anything back when they kissed. "Oh," she said softly, and began to pull away. He pulled her back, a hand on her waist, and this time she melted, falling against him. Rachel made a soft sound in the back of her throat and slipped a gloved hand up the side of his face. Jonas reached up and tugged off the glove. Her skin was a balm against his cheek, and she laughed against his mouth. "My hand's going to freeze." "I won't let it," he murmured and bent to kiss her again. He could feel her giving in, feel the distance between them shrinking, and Jonas wanted more than anything to get a second chance. A third chance, he supposed. The second chance had already been in progress since the moment Rachel arrived at Lodge. "Go," commanded Scott, his voice high and excited. "Go. Go." He leaned forward in the sled, screwing up his face in concentration, and Jonas hauled himself bodily away from the kiss and back into the real world. It took incredible energy to put space between himself and Rachel, who was flushed and bright-eyed, her breathing shallow. He handed her the glove, then turned back to Scott. "We're going to keep walking," he said, "for as long as you want." "Forever?" Rachel asked, falling in step beside him. "I thought eventually we could end up at my place," he said, throwing his hopes out to the universe and to Rachel. "I thought you could stay with me tonight. For one more night, at least." Her eyes settled on his, and hope took flight. "Please say yes. Please don't pack up Scott into the car and go." "One more night," Rachel agreed.
Chapter 13. Rachel. When they arrived back at Elk Lodge after taking Scott sledding, Jonas tried to say his goodbyes so Rachel could get back to work. "No," said Scott, diving for him. "No, no." He wrestled himself out of Rachel's arms, and she put him on the floor. His son came over, clinging to Jonas's leg. Jonas flicked his eyes to hers, asking a silent question before he picked Scott up. "I could take him to my place while you worked on the album," he offered. "You could also stay for New Year's if you wanted." She knew what he was asking. Her conversation with Annabeth echoed in Rachel's mind. Part of this was about trusting Jonas, and she already trusted him with Scott. The rest was learning to trust him for herself, and that they could become a team. And it was much harder to work on the photo album when her son demanded her attention. "That sounds good," she said. "Let me grab the diaper bag. And I'll think about New Year's." The three of them went up to her suite, and Rachel put some fresh clothes into the bag and handed it over to Jonas. "We'll see you in a while?" he asked. "As soon as I'm done with the book." She hadn't missed the look of hope in Jonas's eyes as she kissed Scott's cheek and ruffled his hair. In the quiet after the two left, Rachel sat down at her desk and got to work with the photos. The work of arranging them was habitual enough to set her mind free. There really was no reason for her to stay at the resort after she finished, other than the fact Jonas had asked her to stay. He wanted them, her, to stay. And if Rachel was truthful, she wanted to stay too. Once this project was finished, they'd have more breathing room to figure out if there was a path for all of them to move forward, or should she leave and do what she'd told Annabeth she wanted, negotiate terms from her own home? And if things didn't work out, Scott wouldn't see Jonas as often as he deserved to see his father. It was a tough decision, one she almost wished she didn't have to make. But it was her choice and her life, and she needed to make that decision based on both her and Scott's needs. Rachel adjusted the photos in different layouts and chewed at her lip, trying to commit to a decision she could live with. Her heart wanted to stay. That was obvious from the way it fluttered whenever she thought of Jonas, and sleeping next to him, and waking up in his bed. Then there was the way he looked at Scott. Why couldn't relationships be as easy as working with photos? A knock at the door made her hand slip on one of the photos, and she hissed, pressing it back into place. "Just a minute," she called. Rachel took her time making sure the photo was perfect, then went to see who was there. She pulled the door open to find Jonas's brother, Gabe, standing in the hall. With his hands in his pockets and a determined set to his jaw, his expression was a good indicator this wasn't a happy social call. "Hey, Gabe. What can I do for you?" "You know, He looked away, seeming to gather his thoughts, and when he looked back at her, she was nearly knocked backward by the depth of the suspicion in Gabe's eyes. "My brother doesn't normally get involved with people. His entire life has been Elk Lodge. I know that," she added. "I know how important this place is to him and his family." "Is that what this is about? Family?" He kept his tone even, but Rachel could tell he was carrying a weight. "Listen, I did some digging when Chase told me the truth about your son. I have reason to believe you might be in a bit of a situation financially. Is this about my brother's money? Because if it is..." Rachel pressed her lips together tight, the blood draining out of them. Heat spread out across her chest, an angry, humiliated heat. What about his money? The fact that we have a son together? Do you have a son together?" Gabe faced her head on. "Or is that some kind of deception?" "It's not a deception," she said, wounded. "I met him 3 years ago, here at the lodge. We had a one-night stand, not that it's any of your business." Gabe had the grace to look ashamed, but he rebounded quickly. "And you didn't tell him about the child? I just think it would be best if Jonas understood your financial situation before falling headlong into an unpleasant situation." Her mind raced with possibilities, and each one had her angrier than the last. "So, you're going to what, exactly? Give him all the sordid details you got by spying on me?" "Maybe," said Gabe hotly. What was happening? Jonas clearly wasn't the only bossy Elkin at the resort, and it made her furious that Gabe was blindsiding her like this. And if Jonas had just come clean to his grandmother and his family right away, this entire mess could have been avoided. Rachel didn't need this hassle, not after a lifetime with her mother, not after her ex, not after this week with Jonas, which had been unbelievably tumultuous for a photography job. You know what, Gabe? Come with me. Right now, Rachel whirled around, letting the door start to shut. Gabe stopped it with his hand. Into your room? No, she snapped. She grabbed her coat from where she'd thrown it on the sofa and put it on. Are we going outside to fight? Would you prefer that? Rachel stalked past Gabe, pulling the door shut with a confident hand. No, we're not fighting. She moved quickly for the stairwell exit, Gabe sticking close behind. They went through the lobby and out into the crisp chill of the evening. The last light from the sunset was fading, a golden orange in the sky. Gabe didn't have a coat, not that she cared. If you have something to say, I don't, she said, her words coming out clipped. They crossed the resort grounds and headed straight for Jonas's front door. Rachel raised a hand and knocked on the thick wood. Your brother does. I came to talk to you, not... The door opened, and Jonas stood there. Not Jonas, Gabe finished. What's happening? Jonas looked from Rachel to Gabe. Scott came running from the living room, his feet quick on the floor. Hi, he chirped, and then he was gone again, his footsteps receding back to the living room. Your brother is a jerk, Rachel burst out. He came to my room to interrogate me about my personal finances. He questioned my honor. And then I think he tried to threaten me by saying he might tell you about my finances. This is your problem. He's not my family, and he's not my brother, thank goodness. She turned to leave, and Jonas caught her by the elbow. Their eyes locked, the touch moving through her like a song, and her anger cooled, but only a few degrees. Wait, Jonas asked, holding his free hand up. Wait. He gave her elbow an affectionate squeeze and released her. Jonas's gaze snapped to his brother. What were you thinking? I was worried for you, Gabe countered, heat rising in his voice. I didn't want you to get tricked by someone out to... Out to what? Jonas looked horrified. Get money from me? It doesn't matter. We have plenty of money. More than enough money for everything. And you thought you were going to pressure Rachel into what, exactly? Leaving? You should never have done that, Gabe. You are way out of line, especially after your own recent behavior. Some of the tension left Rachel's shoulders. Jonas was on her team and not against her. His eyes met hers, and when he spoke again, his voice was soft, but determined. I care about you. The words sent a shudder of relief through her. He turned back to his brother. I genuinely care about her, and I'm trying to see if we can make this work, but you and Chase are making it hard with your behavior. Gabe sighed, looking down at his shoes. Go home, Gabe. This is between Rachel and me. Gabe held up both hands, turned on his heel, and left without a word. Jonas pulled Rachel into the house, shutting the door behind them. They returned to the living room to check on Scott, who was playing with the stuffed elk on the rug. Rachel ran a hand through her hair. She had never been so hopeful and so terrified by his declaration. You want us to work out? She asked. I don't want to pressure you, but I have to be clear. I want you and Scott in my life. I'm sorry that I missed so much of his life already. I'm sorry you did too. Hope displaced fear. Maybe there was something to this and she could stay. And just maybe they could build a life together. And no matter what my brother said. Jonas shook his head, brows knitting. I don't care about your finances. If you're having trouble, then what does it matter to me? I want to provide for all of Scott's needs. He looked over at their son again, face softening. I want him to have the best schooling, the best housing, the best of everything, and I can give that to him. Jonas met her eyes again. Of course, I want to give that to you too. Oh no, the best, the best, the best. It reminded her of her mother. It reminded her of Daniel. They'd both wanted the best in life, and Rachel hadn't been the best. She'd never even come close to measuring up. It hit her like a cymbal crash, loud and startling and still somehow familiar. It was a short distance from, I love you to I'll handle everything, because you can't handle it yourself. Number. Everything in her recoiled from that message. Rachel didn't want to be cosseted or controlled. She'd made it with her son this far, and she could keep doing it for the rest of her life if necessary. An ache in her throat forced her to swallow, and she straightened her back. If there was really no pressure in his offer, then he would accept it if she left. "Thank you for that," she said as gently as she could, except the steel in her voice didn't send the same tone as her words. "I need some time. I'm going to take Scott back to Denver and I'll be in contact with you later." Jonas's face drained of color. There was a long silence between them, filled only by the sound of Scott babbling to the elk. "If that's what you need, then you'll have it," he said finally. "I meant what I said." It made her want to kiss him, but she braced herself against that possibility. If she kissed Jonas now, she would never walk out of here. "I think it's best if we leave now. I was on the last page of the photo album, and your grandmother will love it. I'll leave everything in my suite." Jonas turned and went into the living room. He came back a minute later with the diaper bag over his shoulder with the elk sticking out of the top and Scott in his arms. He hugged his son tightly and then handed him over to Rachel. "You'll let me know if you need anything before you go?" "Of course I will," she said, the weight of her son in her arms grounding her. But Rachel knew she wouldn't ask Jonas for anything at all.
Chapter 14. Jonas. Jonas sat at his desk, staring at his computer screen, feeling like his brain was on fire. It had all gone so horribly wrong, more like the worst possible scenario, and now Rachel was gone. He hated the idea of her out on the highway, driving home with Scott in the dark as she headed back to Denver. He wished she would have waited until morning. She'd made her position clear, and it wasn't until the front desk called to tell him that she'd left that he went to collect the album she'd been working on and the extra unused photos. Everything had been stacked in a neat pile on her desk, symbolizing the finality of her decision. A decision that broke his heart. "You okay?" Gabe asked, entering his office and dropping into one of the chairs across from his desk. "I know she left." Jonas tore his eyes from his computer and glared at his brother. "No, I'm not," he answered. "Any other questions?" Chase came in next, looking sheepish, and stood behind Gabe's chair. "Don't be mad at us too long, Jonas. It's the holidays." "The holidays," he scoffed. "Is that why you're both acting this way? What has gotten into you? First, you—" He stabbed a finger at Chase. "Showing up at my house uninvited to question me about something personal, and then you—" He waved in Gabe's direction. "Coming after Rachel like that? Yeah, happy holidays." "We were only trying to protect you," Gabe said. "You've used that argument 1,000,000 times over the years, usually to justify your own pain-in-the-butt behavior." Jonas saw the truth in his brother's eyes. He had said that to them, usually when he wanted them to go along with his plan for the lodge. Maybe there was a point where he should let go a little more. But he didn't think now was the time. "I've tried to be the best older brother possible for you. I've tried to fill our grandfather's role as the head of the family, ever since Mom and Dad died." "We're worried," Chase cut in. "Worried she's using you, or trying to get her hands on your money. We know how hard you've been trying since we lost Mom and Dad. I swear we know Chase and Gabe shared a glance. That's why we're asking questions. We don't want you in some situation where you lose what's important to you and everything you've given your life to make a success." "She doesn't want my money," Jonas insisted. "I offered her money. She wouldn't take it. Rachel is proud and strong, and if anything, she's trying to keep her distance from me." The weight on his chest pressed deeper. Each minute that passed took Rachel farther from him. Regret lodged deep in his heart that he'd let her walk out without a fight. Even if he left now, it would be impossible to catch up with her, not to mention more dangerous as the temperatures dropped toward freezing and the roads became less manageable. "Are either of you planning to tell grandmother what's going on?" Silence. Gabe shifted in his seat. Not yet. What does that mean? Jonas snapped. It means we're not going to tell her just yet, Chase said, shaking his head. We won't tell her until you're ready. But Jonas could hear the unspoken word in his brother's comment. We know it's been a lot to handle after everything that's happened since she announced her diagnosis at Thanksgiving. Chase looked at Gabe, who flushed. And our own stupid behavior, Gabe added. So you've got a week. Don't keep secrets from her too long, Jonas. Chase looked away, and Jonas's stomach twisted. Another long silence took over the office. The computer hummed in the background, and Jonas felt the way he had after they'd heard the news their parents were dead. Adrift. Have you eaten? Gabe asked. What? Jonas was bewildered by the question. Did you have dinner? Gabe rubbed a hand over his face. His concern came a little too late. Not to mention that if he was so concerned, then he shouldn't have butted in at all. Rachel had driven away, and nothing was bringing her back. You can't work all night. It's not good for a person. The last thing Jonas wanted was to go to dinner with his brothers and act like there wasn't anything wrong. But the computer screen glared at him, taunting him with emails that he'd read 3 times but couldn't make sense of. There was still the proposal he had to put together for the other ski resort, and Anna had sent him a list of ideas for using social media to generate more interest in the resort. There was a strange pit in his stomach. Hunger. Except it wasn't food he wanted. He wanted Rachel. I haven't had dinner. He stood up from his desk and switched off the monitor. I'm going down to the restaurant to eat, and if you're coming with me, I don't want to talk about this. And try not to make fools of yourselves.
Rachel. Scott had been fussy since they pulled away from Elk Lodge. Rachel knew it was her fault. They'd left past his bedtime, and he didn't want to be in the car seat. She'd passed back toy after toy, but had run out only 30 minutes into the drive. Scott started screaming. Apparently, dropping his stuffed elk was the last straw. Her head hurt from the intensity of his sobbing complaints. Hey, buddy. He wasn't paying her the least bit of attention, but she had to try. I'll get you your elk as soon as I can find a place to stop. There was no way she would stop on a remote roadside in the dark, and with the snow coming down way heavier than it had been when she first left the lodge. Why was it still snowing? It was as if even Mother Nature didn't want them leaving the lodge. Well, too bad. She'd gone just far enough that it made no sense to turn back, especially given the tension and situation she'd left behind. Her only hope was to drive slowly. Scott's screams dissolved into furious howls. Rachel turned on the radio, hoping to find a station that would soothe him. Just get through the drive, 1 mile at a time. Rachel tried to focus on something other than Scott, something like her future. She still had her photography business and her son, and that would be enough to keep her going for years. What she didn't have was Jonas. What she didn't have was a concrete plan for keeping her son's father in his life. She let out a laugh that sounded more like a cry. Had it felt this anguished to drive away from Montana, where she'd grown up? Rachel couldn't remember. The future loomed ahead of her in the dark, more like ahead and behind. In front of her was a mother, disapproving and wanting her to be someone she wasn't, and her studio. Behind her was Jonas and all hope of a family and a normal life, something she'd begun to crave while staying at Elk Lodge. Scott had started to wear out from his incessant cries. A love song came on. Ugh. Flipping to the next station, she nodded. Hard rock wasn't her favorite, but it would do. Except the hard rock disagreed with Scott, who started screaming again, pained and shrill. Her phone rang on the center console, vibrating crazily. The call could wait. The call would have to wait. She couldn't help Scott calm down and answer the call. And anyway, she had no interest in talking to anyone right now. Rachel patted behind her, trying to find the elk. It was huge. How could it be so difficult to find right now? She finally grasped one of its legs. Here you go, buddy, she said, putting it in Scott's lap. He quieted down instantly. Rachel pulled her arm forward, the awkward position causing her to cramp. She stretched and massaged the muscles, trying to get relief, accidentally bumping her phone in the process. Hello? Her mother's voice burst from the phone's speaker. Why me? If Rachel had been parked, she'd have put her head down on the steering wheel and had a good cry. Rachel, are you out driving? The smallest thud came from the back seat, Scott's elk hitting the back of the seat. His scream was instantaneous as it fell out of his reach. What's wrong with Scott? Yes, I'm driving. His elk just fell on the floor. I can't talk right now, she shouted above the noise. We're fine. I'll be in touch soon. Rachel, we need to discuss this vacation you've taken. Her mother didn't notice that she'd said anything at all. It's not right of you to keep Scott from his grandparents during the holidays. We need family pictures. I want family pictures, she amended. It's important for me to spend time with you and I can't talk right now, Rachel cut in. I'm hanging up the phone. Please don't call back. I'll call back, sure, her mother said. It must be patchy service. I'll hang up and then… No, Rachel shouted. Do not call again. There's no need to shout, her mother scolded. I'm only trying to talk to you about… I can't talk right now. I'm driving and it's dark and whatever you want. It's not about anything that I want, her mother continued, going on and on. Rachel was on the verge of screaming herself. What did she have to do to get her mother to stop? A moment's peace, that's all she needed. Scott's wails got louder. The stuffed elk wasn't in reach this time, and Rachel felt a certain panic at her core. The snow fell thicker, whipping up and across the windshield, and it was getting harder to see. I'm hanging up, Mother. She reached down, keeping her eyes glued to the road, and hit a switch on the phone, cutting her mother off in the middle of whatever it was she was going to say. Rachel waved a hand in the air, trying to get Scott to pay attention to her. Now was not the time to lose her mind. Row, row, row your boat, she sang, trying to distract him. What she needed was a side road to turn off on so she could pick up his toys. They were approaching an intersection, and Rachel sent up a quick wish for the light to stay green. It turned yellow. Rachel tapped the brakes to stop, watching as an oncoming vehicle slid into the intersection. She pumped her brakes harder, fear lodging in her throat as her vehicle didn't respond, the tires slipping instead of gripping the road. It all played out as if in slow motion, the car heading straight toward them, headlights glaring. Rachel turned the wheel sharply, trying to avoid a collision. The screech of metal and the force of the impact seemed to take forever. Rachel's head went to the side, and she gripped the wheel tightly like she could stop all of this through willpower. Scott stopped screaming. It was eerily silent in the car as it spun around several times, and then her car slammed into something hard and unyielding. She let out the breath she'd been holding, immediately turning to check on Scott. He appeared okay, mostly terrified, but they'd survived.
Chapter 15. Jonas. There was no way Jonas could live with the waiting. Not anymore. He finished up the last of the roasted sweet potatoes on his plate, wishing he could have enjoyed it, and wiped his mouth with his napkin. His brothers watched him, a habit that was becoming more than slightly irritating. Are you two done? The server came to clear away their dishes, and the three of them stood to leave. Jonas had decided it was past time to tell his grandmother the truth. Waiting like this was going to give him an ulcer. He couldn't afford the stress and all the mistakes that came along with it. Letting Rachel and his son leave, the biggest one yet. Outside the restaurant, the three brothers paused. I'm headed home, Chase said. After a whirlwind relationship of his own, he currently lived in his private residence with Tana and Lindsay. I'll see you guys. Jonas headed up in the private elevator and hesitated outside his grandmother's door. Doubts reared up, larger than life. What he needed was a medical opinion. He went down the hall to a secluded alcove to make the call. Their grandmother's doctor was a man from town who had overseen her care for over 50 years. He was part of a team of specialists now, people coming together to help manage her cancer, and later, her pain. 10 minutes later, Jonas was glad he called. The doctor's confirmation it would be okay was the boost he needed to face his grandmother. He headed back down the hall, mentally preparing to face her. His phone rang before he'd gotten halfway there, and he answered without looking at the screen. More than likely, the doctor with more to say. Jonas Elkin. Jonas, this is Mark Hollis, Chief of Police. He stopped short. A call from the Chief of Police was never good. Chief Hollis. Jonas stepped back toward the alcove. What can I do for you? 1,000 scenarios involving the resort flashed through his brain. Surely nothing had happened while he was at dinner, or someone would have come to get him. I'm calling in regard to an accident that happened 2 hours ago. An accident? Adrenaline surged through his body, fear lodging in his throat, making it hard to ask questions. A guest of the resort, he asked, forcing the words out. A woman and a little boy. Rachel and Scott. Blood rushed in his ears, a waterfall of life that meant nothing without them, and he struggled to hear what the sheriff was saying. Paperwork from the resort in the car with them. She had your number on her phone, and we thought we'd start with you. Are they all right? He rasped. Please, tell me they're all right. He felt an old horror come to life, the horror of hearing the news that his parents were dead. Jonas hadn't spent much time thinking about the world without his parents, the memories too painful. How much more so if he lost Rachel and Scott forever? They were in stable condition when we arrived on the scene, and both are en route to the hospital now, Holly said, as Jonas felt a stabbing in the gut. His eyes burned, and he blinked several times to clear them. It's my friend and our son, he announced without hesitation. I'll be at the hospital as soon as I can. Getting to the hospital was a process that Jonas had carried out many times, but this time his brain couldn't manage the overload of trying to decide what to bring or do. He went back to his office, but couldn't remember what he'd come there for. Halfway to the parking lot, he remembered his coat. He'd need that at the hospital. They kept everything cold there, even in winter. And then he had to go back for his keys. By the time he settled himself behind the wheel, his teeth were chattering. More from shock than the cold. He needed to see them both, to know that they would be okay. The snow swirled in front of his windshield and made it difficult to see, slowing the drive to an excruciating crawl. The dancing shapes of what looked like deer on the sides of the highway forced him to tap his brakes several times. Jonas kept a firm grip on the wheel and tried not to do any heavy braking, prepared for any contingency that might arise. An eternity later, or so it seemed, he parked by the emergency doors to the hospital and jogged inside. After what felt like a ridiculously long wait, a woman in scrubs escorted him to a room with the curtains drawn over the big glass doors. He knocked and went in without waiting for an answer. There was only so much his heart could take. Inside, Rachel sat on the hospital bed. Scott slept in a crib next to her. She appeared to be sleeping, but as he came to a stop, Rachel opened her eyes. "Hi," she said, a sheen of tears over her eyes. "I'm so glad you came for us." He let out a strangled laugh, then came to sit beside her. "How are you? What happened? Are you going to be all right?" The details of the accident, he knew, didn't matter very much. What mattered the most was that Rachel and Scott were both all right. But Jonas needed to hear her say it. She took a deep breath and squeezed his hand. "I came to an intersection at the bottom of the mountain before you get on the highway for Denver." Her brow furrowed as if she couldn't quite remember. "It was too icy to stop, but the light turned yellow, and another car was there, and they couldn't stop either." "Yes?" He rubbed a thumb across the back of her hand. "I know that intersection. I swerved to miss the other car and hit the side rail," Rachel finished. "Scott's fine. The doctors have thoroughly checked him over. They say his car seat protected him. I've got—" The doctor bustled into the room, clipboard in hand. "Miss Alexander?" "Yes, that's me," Rachel said, still holding on to his hand. "I have the results of your X-ray, if you'd like me to go over them with you and your husband." Husband. Jonas realized the word had a nice ring to it. He waited for Rachel to correct the doctor. His heart flew like a bird. "Go ahead," she said softly. "No evidence of fracture, but we won't know the extent of any soft tissue damage without an MRI. There doesn't seem to be any evidence of whiplash yet, but it'll be important for both of you to keep on the lookout for signs of damage to the spine. As soon as you can, you'll need to make an appointment with your primary care physician." He rattled off more instructions, such as how she shouldn't be left alone in case of a concussion, but Jonas could only focus on the warmth of her hand in his. "We should be able to get you discharged soon," the doctor said, explaining everything. "Any questions?" "No," Rachel smiled. "Thank you all for taking care of me and my son." The doctor flashed her a smile. "No problem. Glad it all worked out well." Then he was gone, leaving the three of them in the room together. Jonas looked into Rachel's eyes. Oh, they were beautiful, the blue so sky-like and ocean-deep at the same time. He needed to correct the biggest mistake of his life. "Come stay with me," he said, keeping his voice low. Scott stirred in the crib. "I don't know," Rachel frowned. "I should get back. Let me take care of you and Scott. You shouldn't be alone with your injuries." "Doctor's orders," he pointed out. "Please, Rachel. I want you to get well. If you want to leave when you feel better, you can. It's only for as long as you want to stay." Although forever was okay in his book. Your place or the lodge? She hadn't nixed the idea entirely, which was a good sign. So was the fact she still hadn't let go of his hand. "Which would you prefer?" "I can take the suite next to yours, or you can stay at my house. It's up to you, wherever you would feel more comfortable." Anything she wanted was hers for the asking. Jonas would feel more comfortable when she was sleeping safely with him nearby, even if she didn't want to share a bed with him. All that mattered was keeping her safe, keeping them all safe. Scott woke up in the crib, reaching for the side and pulling himself up, a cry on his lips. "Mama," he said. "Mama, Mama." Rachel tried to sit up in the bed and failed. She grimaced, trying to put weight on her arm. "I just need a minute." Jonas went to the crib and picked Scott up, holding him tight. His son pressed his face against his shoulder and settled against Jonas, his face hot through the fabric of the shirt. He turned back to Rachel. "Come home with me," he offered again, and Rachel lay back against the pillows, relief in her face. "Okay," she said. "I think that's for the best."
Chapter 16. Rachel. Rachel's shoulder hurt worse than she'd expected it to. It was a wrenching, bruising pain, and every time she moved, she was reminded of how reckless she'd been, driving away in a snowstorm like that when it was getting dark. It didn't matter if the accident was the other guy's fault when he lost control of his vehicle because of the icy roads. If she'd been in the right frame of mind, she wouldn't have been out on the roads. Period. It felt equally reckless to stay in Jonas's house, but the lodge suite was too close to the rest of his family, and they needed peace, all three of them. When they got back to his place from the hospital, Scott clung to him, frantic, until Jonas finally took him upstairs to change for bed. Rachel felt glued to the couch, her entire body made heavy by the painkillers they'd given her at the hospital. At the time, she'd thought they were too strong, but now she was glad she'd taken them. It was a deep pain that gave no quarter, and to think she'd considered pressing on to get to Denver, in her totaled car with an injured arm. She let her head rest on the back of the couch. It was like a miracle when Jonas had walked through the door of her hospital room. "Hey," Jonas said, his voice bringing her back to the present, his hand on her knee. He crouched in front of her, eyes on hers. The depth of care and concern in his gaze scared her. "You don't need to sleep down here." "I wasn't going to." Her mouth felt slightly numb, her tongue thick. "Jonas? Yeah? I might need help up off the couch." It was such a novelty, having an adult there who would put his arm around her back and lift her gently from her seat. A scary, thrilling novelty. Was this what it was like to rely on another person? Jonas guided her up the stairs and led her to the bed, handing her one of his t-shirts before gently helping her change out of her clothes. "It's only my shoulder that hurts," she protested, but she didn't want to stop him. It felt too good. He then helped her to the bathroom and provided her with a cup and a new toothbrush. By the time she was finished, the night had pressed heavily on her eyelids. "Thank you," she whispered, "for taking us in." A stroke down the side of her face seemed to coax her to the pillow. "You're welcome," Jonas said. "Now go to sleep." He kissed her forehead. "Will you hold me?" she asked. And then the last thing she remembered was feeling the warmth of his body wrapping around her protectively before floating in comforting darkness. Rachel tried to turn over, tensing at her shoulder's rude reminder of last night's accident. She scrunched her eyes shut and pulled the blanket over her head to block out the light, unwilling to face the day just yet, and sank back into sleep. A loud pounding on the front door downstairs woke her. She shuddered away from the sound and groaned. The other side of the bed tipped down, then up. Jonas, getting out of the bed. "Don't worry," he told her. "I'll get it." Rachel listened as his footsteps receded down the stairs, stopping at the front door. "Where's my daughter?" Her mother's voice echoed through the entire house, and Rachel instinctively scrambled upright, fighting the sudden nausea and room spin. No, her mother couldn't be here. This was the last thing she needed. How was she here? Rachel's shoulder disagreed with the new plan as she awkwardly pulled a sweatshirt over her head and a pair of Jonas's sweatpants on. Her hands fumbled on the drawstring. In the end, she abandoned the effort, going down the stairs as quickly as she could, the raised voices unsettling. Jonas faced off with her mother in the foyer, the door shut behind them. "Mother," Rachel said, feeling like a teenager who'd been caught after curfew. "What are you doing here?" "I took a chopper to the resort as soon as I figured out where you disappeared to." "A car accident, Rachel? Did you even think of your son?" "How did you learn about the car accident?" "I'm in a different state." Rachel swallowed down the nausea and tried to blow the fuzzies off her brain. She needed to be able to think. Her mother ignored her questions and kept speaking. "Who would drive at such a dangerous time with Scott in the car?" Her mother's face had gone pale, with high pink spots on her cheeks, and her blue eyes, exactly like Rachel's, had narrowed, piercing her with a combination of anger and disappointment. "How did you know about the accident?" she asked her again, and her mother finally blinked. "Did you—" Rachel took a deep breath and tried to appease the throbbing in her temples. "Did you install some sort of tracking device on my car?" The outsized presence of her mother seemed to fill the foyer even more. How did she always manage to take up so much space even when she was caught doing something like this? "It was a security issue, nothing more. You're the daughter of a senator. Of course I would keep track of you since you can't be bothered to check in with your own mother from time to time." 1,000 arguments sprang to mind, all of them scrambled by her still foggy brain. "Mrs. Alexander," Jonas interjected on her behalf, trying to take control. "Lincoln, as in remarried," her mother snapped, not even bothering to look in Jonas's direction. "Mrs. Lincoln. My name is Jonas Elkin. Your daughter has been safe with me since Christmas." Jonas angled his body between the two women and stuck out his hand. Angry as she was, self-righteous as she was, Susan Lincoln was still a politician. She took Jonas in, no doubt calculating the value of his last name along with the surroundings. She must have determined that he was financially worthy because her back straightened and a photo-ready smile graced her face. Even in her winter coat, Rachel's mother looked ready to step off Air Force One and greet the press. "I'm glad to hear it," she said primly, a tendril of warmth coming into her voice. "But I'd rather have gotten holiday plans directly from my daughter." "Oh, stop," Rachel said, drawing their attention back to her. "You knew we weren't going to spend the holidays together. Don't put on a show. I'm not putting on a show." Susan lifted her chin. "I came here because it's clear you're in over your head, Rachel. You need someone to care for you. It's time for you to come home to Montana, where I can look after you and my grandson." Rachel's shoulder ached, and the rest of her body was still exhausted. It would be much nicer to go back up the stairs and crawl into bed. She could lie on her good shoulder and sleep a while longer. Instead, she was trapped in a nightmare in which her mother was demanding to take her home. "I'm 30. This shouldn't be happening." She opened her mouth to say so, but Jonas cut in. "That won't be necessary. Rachel will be staying here with me. When we met up recently during a photography job I contracted her for, it didn't take long for me to realize Scott is my son." Susan's eyes went wide. "And as his father, I have rights," Jonas said lightly but with a hint of unabashed determination. This was how he was when dealing with difficult guests, Rachel realized. "I want her here with me. We're going to be getting married. If not now, then soon married." Where did that come from? He'd never even mentioned anything of the sort to Rachel. There had been no proposal. They weren't there yet. Waves of shock pushed themselves through the haze of the situation. "I don't know that it's entirely up to you," Susan countered, shifting slightly to look toward her, but Jonas followed her movement and blocked her view again. With a glare, she continued, "I know my daughter. I know this behavior is a sign she's in need of guidance, a steady home. People who know her, I know her." Jonas crossed his arms over his chest. "I know her quite well, and she'll be perfectly cared for here at my home. They both will be. We have all the staff we need to attend us if she's in need of anything." It took everything for Rachel to stay on her feet. This was her life under her mother's thumb all over again. People talking about her instead of to her. People using her as a pawn. Even Jonas's confession about wanting to marry her struck her as false. Did he only want to marry her because her mother was here, or out of some false sense of obligation? There'd been no mention of love. This was all wrong. As they bickered on, the cold truth set in. Everyone's need for control would spill over until it engulfed Rachel, and she suffocated. Scott would suffer for it too. She couldn't save him from that if she stayed here. The truth was staring her in the face as she listened to the conversation going on about her. Her stomach twisted. "Enough!" Rachel snapped. "Mother, if you don't back off right now, and I mean right now, I'll block you from my life, and you'll never see your grandson again." Her mother's eyebrows shot up. Her mouth parted in shock. A shiver of power went down Rachel's spine. She'd expected it to feel better, being powerful, but it didn't. It felt like the world was crashing in on her, aching shoulder and all. "And, Jonas, you'll always have the chance to see your son, but having a relationship with him doesn't guarantee you a wife. I make my own decisions." Rachel's throat tightened, sore with pent-up emotion. "I'm tired of being pressured and bullied and controlled at every turn." Now it was Jonas's turn to look shocked, hurt, crestfallen. "That's not what I was trying to do." "I want to be with you." "Then prove it. Let me go home." "To my home." Up on the second floor, Scott made a noise in his crib. "Mama, Mama, Mama." The familiar rattle of his hands against the sidebars drew her out of this impossible conversation and up the stairs. Rachel went to him at once, using the opportunity to leave. It hurt, picking him up in her arms, but it was a balm, too. Scott popped his head down onto her shoulder, and she breathed in the still baby scent of him. Rachel knew it wouldn't be long before he'd be a full-blown preschooler, and then a kindergartner, and her son would spend the rest of his life slowly moving away from her. But in this moment, they were close. Her mother's voice came up the stairs, distorted by the distance enough for Rachel to ignore the words. The pain in her shoulder spiked up another notch. "I'm going to take something for the pain, which means we're going to need a ride out of this place," she said, not caring that her son wouldn't understand. She headed back into Jonas's bedroom. Spotting her suitcases on the other side of the room, she nodded, relieved that the police had the foresight to grab them for her, and that last night, Jonas hadn't unpacked them while she slept. Rachel sat down on the side of the bed and put Scott on the floor. He ran up to the suitcases and tugged at one of the luggage tags, still attached to a handle, while Rachel got her phone from the bedside table. Annabeth answered on the first ring. "Happy extended holidays," she joked. "Do you miss me?" "I do," admitted Rachel, "and I'm also calling to ask you a favor." "A big favor." "Yes, I will be your maid of honor." Annabeth said solemnly. It almost made her burst into tears. I don't need one of those, Rachel answered, her voice wavering. She swallowed hard and moved to get the bottle of pain medication. Half of one would get her back to Denver. She snapped the pill in her fingers and washed it down with the glass of water left on the nightstand. What I need is a ride. A beat passed. A ride from where? From Elk Lodge back to my apartment. Scott crouched down on the floor and started playing with the zipper on the suitcase. Rachel was going to need help to get them down the stairs, but she didn't want to think about that. My mother showed up. Wow. Do I want to know? She and Annabeth had too much history for her friend not to recognize the importance of the words. Is she still there? I will tell you all about it on the ride, but yes, she's still here. And I want to leave. Like yesterday, she cleared her throat. But I'll settle for leaving as soon as you can get here. You could pick me up at the main entrance. I know it'll take you some time to get here, but don't say another word. I'm on my way.
Chapter 17. Jonas. I can't believe you're letting her do this, Rachel's mother hissed, midway through the most excruciating hour of Jonas's life. Rachel had insisted on leaving the house and waiting for her friend in the lobby. He'd followed her anyway, and so had Rachel's mother. That is your son. And you're letting her get in a car with someone else and drive away? Christmas music played softly in the background in the lodge lobby, soft and gentle and completely out of place. Why were they still playing it? Jonas made a note to tell the front desk to change the playlist. It wasn't Christmas anymore. The holiday atmosphere made no sense, particularly now that everything was crashing down around him. Again, Mrs. Lincoln. Thanks to all the years running the resort, he had a deep well of patience. I can't stop Rachel from leaving the resort if that's what she wants to do. Well, you should try. Susan had planted herself in front of the Christmas tree in the lobby. The tree was scheduled to come down after the 12 days of Christmas. Jonas wanted to tear the decorations off. You have a responsibility to Rachel and Scott. You need to convince her that staying here is her best option. It's not up to me to determine what her best option is. He couldn't try to control this situation. She taught him that. Don't be obtuse. Rachel's mother scanned the lobby with a hawk-like gaze. They need you to step up and lead the family. You should already be married, and you know that that's not. It's what's best for all of us, Susan insisted. It's the truth, and I won't be persuaded otherwise. I'm not going to pressure Rachel, he said lightly. She'll decide for herself what she wants out of our relationship. A flash of rage transformed Susan's face, her cheeks going a hot red. I can't believe you. Her raised voice echoed off the ceiling of the lobby. I've been here for hours, trying to get you to see that Rachel should be your priority, and you're dead set on avoiding it. She is the mother of your child. You are supposed to be from a good family. I'm disgusted and refuse to stay another minute, she declared, her raised voice drawing the glances of several nearby guests. Susan threw up her hands and stalked toward the door. Scott is your child, she added loudly over her shoulder, right before the door closed behind her. Yes, he is, Jonas said, mostly to himself. Jonas. His grandmother's voice sent cold shocks skimming down his spine, a sick twist to his gut. Number. Not like this. The worst possible moment. Jonas turned to face his grandmother, who stood by the Christmas tree wearing a black cardigan edged in silver. She'd wrapped it tight around her thin frame. All the hiding was over. There was no vestige of pretense left, not with Susan Lincoln shouting about his son for all to hear. There was a certain relief to it, and then a wave of anxiety that made his stomach clench. Let's sit down, he suggested, pointing toward the sofa. His grandmother sank down onto it, her demeanor one of exhaustion. The glow of tree lights reflected on her face, softening her expression. Jonas, she said, continuing to look at the tree. Tell me what that woman meant. He hadn't rehearsed what he was going to say. It was an odd departure from his usual habits, but he hadn't. The photographer, Rachel Alexander, I met her before. 3 years ago, here at the resort, and we spent a night together. The words stuck in his throat, but he pushed on. She got pregnant, and Scott is our son. I didn't know. I only found out when she came to the resort to take the photos for your Christmas gift. His grandmother's hand drifted to her throat, her gaze never leaving the tree. The Christmas music cut in between them, filling the silence. Say something. Please. This was the kind of situation he'd always hoped to avoid. With her, with all his family. Being a disappointment when so much was expected of him didn't come easy. You've known, she began, then paused as if for strength. You've known all this time. Since Christmas Day. 5 days to be exact. Not before then heat flared on the back of his neck. Maybe he should have announced it that first day, without waiting another second. It would have been better than this. Oh, the breath had gone out of her, it seemed. Oh, Jonas. I'm so disappointed, she said, her voice quavering. In a flash, Jonas saw how frail she had become. She was still confident, but the cancer had robbed her of the gentle peace she normally exuded, and now he'd only added to her troubles. A child out of wedlock, she shook her head. I didn't ever want that from you. For any of my grandsons, I thought I raised you better than that. And to not know. How old is he? 2, Jonas managed. He was growing up without you. Without a father. An excuse rose and died on his lips. She didn't have my phone number. And more than anything else, it breaks my heart that you felt you had to hide the truth from me. I didn't want to, he said quickly. Only temporarily. I was always planning to tell you. It was a matter of timing, and with the holidays, and your... His grandmother held up a hand. I'm not feeling well, she said, her voice soft and even, but enough to slice through Jonas's heart. Is everything all right? Chase asked as he and Gabe approached from the other side of the tree. Numb from guilt at hurting his grandmother, Jonas didn't answer. Gabe leaped forward, taking control of the situation. Let me help you up, Gran. Jonas stood, his heart heavy. She knows. Judging by the expressions on their faces, they knew exactly what he meant. I need to go back to my room, his grandmother told Gabe, patting his arm. Would you walk with me? Of course, his brother said, taking her by the arm and leading her away. Jonas found himself fixated on the tree, as if its decorations could offer him some sort of advice. It didn't go so well, did it? Chase asked, crossing his arms over his chest. Grandmother looked upset, and rightly so. The worst part was, she didn't hear it from me. It came from Rachel's mother shouting it for all to hear. Across the lobby, Jonas ran his hands through his hair, trying to make sense of it all. She probably did it on purpose. That woman seems to have impeccable timing. Chase had the grace to look abashed. I'm sorry, Jonas. I wish it hadn't turned out that way. Please. Acid rose in his throat. You do wish that deep down. You wanted Rachel to leave before, well, I don't now. Jonas met his brother's eyes. Not judging by the look on your face. You look. He trailed off, not saying whatever it was he'd planned to say. Chase grimaced. I was unfair before. I had a situation with Tana that wasn't as complicated as yours, but I still didn't do everything right. That's a far cry from breaking grandmother's heart, he pointed out. Jonas's heart had been flattened, beating with a kind of weakness that scared him. He sat back down on the sofa. I had my own crap to deal with on top of getting to know Tana, Chase said, sitting down beside him, his mouth set in a thin line. If it wasn't for her, I might have never tried to ski again. Jonas shook his head. No way. You were born to ski, not after my accident. I was convinced it was over, and every moment I spent here, it was like another pinprick of a reminder that my entire life was over, and it was eating me up inside. But you don't feel like that now, do you? You're still here. Gabe reappeared then, dropping into a nearby overstuffed chair. She settled in her rooms and asked to be alone. What did I miss? Chase snorted. I was trying to tell Knucklehead here that the women we care about change us, and it's not a bad thing. His expression went solemn again. I wanted to be anywhere but here. Tana changed all that for me. And Lindsay. Same here. If you hadn't called about Gran's diagnosis, I'd have skipped out on the holidays again this year. I thought that if Gran could see that my life was great, she'd stop worrying about me. And well, that was a disaster, Gabe said. How is it that 3 grown men, who are successful, I might add, manage to act like teens when it comes to our need to please Elkin? Jonas asked, and his brothers chuckled. If you figure it out, don't tell us because we'll probably screw it up again, Gabe said. I don't know if what I have is salvageable, Jonas said. I've really made a mess of it all. Gran will forgive you, Gabe said, his voice like a solemn promise. One Jonas wanted to hold on to. Maybe she will. But Rachel might not be so forgiving. Her past. He outlined it for them in broad strokes, without giving away too many details. How can I earn her trust a second time if she never really gave it to me in the first place? The brothers were silent. Across the lobby, a pair of guests laughed with Amy, who was working at the check-in desk. The music had changed to a song about silver bells. Jonas felt the ghost of an old evening across his face, night air a long time ago. His parents' voices in the back of a sleigh on the grounds of Elk Lodge. He'd been trusting then. Trusting they'd always be there, but it hadn't worked out that way. You should go after her, Gabe said softly. I went after Anna. I flew back to Vegas with my heart in my throat, and so should you. Go after Rachel. Jonas stood, ready to end the discussion. She doesn't want me there, he argued. Chase let his head fall back on the sofa. Are you kidding? Of course she does. If she didn't want to be near you, she wouldn't have come back to let you take care of her. You should go, Chase added, seconding Gabe's suggestion. Maybe they were right. No, there was no maybe about it. They were right. Jonas needed to fight for what he wanted, for what he loved, for his family. He patted his pockets. Keys. He'd need keys. And her address. And then what? He had no idea how to convince her that she could trust him or that he would do anything to be with her and Scott. Start by getting there. His brothers rose from their seats, watching him. Do you need anything before you leave? Gabe asked. Anything we can do here? It was on the tip of his tongue to say no, but if you can keep an eye on things for me here, that'd be great. Everyone knows their jobs, but it'd be good if you were here. It was the first time he'd ever left his brothers in charge of the resort, and neither of them worked here. Yet. But that was an argument for another day. And more importantly, I need you to make sure Grandmother's going to be okay. Tell her I'm sorry and trying to fix things. Suspicion grew in Chase's eyes. Are you coming back? Yes. Whether he convinced Rachel or not, he would be back. For most of Jonas's life, the resort had been his one constant, the resort and his grandmother. Even the rest of his family had come and gone, but he wouldn't abandon them, or this place. Never. It was only that he had someone else he couldn't abandon either. I'll be back. Keep the building standing, would you? Gabe and Chase shared a glance, and then Gabe looked back at Jonas. Get out of here, he said. Rachel's getting away.
Chapter 18. Rachel. Rachel put her head back on the headrest of the passenger seat and sighed. Her shoulders still ached, even with the pain medication. Scott's asleep, Annabeth said, her gaze flicking to the rearview mirror and back. Let me just... She reached forward and adjusted the music down a few notches. Annabeth had turned on the local pop station back at the resort, and 10 minutes into the trip, the beats had lulled Scott into a nap. Okay, tell me what happened. Rachel closed her eyes. I told you most of it. There wasn't much more to the story. With each passing mile, everything seemed more and more simple, but also more complicated, like looking into a funhouse mirror. Running into Jonas, the father of her child, had been a shock. The fact he was not the man of her dreams as she'd fantasized for years was a huge letdown, except it hadn't been simple realization. Instead, she'd fallen hard for him, making the truth hurt worse than she cared to admit. You did not tell me, Annabeth said. You told me how this started. You didn't tell me what led us to this little road trip, and you said you'd fill me in. Spill it. I like road trips, Rachel pointed out, opening her eyes. I love road trips, said Annabeth. And you know I'd drive to the ends of the earth for you, but it was a dream, Rachel said, the words bursting free. She whipped her head around to make sure she hadn't woken Scott. He slept on, his arms curled around the stuffed elk Jonas had given him. Her shoulder protested as she turned back around. Elk Lodge is this ridiculously magical place during the holidays, and I got sucked into it all and thought that Jonas was the one. That he could love me for me, that he could be a good dad. Okay, that I do believe. He'd only been around Scott for a week, and I'm pretty sure he'd move mountains for him. So what happened? His brothers, for one, or two, the jerks. They actually accused me of targeting Jonas for his money. Ugh. Annabeth's eyes narrowed. Is that when you left? Like an idiot. And then I totaled my car. Jonas wanted us to stay with him after I got out of the hospital, she said. And then, when my mother showed up, he let her know that he planned to marry me. He hadn't bothered to ask me, and I was right there in the room with them. It was as if I didn't exist or matter. What a jerk, Annabeth said. He proposed to your mom instead of you? Well, regret tightened Rachel's throat. Yeah, he did. He was right about staying with him. I was out of it after the accident, and the hospital had given me a bunch of painkillers, and they'd warned us that I shouldn't be alone. She shook her head. My mother was in rare form. And he reacted the way he probably has for years about most things. He's the head of his family. It's natural for him to take charge when there's something going on at his resort, and trust me, my mother was a problem. She'd never forget the sinking feeling when she'd seen her mother standing in the foyer of Jonas's house. It had felt like all the worst parts of her past catching up with her. So what? Annabeth kept her eyes on the road. That doesn't mean what he did was okay. You don't have to accept his upbringing as an excuse for the way he acted. You're not one of his relatives that he keeps tabs on. You're your own woman. He doesn't just get to say that he's going to marry you. Did he really say that? Yes. He announced it. Like it was a done deal. A person can't do that, Annabeth insisted. That's a discussion you have together. I know, Annabeth. I know. Rachel looked out the window, at the snow-covered hills rolling by them on the highway. Gray clouds hung low in the sky, and every so often the sun broke through. Rachel had been so hurt at the way he'd completely ignored her when speaking to her mother that she'd needed to leave. She'd wanted him to prove his love by letting her go. And he had. She just hadn't been prepared for him to let her go without a fight, without trying to persuade her to stay, without saying he loved her. But then, she hadn't said it either. She shifted uncomfortably in her seat. Are you okay? Annabeth asked softly. Not really, she answered. Rachel would have to be okay by the time they got back to her apartment. Scott would need her, and her life needed her. She didn't have time to wallow in self-pity about what she could have said to Jonas. They'd had an amazing week together, but that was it. It was over. All that was left was to decide what to do about Jonas having visitation rights with his son. Not exactly an ideal situation. You could have talked to him. Annabeth shifted into the other lane and back again, remaining silent. Rachel kept her gaze fixed on the snow, white like icing on a cake, or white like a wedding dress. She could almost see Jonas in a tux, looking devastatingly handsome and incandescently happy. None of which would happen because she hadn't bothered to hash things out with him. Instead, she'd left. Rachel swallowed a lump in her throat, fairly certain that she'd probably made the worst decision of her life. She shifted in her seat to check on Scott again. He was still asleep. The stuffed elk clutched to him as if he would never let it go. Turning back around, her shoulder sent a shooting pain across her back. It was too much to think about right now, not with her emotions so raw. The rest of the way back to Denver, they listened to music and talked about nothing personal. Annabeth carried her things inside the apartment. She'd only been gone a brief time, but it felt empty and dark. Rachel moved through her small place, turning on lights, and Annabeth played with Scott on the living room carpet. "I don't have anywhere to be," Annabeth said. "I can stay a while." "Want some mac and cheese, Scott?" "Mac cheese," he repeated, and Rachel didn't have the energy to protest. Annabeth went into the kitchen, Scott hot on her heels. Rachel sat on the sofa, a chance to breathe. It seemed like only minutes had passed, but all too soon the two of them were ready to eat. Annabeth put Scott in the high chair attached to the table. She put his bowl in front of him, a spoon in his small fist, and dropped into the next seat. "Is it good?" Annabeth asked Scott. "Good," he repeated, then turned in his seat and pointed his spoon at Rachel. "Mama, sit." She smiled at her son, loving each new word he learned to say. "She's resting a minute," Annabeth told him gently. "You know, Rachel, don't overthink this. If he's not able to give you what you want, he's not the right man for you. I'm the last person who thinks you need to stay with him just because he's Scott's dad. Plenty of people co-parent without living together." "I know," Rachel said. But her friend's words didn't help. No weight lifted from her tired shoulders. Nothing helped. All she could think about was what it would feel like if she were settling into Jonas's arms tonight as she remembered what it felt like when he held her close. Not that she wanted to admit that to Annabeth. "Thank you for sticking around," Rachel added. "You want me to stay the night?" Number. That was the right answer. Rachel was a single mom, and Scott was her responsibility and no one else's. And yet, help sounded nice. More than nice. "Yeah, the spare bedroom is already made up." "Okay." Annabeth tickled Scott's arm. "Hear that, buddy?" "I'm staying the night." "Stay," Scott repeated, shoving another bite of food into his mouth, most of it anyway. The three of them whiled away the afternoon, pretending nothing was wrong. Annabeth took Scott for a walk on the paths through the apartment complex, both coming in with pink cheeks and red noses from the cold. But it had been a wonderful respite for Rachel as she tried to sort out her life. Annabeth ordered Indian food for dinner, and Rachel joined them at the table. The pain in her shoulder seemed to be letting up, at least a little. Every time the pain medication wore off, it hurt a little less. She picked her way through a plateful of butter chicken and naan. By the time they were finished eating, Scott was yawning and starting to fuss. "I got this," Annabeth offered. "Let me get him in his PJs." Rachel was as tired as Scott looked, and she didn't have the energy to argue with her friend. She could hear them in the bathroom as Annabeth washed his hands and face, brushed his hair, and helped him with his miniature toothbrush. "He's all yours," she said, coming back to the living room. Annabeth handed a sleepy boy off to Rachel. She took him into his room, rocking him back and forth a minute in the shadowy dark, her son cuddled on her shoulder. Would it be like this if Jonas were here? Would they both come to the side of the crib, or would he wait for her in the living room, like Annabeth was doing now? Scott didn't protest bedtime, lying down almost at once. Rachel was all for joining her son in slumberland, but Annabeth had other ideas, having turned on the TV. "How are you doing?" her friend asked as Rachel sat in the overstuffed recliner. "I'm all right." "And I'm glad you're here," Rachel said. "Turn it up a bit." The two of them watched TV until Rachel's eyes were burning and she stood, stretching her good arm above her head. "I hate to say it, but I'm exhausted," she admitted. "Do you need anything before I go to bed?" Annabeth gave her a long look. "I'm fine," she said. She stood, putting her arms around Rachel, careful not to jostle her. "Have a good sleep." They went their separate ways, and for the first time all day, Rachel gave in to the urge to check her phone. She flipped through the notifications sitting on the edge of her bed. Missed call after missed call, all from her mother. More importantly, none from Jonas. Her shoulder hurt, her chest hurt, or was it her heart? You wanted him to let you go, and he did. This is what you wanted. Then why didn't it feel good? Why did it feel so awful he hadn't called? Not seeing his name on her phone screen was a gaping wound, even more painful than her arm, more painful than anything she'd ever experienced. She turned out the light and curled up in her own bed, rolling over at the last minute onto a soft lump in the middle. Rachel searched with a hand and came up with the fuzzy shape of a stuffed elk. The emotions of the past week, of the past day, of the past hour, came crashing down on her, along with that old familiar letdown of the holidays being over. No more Jonas, no more holidays, no more merry and bright at Elk Lodge, no more Christmas music, and no more wild hope. When she'd seen his face and his reaction to his son, it had swept over her like a wave. Now, just like a wave that had crashed into the shore and receded, the hope was gone, and she was left with an aching heart. Rachel burst into silent tears, all of them dripping down onto her pillow. She cried and cried until finally sleep carried her away.
Chapter 19. Jonas. Jonas should have left immediately. Even when he felt the temperature drop, he should have gotten in his car and left. When the sky turned pink, he should have already been down the mountain. Now he was watching the snow drifts pile up quickly and cursing at himself for taking too long to leave. Trudging back into the lobby, his brothers looked up at his approach. "Why haven't you left yet?" Gabe asked. He flopped back down across from his brothers and waved at the sky outside. "The snow's coming down too fast, and I won't make it safely down the mountain," he said, his plan rearranging itself around the new circumstances. "You definitely don't want to drive in this weather," Chase said. "Gran sent a message that she plans to stay in her rooms the rest of the day and will have dinner sent up later." A spike of fear drove itself through Jonas's heart. This was all his fault. "I'm going up there." "Not by yourself, you're not," Gabe said, as his brothers stood, prepared to join him. Jonas tried to let the warmth of the resort seep through him as they made their way to the elevator. But instead, he felt chilled to the bone. They rode up to her floor in silence. It had only been a month since she'd announced her diagnosis, and he held out hope that the treatment would prolong her life. But all of the heartache the brothers had managed to heap onto her in the last 3 weeks couldn't be helping. Jonas tried the door and found it unlocked, a sign the brothers were welcome. Jonas shook off the last of the chill and tried to focus. A quick glance at Gabe told him he wasn't the only one feeling ill at the prospect of their grandmother's swift decline. What if this was the last time they had with her? Jonas pushed the thought out of his head. He'd treat every moment he spent with her as the possible last one. That's what he should do with everyone, just in case something went wrong and the people he loved were ripped out of his life. A new panic seized him. He'd let Rachel and Scott go without saying anything. His fingers itched to text her, but she'd asked for space. He was proving he could give it to her with his silence, though it felt hellish to do it. Chase got to the bedroom door first and knocked softly. "Gran, are you awake?" "Come in," she called right away. They entered the lamplight glow of her room and found her sitting up in bed, propped up against the upholstered headboard, her hair in its usual elegant chignon. She had a small box with what looked like letters sitting next to her, a cup of tea cradled in her hands, and she looked out toward the sky. "Hello, boys. Have you seen the sky?" She gestured to the expansive window, and the brothers turned to look. "Your grandfather called it the blue hour, that special time as the sun drops just below the horizon. He used to tell me that it was always prettier up here, and I have to agree." Jonas leaned over her bed to kiss her cheek. "How are you feeling?" "Exhausted," she admitted, her eyes traveling over each of them. There was such sadness there. Jonas pulled up a chair next to the bed. "Have you come to talk?" she asked. "Yes," he said, reaching for her hand. She put the teacup down and took his hand in hers. A silence fell over the room, almost prayerful, and Jonas waited. "I don't understand," she said finally. "I don't understand how you could have kept this secret, Jonas." He felt the weight of her gaze on him and took a deep breath. "When Mom and Dad died, our entire world ground to a halt. He gestured to himself and his brothers, were struggling with our grief and what we were supposed to do. You and Grandfather were there for us. You reminded us that we weren't alone, we were a family, and we would get through it." Jonas's throat tightened at the memory, the old feelings welling up again. The devastating loss. "I knew that with Mom and Dad gone, it would fall to me to run the resort one day, and that was something I could do. To repay you for everything you've given to us. To me. And then Grandfather died, and the sadness we'd all pushed away came out again, and I was hit with this need to protect you." He kept his voice even, but it was a struggle. "I can't let it go, this need to protect all of you." Jonas looked at Gabe and Chase to make sure they knew he included them. "Somewhere along the line, it extended to everything, even unwelcome news. Anything I thought would upset you, I couldn't stop. Especially now." Jonas sucked in a breath, the oxygen flooding his system. He'd finally been honest about the way his parents' accident had upended him. "Oh, Jonas," his grandmother said, clasping his hand with a gentle firmness, "to have lost your parents at such a young age. Your grandfather and I, we thought that the best thing we could do for you was to keep moving forward, to give you guidance and set you up for success. But we didn't talk about it. We didn't grieve the way you boys needed to, and I worry that it's happening again. Sometimes just moving forward isn't the best thing to do." Her eyes traveled around to his brothers, then settled back on him. "It can't go on like this," she said gently, "no matter what happens to me." "She's right." Gabe's voice was thick with emotion. "You can't do this forever. It'll take you away from us just like a car accident would." The pressure bore down on him again, harder, before it let up. Gabe was right. But then a hand came down on his shoulder, then another, and his family surrounded him. Chase added, "You have to let go of this worry you carry. The need to be in charge of everything. For the people you love, but also for you. It's not healthy." Jonas held his grandmother's hand. He found he couldn't let go. They were all right. Of course they were. It was only logical. You couldn't fall asleep with an aching jaw and tense shoulders for years without knowing on some level that it wasn't sustainable. Jonas, his grandmother's voice broke through the introspection. He raised his eyes from where they held hands and looked into her eyes. "I forgive you for not telling me about Rachel and Scott as soon as you found out." "Thank you," he said, getting a full breath of air for the first time in what seemed like years. "Thank you. I love you. I love you too. I love all of you. And since we are confessing to things, I must admit that I have one as well." Jonas froze and he could feel his brothers tense behind him. "I've known about my cancer diagnosis for some time, but I didn't want to burden any of you with what was going on." Chase and Gabe immediately started talking over each other, but she held up her hand to silence them. "Chase, dear, you were struggling after your accident and in so much pain. And Gabe, you'd built a life for yourself away from Elk Lodge. And you, Jonas," she squeezed his hand again, "you had shouldered so much. I thought that it would be best not to say anything while I began treatment, but we can all see now that keeping secrets isn't good for any of us." Grandmother nestled back against the pillows. "Now I think we've shared enough for today. Go. I'll see you at breakfast tomorrow." "Yes, Gran," Gabe and Chase told her as they all said their goodbyes. Crisp air and starry skies guided Jonas's walk home, helping to clear his mind. The storm had rolled over and disappeared into the night. His misery hadn't. His grandmother's forgiveness was a relief. But a deep sadness had settled in him. He'd lost Rachel, and in a horrible catch-22, the only way to prove his respect for her was to give her the space she wanted. His home greeted him with a burst of warmth from the front door and another layer of quiet. Unwelcome quiet. It hadn't been silent when Scott stayed here, and Rachel had her own ways of creating sound, her own patterns on the steps. Jonas closed his eyes and let himself imagine them there one more time. Then he hung up his coat and went in, sitting on the sofa and opening his laptop. There were always things to check on at the lodge, and he went through his email on autopilot. It was Rachel's name that stopped him in his tracks. Her name, there with the subject line, "Extra Photos." His heart rocketed up into his throat as he clicked on it, trying to be nonchalant. And failing. Who was he pretending for? He laughed at himself in his empty house. Jonas ran a hand through his hair and braced himself for what might or might not be inside the email. Jonas, these were some photos that didn't make it into the album. Wanted to make sure you had them anyway. Enjoy. Are promising, right? It was probably something she did with every client, but Jonas thrilled at the friendly tones. At least she wasn't telling him good riddance. Jonas clicked on the link at the bottom of the email. Another page opened, featuring a photo gallery with photos of his family, complete with vivid colors and natural smiles. She'd even caught his brothers with their new partners, looking so in love it took his breath away. But it was the photos of him with Scott that stole his heart completely. Walking on the trails, holding his little hand, grinning down at his son. Tossing him up in the air by the Christmas tree. The two of them on the floor in this very room, Jonas helping Scott ride around on the stuffed elk. The man in the photos was happy, satisfied with the moment he was living in. He looked happier than Jonas realized he could be, or had been. It was what he wanted more than anything, to be happy with Rachel and Scott. He stared at the computer screen until his eyes burned and the images blurred in front of him, flipping through the pictures repeatedly. This was what he wanted in life. Nothing else, nothing more. Finally, he snapped the laptop closed and went hunting through his desk for a pen and paper. He took it back to the sofa and sat down, using the laptop as a writing surface. Jonas was going to write Rachel a love letter. He wanted to paint the life together he saw, show her what they could have together. The decision, however, would be up to her. Jonas wrote tens of emails every day on behalf of Elk Lodge. None of them would ever come close to the weight of the words he was writing now. He rubbed his eyes, trying to get them to cooperate, then took the pen in his hand. Dear Rachel. Once he started, the words began to flow until the paper was covered in his neat writing, front and back. He'd said everything. Now all he could do was send its special delivery to her address, and hope.
Chapter 20. Rachel. Rachel's shoulder felt better after a night's sleep. Apparently, you could cry out a shoulder injury. It just wasn't as easy for heartache. It was New Year's Eve day, but there was nothing to celebrate, not for the year going out or the new one coming in. Annabeth only stayed for breakfast, promising to call later in the afternoon to check on her. She'd been gone 3 minutes when there was a knock at the door. "Beth?" Scott cried, sprinting for the door. He reached for the doorknob but couldn't quite make it, which was a good thing considering his hands were still sticky with syrup from the pancakes Annabeth had whipped up. They'd been excellent, fluffy, light, and delicious, and Rachel had eaten 6, making her more than a little tired. "I'm coming, buddy," Rachel said. Things were going to be okay, she promised herself as she made her way to the door. More than likely, Annabeth had forgotten something and had returned. Rachel pulled open the door with her non-injured arm. "What did you forget, your mother?" Her mother stood impatiently in the hall outside her apartment, snowflakes melting in her hair. "It's time for us to have a conversation." The carb coma Rachel had been about to enter disappeared in a flash, replaced with a stiffness in her back and a tension she didn't want or need. She couldn't believe her mother had followed her here after she'd specifically told her to go away. The woman had some nerve. Scott tensed behind her, and she reached out to steady her son. "This isn't a good time, Mother. I think it would be best if you called first instead of just showing up." "Hello, Scott," her mother said, reaching for Scott, who backed away before she could touch him. "How's Grandma's little boy?" It was just like her mother to ignore Rachel's request. "Goodbye," Rachel said. "We can talk when it's a better time." Susan held out a hand to block the door from closing, then pursed her lips like she was tasting something sour. "I'm sorry." The words clearly hurt her to say. Susan Lincoln hated apologizing even more than she hated bad photos of her in the press, which was a lot. "I'm sorry for the pressure tactics," she continued. "Could I come in?" Rachel did not want her mother in her apartment, but short of pushing her out of the way and slamming the door in her face, she had no idea how to get her to leave. She turned to Scott, whose eyes were round as he stared up at his grandmother, who was nothing more than a stranger to him. "Scott, why don't you go play with your blocks, okay, buddy?" Her son looked to her and nodded his head in a way that reminded her of Jonas. Okay, he told her before running over to them and flopping down on the floor. Rachel took a steadying breath. The sound of the door clicking into place meant she wasn't going to get what she wanted. Again. It didn't help that she felt every inch of her apartment around her right now, the worn furnishings, the breakfast dishes still on the table, and the toys scattered all over the floor. She could see it in her mother's constant need to catalog all the ways Rachel didn't measure up as her daughter. "I just want you safe." Her mother's expression brightened into a parody of excitement and love. "And I want you to be cared for." She stopped herself from rolling her eyes, but it was a near thing. "I'm an adult, Mother. I'm managing fine on my own. Never mind that Annabeth had stayed the night. That wasn't a sign of a bad mother or an incapable one. People needed help sometimes, something she needed to keep reminding herself of. But wouldn't it be better if you married that Elkin?" Ah, that was why she looked so excited. She'd checked him out and found him to be a suitable candidate for a senator's son-in-law. "I know he's interested. We both do. Unless you somehow botched that deal up too." Wow. Rachel wanted to say so many things, but she couldn't choose just one, and they withered and died before she could select the perfect retort. That left an opening for her mother to continue. "And if you did botch it, then I have other candidates. Daniel is still willing to take you back, even though you embarrassed him." She hiked the strap of her purse higher on her arm, so much for her hopeful mood. "I embarrassed Daniel? He's the one who cheated on me. If anything, he should be begging me to take him back." Her mother actually sputtered at that. "Well, you weren't even married yet, so it's not as if he actually cheated on you." "Oh, you did not just take his side. You need to leave." Now her mother's eyes burned with a fervency that made Rachel want to vomit. "I'm concerned for you, Rachel, that's all. If you're out here alone, then you're vulnerable. If your photography business went under, what would you do?" Susan pressed her fingertips to her lips as if she was sick with worry about Rachel's business. "It seems to me your career is hanging in the balance, and if you were to lose all your work, then you might not be able to care for Scott." Rachel pushed away the thought that her mother's comments sounded less like concern and more like a threat. Keep cool. Don't give her the satisfaction of losing it on her. "I will always be able to care for my son," Rachel said in the most even voice she could muster. "If my photography studio had to close, I'd find another way to make money." "And how long would you go without?" Susan raised her hands in front of her like Rachel was committing to closing the studio today with no plan. "If you didn't have the money to take care of Scott, then you know that we, as your parents, would have to step in." Step in. Such small words. Suddenly that small threat was looking enormous. Stepping in meant using all her power as a senator to take custody of Scott. Rachel saw it play out before her eyes. The court hearings where she'd get steamrolled, no matter how good a lawyer she hired, the inevitable ruling in her mother's favor, even her mother loading Scott into the back of her car, the same pinched look on her face. Her mother would consider it her highest duty to raise Scott properly. Time to give her mother a taste of her behavior. I don't think that's in Scott's best interest. Or yours. Her mother's eyebrows shot up, and Rachel continued. Having an out-of-wedlock single mother as a daughter who is also an unfit mother would be the last thing that would look good on the campaign trail, especially if that daughter wound up talking to the press. What would people think? Rachel pretended to think about it. They might wonder how a woman like you raised such a terrible child. This kind of talk is completely unnecessary. There it was. She was leaning back on her own self-righteousness. You know I would only do this to save Scott from harm. He's not in danger of being harmed. This time, some of the acid in her heart leaked into her voice. If you think that, then you're delusional. And you should back off right now before I have you removed from the building. Her mother sniffed, and for a moment, Rachel felt the woman who had been so domineering all her life rise like a giant shadow that encompassed the room. It was like she was 16 again, and in trouble for missing curfew by 5 minutes, only the stakes were so much higher. Fine. A tight reply from her mother. I only wanted to discuss things with you. You've been having a difficult... Mother. She kept her voice sweet because Scott was in the room, but she couldn't have felt less sweet. I'll have you removed from the building. And while I wait for security to arrive, I'll call the local news. You are insufferable. Susan turned on her heel, not bothering to look at Scott, and wrenched open the door. I'll wait for you to come to your senses, she said over her shoulder. And then she was gone, out into the winter morning. When the door shut behind her, Rachel felt like a book was closing, or a doorway, or both. That chapter in her life was over. Her mother had crossed too many lines this time, and in a way, it freed her. She did not, under any circumstances, have to maintain any sort of relationship with the woman who threatened to take custody of her son. Mama, pick up, Scott said, and Rachel scooped him up into her arms and pretended to tickle his belly. This made him laugh, a deep belly laugh. Rachel never actually tickled him, and that was a game between them. I'm free, she thought wildly. We're both free. She reached for her phone on the table next to the couch, flipped through the contacts and blocked her mother's number. Paused, and then also blocked her stepfather and her chief of staff. Yes, she had never felt more triumphant, except on the day that she gave birth to Scott. That was the strongest she'd ever been in her life, except for now. I did it, buddy. Mommy did it. He clapped his hands, cheering for her, even though he had no idea what she'd done. It would be a long time before he understood, if he ever did. The two of them danced around the living room in the bright light. There was no music playing, just the beat of Rachel's own heart. She hadn't felt this fierce in a long time. Confident, strong, and alone. When she set Scott down on his feet, he dove back into his blocks, threatening custody. What had ever given her mother the nerve, years of being clear with her, of trying to set boundaries, and it had come to this. And you shut it down, she thought. You sent her packing. Celebrating with Scott felt good, although Rachel ached to share her victory with someone else, someone who would understand and rejoice with her, hug her, someone like Jonas. Rachel dropped onto the couch and watched Scott play, trying to sort through what to do with the feelings that raged through her, trampling her heart. Why wasn't he here? Why didn't the phone ring? Because she'd told him not to call. But it seemed almost incomprehensible that he couldn't feel her out here, missing him. Scott was the living image of Jonas, a constant reminder of everything she'd walked away from. Scott abandoned the blocks and sprinted across to his other toys, going straight for his favorite, the stuffed elk. He buried his face in it, crushing it to the floor. Dada, he said, the word breaking Rachel's heart into a million pieces. I know, buddy, she said. I miss him too. Chapter 21. Rachel. Another knock at the door that afternoon had Rachel nearly jumping out of her skin. She braced for it to be her mother again, driven back with more complaints about the different ways Rachel's life choices makes her job as a senator in another state difficult. Or Annabeth. She'd mentioned calling to check in on her, and Rachel wouldn't put it past her to show up instead, ice cream in hand. Rachel opened the door to find a young man standing there in black slacks and a blue winter coat with a company logo on it. He glanced down at the tablet he held. "Miss Alexander?" "Yes, that's me," she said, eyeing the slim envelope he held in his other hand with curiosity. "I have a special delivery for you. Please sign here." He held the tablet out toward her. She scrawled her name on the tablet, and the man handed her the envelope. "Enjoy your day," he said, turning to leave. "I'd enjoy it a lot more if people stopped knocking on my door." Rachel turned the envelope over and over in her hands. It had her name written on the outside, and that was it. No return address. "Dear Rachel, I never knew how much I loved my family until I met you. I knew I loved them, of course, but I didn't know, not consciously anyway, how far I'd go to protect them until I saw you becoming a part of it. You and Scott. Meeting you again after all this time woke something up in the deepest parts of me. I got your pictures. That's why I'm writing this, even though it seems silly to send a handwritten letter when we both have phones and emails and all of that. In those pictures, I saw the man I want to be, a man who's satisfied with his family, a man who's committed to protecting them but not overwhelmed with the responsibility, a man who can enjoy his days just because the people he loves are nearby. After you drove away, my grandmother retired to her room for the day. She was distraught over the fact that I hadn't told her about you or Scott. I've been trying so hard to protect everyone, taking so much responsibility for things that aren't mine to control, and it's because I've been terrified that I'll wake up one morning having lost someone else. You showed me what I'm missing out on, and I'm tired of never experiencing the joys of life, especially the joy I can share with you and Scott. I'll try my best to let go of the need to control everything. But I will always want to protect you and Scott. I love you. I know it's too soon to say it, and I don't want you to feel pressured to say it in return or to do anything that makes you feel uncomfortable. I don't expect you to call or text even if that's your wish. I just thought you needed to know the truth about how I feel. Whether you're with me or not, I want you to always be safe and happy. If you need anything, and I mean anything, just ask, and I'll be there in a heartbeat. All my love. Jonas. Rachel held the letter to her heart, an ache spreading through her chest at the simple vulnerability of it. The stiffness of the envelope made her look inside, where she discovered 2 photographs. One of them was a copy of an older photo. A sob escaped her throat as she gazed down at the older photo. A picture of Jonas, at about Scott's age, looking just like her son, and a man who looked just like Jonas, but older, held him in his arms, grinning at the camera. A dark-haired woman stood nearby, leaning in close. His parents. The other was a clumsy selfie he'd snapped of the 3 of them. Scott was in Jonas's arms, his head thrown back, laughing. Rachel was laughing too, but trying to smile for the camera. Jonas wore a half-smile that spoke volumes about how happy he was. To a photographer, the photo was off-center, and Scott was laughing more than he was posing. But none of those things mattered, except for the fact that the image radiated happiness. She traced their faces in the photo, tears slipping down her cheeks. "Beautiful," she murmured to herself. The rush of love overwhelmed her, slamming into her like an avalanche. Love. It described everything she'd been feeling but failed to admit. It was the answer she'd been searching for. Jonas had made it clear he was standing back, honoring her wishes and letting her decide their future, something her mother and her ex never let her do. She'd been so busy defending herself against the past and, frankly, parts of the present that she hadn't noticed her future trying to find a way in.
Jonas. The email confirmation of delivery assured Jonas that Rachel had received his letter. He resisted the temptation to call, since he'd promised he wouldn't do it. And he'd honor that promise no matter how difficult it was. Focusing on work, he went through the motions, doing anything and everything not to watch his phone, waiting for it to ring or a text to come through. Jonas sat at a computer in the meeting room behind the front desk, checking on VIP records. This was, technically, a task he delegated, but it required total focus and was therefore perfect for him. Normally, his mind wandered away from the words on the screen, and back to Rachel at every opportunity. And now he was hearing her voice. He clapped both hands to his face and rubbed hard. Hearing things, that was beyond anything he'd ever expected. He should just go home before he made a costly mistake. Jonas stood, knees cracking, and made his way out toward the front reception area. "I'll be at home," he said softly to Helen, who was prepping the drink station so they'd know where to find him. "If you need anything..." "Thank you so much," a woman who sounded like Rachel spoke from the other end of the desk. "The room will be perfect, I'm sure." This was no sound alike. It was Rachel. His heart stopped. His breath stopped. He blinked. Once, twice. "Dada," Scott squealed when he spotted Jonas, reaching for him. Jonas moved out from behind the desk in a daze and took Scott into his arms and hugged him tightly. "Rachel," he said, wanting to reach for her, but afraid that if he touched her, she would turn into a hallucination and be gone. "You're..." She slipped the key card into her coat pocket and smiled. "Yes, I'm here. I mean, we are here, but how?" "Annabeth, you don't... Your car." "I've never seen you this speechless before." Her eyes glittered with pleasure. "I took an Uber." Her radiant smile deepened. "You took an Uber from Denver?" Scott patted the sides of his face, nuzzling Jonas's cheek with his nose. "It was the most expensive Uber of my life." Rachel laughed, but when she finished, her expression turned serious. "But it was worth it." She patted the handle of a single suitcase at her side. "There's something I need to say to you." "What's that?" he asked, never taking his gaze off her. "I love you." The words sounded so sweet coming from her lips that it felt like champagne in his veins. "I love you too," he said raggedly, not particularly caring that this scene was playing out for the front desk staff. "I'm willing to give you a chance." Relief. Complete relief. "You are?" "Yes, but if you get pushy or bossy, I'll flatten you," she said, poking her finger into his chest for emphasis. Scott laughed. "Flat," he said, clapping his hands. "Flat," Jonas agreed. "As a pancake." He winked at his son. "You gave me the respect I asked for, and now I'm giving you my trust." "I'm not going to walk away again, Jonas," Rachel said, her voice low and soft. Every word meant solely for him. "Good. Are you really planning to stay here in the lodge? I didn't know if you'd want me at your place." She glanced down at the suitcase. "After, after I left." He drew her to him, kissing her forehead, breathing in the scent of her hair. Rachel tilted her face up and caught him on the lips. She let out a sigh as she did so, and it struck him that she'd missed him too. Jonas hadn't been the only miserable one. The proof was there in the lines of her body, in the way she simultaneously pressed against him and relaxed like he was the only person she trusted to hold her upright. "Come home with me," he insisted, as Scott tugged at the collar of his shirt. "I want you there more than anything." "Anything?" She crooked an eyebrow. "One step at a time," he warned, and then he grabbed the handle of her suitcase, pulling it quickly across the lobby. Rachel did her best to keep up, huffing a laugh. "First things first, I'm driving you back to my place." "And then?" "Anything could happen," said Rachel. "Anything," he said. "Thing," said Scott, thrilled to be part of it. Chapter 22. Jonas. Jonas had just put Rachel's suitcase in the bedroom when a text came through. He checked his phone screen. "Gabe. Sources say Rachel Alexander just checked in. Is this true?" Jonas. "Yes, she's here. With Scott." Gabe. "We're all in Grant's apartment, waiting for you." Jonas. "Be there soon." "Rachel," he said, as solemn as a wedding proposal. "I'd like to introduce you to my family. Formally. Not only as the mother of my child, but as the love of my life." She made a face, laughing. "That sounds very formal." He put an arm around her waist and pulled her close, tasting her sweetness while Scott busied himself opening cupboards in the kitchen to investigate. He groaned against her lips, realizing how much he missed her. Them. When she opened her mouth, he deepened the kiss, and she fully melted against him. One hand slid up to cup the back of her neck, and her hand slid up his chest, one pressing against his heart, and the other holding tight to his shoulder. He grunted in annoyance when his phone pinged again. Chase. Tick-tock. Gran is waiting. Looking at the message, he laughed, realizing how much of a pain in the butt he's been to his brothers. It'll be okay, I promise. Trust me, he told Rachel. I do. The three of them made their way back to the lodge to meet up with the family. The scene in his grandmother's apartment couldn't have been more different from the night Rachel had left. Grandmother held court in the living room, with Lindsay and Tana on the sofa next to her. Chase and Gabe sat with Anna on another long sofa across from them, the fire crackling in the hearth and big band music playing on her sound system. They're here! Finally, Gabe called out when they entered the room, his brother standing to shake his hand. Chase joined them. Before you go any farther, we have something we need to say, Chase said, looking at Rachel. We both owe you a big apology. Huge, Gabe interjected. We were absolute jerks to you, which you didn't deserve and should never have happened. Well, this is interesting, Jonas said, just loud enough for them to hear. Don't forget to promise that you will never do something that asinine again, Anna called out from where she was sitting, and Jonas laughed. Rachel turned to look at Anna, who waved her hand at her. Girl, make them grovel. Rachel frowned, and both Gabe and Chase took a small step back, and she took a step forward. They continued to move like that, and Jonas noticed a twitch of amusement around her eyes as she fought to keep frowning. Finally, his brothers stopped moving and held their breaths as she stepped closer to them. Apology accepted, they both breathed out. But you both owe me. Huge, she parroted back at them. Mama down, Scott demanded, breaking the standoff, and the mood in the room instantly brightened. She set Scott down and he ran farther into the room, freezing when he saw everyone looking at him. Suddenly shy, he reached for Jonas and wrapped his arms around his leg, peeking out at everyone. His grandmother held her arms out to Scott. Are you my great-grandson? She asked. The room quieted. Grandmother, Jonas said, placing one hand on Rachel's back and reaching down to put his other hand on Scott's shoulder. You've already met Rachel, Scott's mother. And this is Scott, our son. Hi, Scott said, causing everyone in the room to burst into laughter, his expression priceless. Scott ran forward and climbed into his great-grandmother's lap. The two of them seemed to know each other already, the little boy cuddling into her arms, and the last of the tension unknotted from Jonas's heart. Proud of you, man. Gabe put a hand on his shoulder. And we really are sorry that we acted like jerks, each in our own way. I forgive you, Jonas said magnanimously. I've had my fair share of those moments over the years. Yeah, said Chase. You have. Jonas thought his heart would burst with everything he was feeling. To have everyone here, with their partners, with their children, and ringing in the new year. It was amazing. Lindsay was the first to nod off in one of the big armchairs, and Scott followed her soon after, dropping his head onto his great-grandmother's shoulder and falling asleep. Only the adults made it all the way to midnight. Champagne? Tana asked, keeping her voice low for the sleeping kids. Absolutely. Chase nodded. The two of them went to get the glasses, filling them with the bubbly fun before handing them out to everyone. Lindsay shifted in her chair but didn't wake, and Scott slept heavily. There was no chance the midnight celebration would bother them. The three couples gathered around the fireplace to watch the clock, making sure to position themselves to include their grandmother. Jonas's heart beat heavily against his ribcage. This was it. The first year he'd be in this position, the first year he'd leave behind the weight that had dogged him for what seemed a lifetime. 10, Jonas said, when the second hand drew close, indicating with a wave of his hand for everyone to join in the count. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, they all said in unison. Everyone called out a Happy New Year cheer, but then the room fell silent. Happy New Year, Rachel said softly, their heads drawn close for a more personal wish. Jonas pulled her in and kissed her. She tasted like champagne's sweetness, hope, and his future. Vacations and holidays and love. So much love. After a long minute, he came up for air and found his grandmother looking out over all of them with pride shining in her eyes. Pride and love. Her shoulders were relaxed as she stroked Scott's back idly, utterly content. Thank you, Lord. If his grandmother was happy, then Jonas could truly move into this new year without regret. He could lay it down and let it go. Rachel put her hands on either side of his face and drew his attention back to her. What's on your mind? My parents, he said, an image of them before the accident coming to mind. They'd been happy. Nothing had ever burdened them as much as Jonas's past would come to. Not that he'd known of, anyway. And you, and Scott, and how we have a future together. Across the room, Chase picked up Lindsay in his arms, gesturing to Tana, and they said their goodbyes. Anna and Gabe sat down on either side of grandmother. Jonas leaned over and took Scott from his grandmother's arms, cradling him against his chest in the hopes of letting him stay asleep. Jonas pressed a kiss to the top of his grandmother's head. Happy New Year. And many more, she answered with a wink. Get that little boy to bed. Scott slept on while he and Rachel drove back to his house. Between them, they managed to get him changed into his pajamas and into the crib without waking him. Jonas glanced around the room, thoughts of what needed to be done to turn it into Scott's room coming to mind. Whether they stayed there or not, it was important for his son to have a space of his own. In Jonas's bedroom, they shut the door behind them, and Rachel reached for the hem of her sweater. She pulled it off in one smooth movement, and Jonas followed suit, taking off his shirt and everything else. Soon enough, there was nothing between them, and she came to him. He kissed her again, taking her down to the bed, a heavy sense of satisfaction settling deep inside him. Everything he did from now on would be a symbol of his commitment to her. Even this. Yes, this, he whispered, pressing his lips to the side of her neck. Yes, yes, yes. This is our first new year together, she panted. I've had too many without you. Never again, he vowed. Jonas kissed all the skin he could reach, the curve of her shoulder, her bottom lip, the line of her jaw. There was no better way to start the new year.
Rachel. Rachel fell gracefully to the pillow when they were finished, stretching her arms above her head. I've always been into you. Do you know that? Jonas looked at her, his head propped up on one elbow, eyes glowing. What's that mean? A rush of images came to her, one by one, seeing him in the lodge restaurant that first night, the first time she'd become aware of his existence. Jonas over her in bed, his powerful gaze concentrated only on her face, as if she were the only woman in the world. Driving away from the resort afterward, knowing that she was leaving a piece of her heart behind. I mean, I've been drawn to you since the moment I first saw you. She traced the line of his lips with one of her fingertips. I wanted you, she admitted. I wanted you so much it was like the pull of gravity. But back then, I wasn't ready for a relationship of this magnitude. The world seemed to shift around them, was still shifting, even as they lay here safe in bed. It was rearranging itself to get out of their way. Nothing would stop her from being with him now. Not her mother, not her past. Nothing. I'm so lucky that we're here together now. He stroked her hair, gazing down at her with the same intensity as that very first night. Me too, he murmured. which is why we should talk about the future. If only briefly, Jonas cracked a smile that sent another wave of pleasure down to the tips of her toes. I know it's late, and you're tired. What about the future? As if to prove him right, Rachel yawned, unable to stop herself. I'll talk about anything with you. Where do you think you might like to live? Her thoughts wandered back to Denver, to her apartment and her studio. I have my photography business to run, and that's an hour away from here, she mused. I could divide my time. Something didn't feel quite right about that. Jonas nodded thoughtfully. Or you could live here with me. There was no pressure in his voice, no demand, only a simple statement of fact. I'd like you and Scott to stay here, and I can promise you that if you did, I would never do anything to interfere with your business. I'd rent you any studio space you wanted, either here at the lodge or in town. There are a couple of places I've seen that— He laughed, stopping himself. It's entirely your choice. But I want you to know that the offer stands. You want me to live with you? Desperately, he whispered. I want to fall asleep with you in my arms every night and wake up next to you every morning. If you need to live in Denver, then I'll find a way to make that work. But being apart, for me, that can only be temporary. I love you too much to be apart for long, and I love you, she said, sinking into the warmth of that truth. I love you so much. What did it matter if she worked in Denver or worked here? Her loyal clients would still work with her, and she could find new clients. Right here at the resort was an entire market at her disposal. Most of all, there was Jonas. Jonas's smile, Jonas's laugh, Jonas's body next to hers in bed. I'll live here with you. I want that too. And a little storefront in town where I can set up my studio and keep all my photography gear, which you haven't seen yet, but there's a lot. He kissed her then, and she felt his happiness through that kiss. It encompassed her and sent a thrill through her, all over again. Oh, she groaned. When you kiss me like that, it makes me want you so much. You have me, Jonas said, climbing over her, pressing kisses to her skin. For now and always. Are you sure you're not too tired? She tilted her head to give him better access to her neck. When you kiss me like that, I find myself waking up, she admitted, running her hands over his shoulders, his chest, and his abs. He nipped at the sensitive spot on her neck and then pressed a kiss there, and she shuddered in response. If you're tired, we could always wait until morning, assuming Scott isn't awake yet. Oh no, you don't, Jonas Elkin. You will make love to me this instant and none of this wait until morning crap. Jonas laughed and then kissed her breathless before leaning across her to grab a condom. This was where she was meant to be, in his arms. I love you, Rachel Alexander, he murmured into her ear. With all my heart. I love you too, Jonas, but if you don't take control and start moving, I will. Chuckling, he kissed her. There were definitely some things that Rachel was more than happy to have Jonas control. Then again, she couldn't wait to see his response when she was in charge. She was sure they'd both love it.
Chapter 23. 1 year later. Jonas. I thought this would get easier, Jonas told his brothers as they stood near the fireplace in their grandmother's apartment. Rachel's voice filtered over from the sofa. She and Scott, now 3, were having an animated conversation about dogs, and Jonas thought his heart would give out at any moment. He patted the ring box in his pocket one more time. It was still there. I don't know if I can do this. You can, Gabe reassured him. You've done everything right. I know, he said quickly. I know. What if she says no? He asked, no longer afraid to let his fear show. Jonas had wanted to propose to Rachel for the past year, ever since she'd come back to the lodge for New Year's Eve. But he'd waited, not wanting to pressure her. She's going to say yes, Chase chimed in. I know it. Just ask her. It'll be perfect. And just think, Gran could be here for the wedding. Chase cleared his throat, suddenly seeming choked up. We could all be there. Okay. Jonas took a deep breath. Hang out with the others for a few minutes, would you? Of course. The two brothers wandered back into the living area, and Jonas went to where Rachel stood in a clutch with Tana and Anna. "Hi," he said into her ear. "Could I steal you away for a minute?" "As many minutes as you want," she whispered back, giving her friends a little wave. The two of them went down the hall to a large study nearby. Jonas instantly felt relaxed walking into it. His grandmother had kept their grandfather's collection of books intact, and it was like she'd gathered the whole family here to support him. The past was all around him, in the books on the shelves, and the voices filtering in from down the hall. Jonas drew Rachel over to an enormous picture window near the fireplace that looked out over the ski hill, lit up for the night and watched over by the stars. Rachel took his hand. They looked at the scene together until Jonas's breathing settled into a regular pattern. "What was it you wanted to talk about?" she murmured. He got down on one knee, still holding her hand. Rachel gasped, her eyes instantly filling with tears. "I wanted to tell you that I've never loved anyone like I love you." Emotion threatened to overwhelm him, but he swallowed it back. "You're everything to me. You're the sun and the moon and the entire universe, really." She giggled, squeezing his hand. "I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Will you marry me?" Rachel stared, her eyes wide with wonder. Jonas remembered this look. It was the way she'd looked at him from across the restaurant on the first night they met. "The engagement can be as long as you want," he said quickly. "If you feel any pressure at all, you can say no, and we can leave this behind us." "Yes," Rachel said. "Yes." The second yes came out as a delighted cry, and she threw herself down to her knees and wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him hard and fast. He could taste the salt of her tears on her lips. "I'll marry you. I'll marry you tomorrow if that's what you want." Jonas took the box out from his pocket and opened it, watching the progression of emotions on her face: anticipation, then shock, and then deep joy. "Jonas," she gasped, "this is gorgeous." It was a diamond solitaire set in platinum. "This ring reminded me of your beauty and perfection." Jonas took the ring from the box and slid it onto Rachel's finger, and the two of them watched the fire reflected in its surface. "I've been nervous all day," he admitted. Rachel put a finger under his chin and raised his eyes to hers. "I've been a little nervous today, too." "Why?" She bit her lip, eyes shining. "I've got big news to tell you." His heart thudded, running through the possible scenarios in his mind. "I'm pregnant," Rachel whispered. Joy shot through him like fireworks, hundreds of them. He kissed her, clumsily in his state of shock, then pulled back to look at her face. "You're pregnant," he repeated, "and you get to be there for the whole thing this time." Rachel's voice was thick with tears and love. "We're going to do this together." He was over the moon. Jonas ran a palm over her belly, imagining what it would look like when it started to swell with his child. Their child. He hadn't allowed himself to think any more about missing her pregnancy with Scott, but now his heart cracked open with it. Getting to be there would heal him in ways he couldn't begin to anticipate. It would heal her, too. She wouldn't have to do this alone. He'd be by her side at every opportunity. "Pregnant," he said again. "With my baby." "With your baby," she said with a laugh. "And if it's a girl, I'd like to name her after Elin." Oh, she knew just how to get to his heart. "Let's go tell her and everyone else." Jonas was wild with joy, and it was all he could do to keep from running back to the living room. The last year had been a miracle, every single day a blessing shared with grandmother. And now, he had another blessing to share with her. They burst into the living room, and Jonas raised Rachel's hand high in the air. "We're engaged," he announced. It was not the smooth announcement he'd imagined, but it didn't matter. His family erupted into applause and cheers. Scott came running to leap into his arms. "And Rachel is expecting," he added, letting the cat out of the bag. Another round of cheers, and Tana and Anna descended to hug Rachel. Grandmother got up a bit slower, but she joined in too. She came to him first and squeezed his hands. "Congratulations," she whispered. "I'm thrilled for you. The both of you. If it's a girl, her name will be Elin," he said, his voice low as he shared the wonderful news. "We're going to name the baby after you." Grandmother patted the sides of his cheeks, a sheen of tears in her eyes. "That's lovely," she said. "That's the loveliest thing I've ever heard." She turned away from Jonas and went to Rachel, drawing her in for a big hug. "When do you think you'll be married?" Jonas saw the hope in his grandmother's eyes. Every day that passed was a loan from the universe, he knew, and they were grateful for every single one. Rachel met his eyes. "Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day." Tana clapped her hands. "I love it. The entire world will be celebrating with you. We'll all be celebrating with you." "I can't wait." Jonas stepped over to Rachel and wrapped his free arm around her while Scott hugged him hard. "Daddy, pick me up, please," he asked softly, his 3-year-old vocabulary much improved. It was his favorite thing to say, and Jonas hoped he never stopped. "Of course, kiddo," Jonas told him. He turned to Rachel. "I love you," he said. "I love all of you," he added, earning himself another laugh from his brothers. "Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas," they all replied. It was time for Christmas breakfast. Then there would be presents. But for Jonas, it was time for the rest of his brand new life to begin. Epilogue. 3 years later, Jonas stood at the viewpoint that overlooked Elk Lodge, the first snow of the season having blanketed the area in a dusting of white powder. "Is everything ready?" Jonas asked Gabe, who looked to his wife Anna for confirmation. Anna tapped through a list on her tablet before nodding. "Everything should be set. I've got drones flying, taking video of the resort from all angles. They'll sweep around to catch the far end of what was the Blue Diamond. As soon as you do the ribbon cutting, the greatly expanded Elk Lodge will be open for business," she practically shouted, making Gabe chuckle. "I swear, my wife is way more excited about all the PR she's done for Elk Lodge than she ever showed working for my software company," Gabe told them, and Anna smacked his arm with the back of her hand. "Marketing never really needed my help, babe. You created a primo product." "And you sold it for how much?" Chase asked, joining the growing group. "None of your business," Gabe said, wrapping his arms around Anna and pulling her back to lean against him. His hand landed on Anna's growing belly, and she smiled up at him. The last 3 years had been exciting, and the Elkin family had grown with little Elin born first, followed by Tana and Chase's son, Trevor, and then baby Ashley, who was due in March. Chase was still enjoying his job as sports director, and Gabe shut down his California office in favor of switching most of his staff over to remote work. His developers were happier, and they had the option to work out of the Las Vegas office. Gabe split his time between Vegas and here at Elk Lodge. Anna became highly sought after for her social media magic, so she tended to pick and choose her clients. Anna had used Rachel's photos all over social media, and Rachel now had a waiting list of clients. She'd recently expanded her studio to include a larger gallery. Susan Lincoln had won her Senate seat and found herself divorced from husband number 2. After Aylin was born, she'd reached out to Rachel, but it had been tense. There were shouts from below, and Jonas watched a large group of people get out of several SUVs. "Looks like the gang's all here. Come on, let's go say hi." Chase led the group down the hill to meet up with the arriving party. "Go on, I'll be right there," Jonas told them. He watched his brothers and their families jog down the hill to embrace the Dentons and their wives. "Don't you want to say hi?" Rachel asked as she joined him. "You haven't seen them since Amelia got promoted to director at Grayson, and she's looking fit to pop." Jules said that Josh almost canceled. He was so concerned about her flying until her doc gave her the go-ahead. She keeps threatening to keep him out of the delivery room if he doesn't lighten up. Jonas laughed, wrapping his arms around Rachel and kissing the top of her head. This is their first child. I'm cutting him a lot of slack, given how overprotective I was when you were pregnant with Elin. Don't remind me. You kept trying to feed me. I was so happy when both Chris and Mara blocked you from FaceTiming them all the time for cooking suggestions. Well, all you wanted to eat was that horrible cereal and tacos. Of course, I was going to try to get you to eat something healthier. Holding hands, they walked back to the lodge entrance. Gabe had stopped in front of a bench with a plaque on it, commemorating both Richard and Elin Elkin. I wish she could be here for all this. The expansion of the resort, the expansion of the family. After Elin Elkin passed, it had been Rachel's idea to install a friendship bench visible from his grandmother's apartment, and the brothers often met out here, spending a quiet moment together. Rachel squeezed his hand. She's here. Both of your grandparents are. And if she could say it, she'd tell you how proud she is of you for everything you've accomplished. Of all of you. It had taken more than a year for the purchase of Blue Diamond to go through, and then several more months to get all permits required for the renovations. Jonas's grandparents had long ago drawn up dream plans should they ever have the chance to buy the property, and the brothers had managed to make most of it a reality. The boutique resort would cater mostly to private groups, and thanks to both Chase's and Chris Denton's connections and Anna's social media savvy, they had a waiting list before the place was scheduled to open. Elkin, get in here. We're all waiting for you, Mitch Denton shouted at him. Jonas raised his hand in a wave. Leaning down, he kissed Rachel. Thank you. For what? For being you. For keeping me sane. For not letting me get too overbearing. Elkin! We're coming, Jonas shouted back as they laughed. He tugged on Rachel's hand. They jogged the rest of the way to the double doors and walked inside to loud talking and laughter. He was immediately surrounded by the Dentons, each one reaching out to with greetings and congratulations. Mitch and Jules were there with their 3 children, and Jonas couldn't resist commenting on Mitch's very short haircut. Just you wait. You keep expanding the resort like you are, and you'll have thinning hair too, Mitch declared, and everyone laughed. Josh and Amelia were next, and Amelia and Rachel embraced like old friends as Jonas reached out to shake Josh's hand. Good to see you. Looks like the baby is coming soon. Yeah, I was going to cancel, but Josh started to say before Amelia interrupted him. But nothing. She leaned sideways to give Jonas a kiss. I'm fine. We're fine. Thank you for having us. I did the same thing until Rachel yelled at me. I was driving everyone up the wall. Jonas smirked and shook his head. Chris said something, and there was a loud chorus of laughs, and Mara reached out to hug the both of them. Our cookbook just got featured in the New York Times, and he's been asked to do a bunch of guest appearances. He's been flying high since he found out, Mara told them. That's fantastic. Congratulations, Jonas told her. Lindsay came running over and tugged on Jonas's sleeve. Mom and Dad say it's time. Thanks, kiddo. Ask them to have the drinks brought out. Okay. At 10, Lindsay still tended to have a bit of a limp if she was overtired or did too much. But she had become an amazing skier. Tana had even allowed her to enter a couple competitions, and she was excited to compete in a local slalom in December. Jonas finally pulled off his coat and walked to the center of the room. Scott and Ellen were clustered next to Lindsay and Trevor. If I could have everyone's attention. He waited while they settled down and turned toward him. Servers are coming around with drinks. The drinks with the blue ribbons are all non-alcoholic, and the ones with silver ribbons have alcohol. He waited again as everyone reached for drinks. Amelia had grabbed blue, Josh silver. Both Mitch and Jules had grabbed silver, as did Chris, Gabe, Chase, and Tana. Anna reached for Blue, as did Mara and Rachel. I want to thank everyone for coming out. It means a lot to all of us that you would be here on this day. Rachel was playing with the blue ribbon on her glass, and Jonas couldn't think of what he'd planned to say next. Just a second. He went over to Rachel, Anna, and Mara stepping to the side, and took her hand. Does this mean what I think it means? She grinned back at him and gave a small nod. Just found out. Jonas gave a shout and wrapped his arms around her, hugging her tight. So does that mean you're happy? She asked him, stretching up to kiss his cheek. I'm very happy. Thank you for everything, he murmured while everyone congratulated them. Finally lifting his head, he gestured to Mara. Hey Chris, how good's your family leave policy? My what? Chris looked around, and Jonas pointed to Mara's glass. Chris's eyes widened when he realized what he was looking at. Mara, do you have a bun in the oven? Mara laughed as everyone let out a collective groan. Yeah, babe, I've got a bun in the oven. Chris let out a whoop and hugged her, lifting her off the ground. Everyone talked over each other, the excitement flowing around the room. More drinks were poured, and eventually everyone quieted. Jonas cleared his throat to get their attention. So, I had this whole speech planned out, and I think I've forgotten most of it. There were chuckles. Our grandparents always talked about why they built this place. They wanted it to be a place for families to make memories. Looking around at all of you, my family and friends who knew Elkin well, she would have been delighted to see all of us so happy and prolific. He dragged that last word out, making everyone laugh. He held his hand out to Rachel, who joined him, twining her fingers with his. He lifted their hands, kissing her knuckles. Have I told you yet today that I love you? She leaned up to kiss his cheek. At least a dozen times. And I love you too. Now finish the speech already. I'm hungry. Jonas laughed again. His heart was so full, he didn't think he could hold it in. 5 years ago, he never could have imagined a life like this, filled with the happy sounds of children, the sweet noises Rachel made when she didn't think anyone was paying attention, and the absolute love and joy he felt every single day. My wife tells me I have to hurry up because she's hungry. He blew out a breath, needing to get serious. Chase, Gabe, come here. When his brothers joined him, he shifted, so they were standing in a line. Raising his glass, he waited for them to do the same. As we celebrate the opening of the new resort, we also wanted to take this moment to celebrate the woman who raised us. I don't think we would have become the men we are today if it wasn't for her. To Elkin, everyone raised their glasses, answering the toast. To Elin, a small toddler voice piped up. To me, Jonas reached down to scoop up his 3-year-old daughter and hugged her tight, and then joined the others as they headed into the restaurant. Another Elkin generation was born, and Jonas hoped that some of them would choose to work in the family business. But if they chose to find their own path, that was okay too. Elk Lodge would still be here welcoming them. That's what you did for family. The end.